Seek the truth and free your mind at dogmadebate.com. It'll upset you. It'll make you laugh. But most importantly, it'll make you think. This is Dogma Debate with David Smalley.
Today is Wednesday, June 24th, 2015. This is Dogma Debate. I'm your host, David Smalley. Hello, Alex Jules. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Man, I'm glad that you're starting to come over a little more and joining me for the show. I really am.
Thank you.
It was really bad at first, but I'm glad now. I'm comfortable.
What do you mean it was bad?
Bad in the good sense.
Oh, okay.
That was close.
That.
No, you can enjoy Alex's beautiful face as well. Tell folks how to spell your name, because almost every email I get addressing you, they spell it wrong, which I was shocked by. I thought the first time you wrote your name down and you spelled it wrong. It's weird. It's weird. It's not Alex.
Is it G-O? No, it's A-L-I-X.
A-L-I-X.
Yes,
I've never seen Alex spelled that way.
It's the French spell.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that. And your last name is Jules.
J-U-L-E-S.
Alex Jules.
Yes.
Graffiti Wall.
On Graffiti Wall, yes. Oh, you plugged it for me. Yay. Hey, there you go.
And this is, this right here, in the first 4 minutes of the show, is the highest sought after advertising time that any podcast could ever ask for.
That's because they turn it off.
They turn it off right after they understand your opinion about something.
Yeah, exactly.
So you get all this out of the way and let them know. Yeah. So no, go check it out. Go comment on his blog and tell him that you never heard of him until he was on this show.
Yeah.
And Brandy's here too. Hello, Brandy.
Hey.
So you're in the chat room?
Yes.
Can they hear us? There's about a 40-second delay, so maybe not.
Yes, they can.
Fantastic. That is awesome. We tried some new stuff today in the studio. It's good to know stuff's working out. Cool. That is fantastic. Today we've got a great show lined up for you. As the title suggests, we have a Christian listener. And he's not just some regular old listener. He's actually a fourth listener. I think he knows a lot about the show. He's been signed up as part of our login.dogmadebate.com membership. And we're going to get to talk to him today. I talked to him for the first time just a few minutes ago, and it's going to be a fun conversation. We're going to talk about what does it really mean to be Christian. We're going to mention Bible infallibility and contradictions. We've got some questions about morality and original sin, and he's got some questions for me about morality as well. I'm going to let him provide evidence for the Christian God. This is something that a lot of people seem to lose track of when you listen to this show. And of course, we've got a huge balance between non-believers, believers, and Christians of all variations and denominations. So many people say, why did you let that guy get away with saying this? And why did you let him get away with saying that? Well, look, this show was designed as a platform for believers and people we disagree with to come on and express their opinions. This is not an outright rejection and dogpile of anything Christian or conservative. We welcome those ideas, and I've said it before. Aristotle said it is the mark of an educated mind to entertain an idea without accepting it. So you don't have to accept the ideas, but I do think it's your responsibility to listen to the ideas, to entertain the thoughts. And so many people think, if I just reject something outright, that's me being a good skeptic. I can keep my skeptic card because everything you say is BS. BS. Go ahead. BS. They just shoot it down as soon as you say something. That is not skepticism. Automatic rejection of something and refusing to look at evidence because you think it's ridiculous is the opposite of skepticism. You're still being dogmatic in your rejection of facts. So we want to get rid of that. We let people come on this show and talk about their ideas. We're going to talk about the problem of evil, of course, evidence for the Christian God, morality, original sin, Bible infallibility, contradictions, and what does it mean to be a Christian. We've also got a special candidate to go over today who's running for president, and John Carf will join us here in just a little bit to talk about news for the fourth listener. And Alex and I in the next segment are going to get into the Confederate flag issue. I can't wait to find your opinion. I'm pretty sure you're just completely pro Confederate flag. I'm just guessing.
You're going to be surprised.
Uh-oh. Wow. I think me and Alex are going to be fighting later. We're going to talk about that, and I'm going to let you know my last tour date for 2015, where I'll be, how long I'll be there, and how you can get tickets. We definitely want to set all of that up. But before we begin all of that, the moment you've actually been waiting for, let's get a Secular Coalition update with Kelly Damerow from the Secular Coalition for America. Hello, Kelly. How are you doing?
Hey, David. I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking.
Hey, thanks for joining us. I got an email today. It was an email action alert that I've talked about. So many people, they think that I talk about this stuff when you're on, like some kind of sponsor. This is not some paid thing. This is a public service for you folks to understand what's going on out there and how you can get involved and change the world. I got an email today, actually. It was an email action alert, and within about 15 seconds, I had made a difference and sent a message to my representatives. Talk about what message went out today.
Well, in those 15 seconds, you could seriously be changing a life. So we talked last week a little bit about this funding bill for the Labor Department and Health and Human Services and how they slipped some anti-abortion language into it and some religious refusals into it. Well, that wasn't the end of the sneaky provisions that got put into this bill.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. So both in the House and the Senate versions, funding for medically accurate comprehensive sex education was just decimated. A 90% cut in the House and an 80% cut in the Senate.
Wow.
Down to $20 million in the Senate and $10 million in the House. And of that $20 million in the Senate, $10 million of it would go to sexual risk avoidance education. And do you know what they consider sexually risky behavior?
Anything sex.
Anything sex outside of marriage.
So wait a minute. Mm-hmm. So sexual risk, what was it called?
Sexual risk avoidance.
That's just going to be abstinence.
Yeah.
Yeah. So half the funding for comprehensive sex education has to be used for abstinence until marriage education.
Okay.
But they didn't stop there. So in both the bills, they actually increased funding for explicit abstinence-only education by 300%.
Wait, so there's risky sex avoidance, which is really just a fancy way of saying abstinence only, and then there's specific budget allocated for abstinence only?
Yep. Both in the House and the Senate.
It pains me that I even have to explain to a listening audience why abstinence only is a bad idea.
And we have obviously tons of studies proving it, but there's actually a congressionally mandated study that showed it doesn't work. It was their own study, and they still completely ignore it.
I want to cover this. I wonder if there is someone out there, maybe my guest tonight, or maybe I'll ask him. I want someone to make a case for why abstinence only is actually a good idea. Do they have any evidence at all to back that up? Does anybody have anything that shows a report that these children taught abstinence only? I mean, I know there are some really strict, I've got a friend who's a former Mormon, and he credits his Mormonism for why, he made it, and, his first partner was his wife, and, that he didn't get into trouble and ended up with, some sort of STD and all this other stuff. He credits his Mormon background for that. And so I know that to some degree it could, I guess, help, but I think it's not healthy at all. It sounds like it's just very, very anti-instinct, if you will.
Yeah, and it's anti-education. I mean, so 8 in 10 teens haven't had any sex education before the first time that they actually have sex. And our response is to deny any information at all that they could find helpful.
I know you have other things to talk about, but I'm just I've got to take a moment to just talk about this. To me, it's along the same lines as gun control. Mm-hmm. Here's the thing, and I think it's really funny when I see people on opposite sides disagreeing, and then when you change the topic, they flip sides. And here's how this happens. So many liberals and atheists will say things like, you should not be letting your children shoot guns. You should not let them shoot at, human-shaped targets or zombie-shaped targets or all of these different things. They have all of these ideas of what you shouldn't allow your kid to do as far as guns. You shouldn't teach them how to load a gun. You shouldn't show them where the guns are. That you shouldn't do any of this. And then when you talk about, and then on the right of this subject, there's all the conservatives who are going, we should all have guns. Let's have guns on the picnic table. Let's have guns at dinner. Let's all go out for family shooting stuff day. Let's go hunting. They've got 5-year-olds shooting rifles, and they're all for it. And when you bring up the gun debate, you'll hear the liberals and the atheists saying things like it's dangerous to let kids feel comfortable with guns. And the conservatives are going, but if you teach them about it, they'll be responsible with them. And then you take that same subject and then you flip it into sex education. The liberals go, teach the kids about sex so they'll be responsible with it. And the conservatives are going, Jesus wouldn't like that very much. You better not teach your kids about sex. You better wait and hide the information from them until you think they're ready. And it's so incredible to me. For me, I can say that I'm consistent on both issues. I'm very consistent. I will teach my daughter about sex education. I will teach my son about sex education so that they can be prepared and be responsible, not suppressing desires and suppressing exploration. I want them to be safe, okay? And that's the same reason I let my children safely operate weapons, so that they can respect it and understand it and know that if they see a loose gun in someone else's house, they know what that thing can do. They know how dangerous it is. They will stay away from it. They can encourage other children to stay away from it. I've seen it in action, and I don't understand this concept of withholding information from people, especially children, and then expecting them to make a good logical decision when you're withholding some information.
But one of the big issues, and this is just the anti-evidence wing of politics, I guess, and you kind of see it on both sides, but in particular the conservative side, the right wing agenda. We know that abstinence only doesn't work. I mean, and we don't only see more children out of abstinence-only states, but we're exporting that really bad idea elsewhere. We know that conservative Christian groups are taking it to places like Africa, where it's problematic. It's a really big problem because abstinence only means no contraception. And when we start talking about the AIDS epidemic, you kind of need to always talk about condoms in places like that, and they're not. And it's because of abstinence only. I remember seeing my first African abstinence only billboard, and I just about lost it. And it's the same messaging that you get from here, just with black faces, but it's significantly more deadly because of how rampant the virus is over there.
Yeah, and I think that we see a pattern with this type of ideology of suppressing desires. That's what it comes down to. It's almost like your self-worth as an individual is measured by how much you can suppress your desires. If you really want that chocolate cake and you stop yourself from doing it, somehow you're better than the person who caves and walks over and sticks their finger in the icing, right? That's considered a bad person because they couldn't refrain from just caving to their desires. So Kelly, from the bill perspective, you said that it's now gotten worse. Has it been changed? Has it passed already? Where do we stand on the legal side of this?
So right now, just today, Wednesday, in the House Committee on Appropriations, it passed out, and it's going to hit the floor either later this week or sometime early next week. In the Senate, it's in the Appropriations Committee Thursday, and so we sent the action alert today and encourage people to hop on it as fast as possible, because if we can get it changed in committee, there's a much better chance it'll actually happen and go through. If it makes it all the way to the floor of the Senate, then we have to ask them to vote no on the entire bill, which, it's $1 billion funding bill. It's very hard for them to do. But it's this kind of gutting, and then the religious refusal language they added in there, there's just too much terrible in this bill to let it go on.
So this isn't an action alert that you can just let sit in your inbox for a while, and I'll get to that next week. They're voting on this stuff very, very soon. So if you're not signed up, please do it now at secular.org.
It's right on our homepage.
What's that?
The action alert is right on our homepage, and right up front in that scrolling banner.
Let me ask you something, and I know you may not be prepared for this, but I don't care, Kelly. I'm just a jerk. If they receive a lot of form letters like that are already pre-typed, and of course you can make edits to it if you want, but a lot of people won't. If they receive, say, 50 of those today, does it discount it at all that it was an easy form letter? Does it hold less weight than if someone were to sit down and type out their own message to them?
It depends on the message someone types out. If they send a rambly thing and they don't contact them frequently, that's not going to hold a lot of weight. If they send a form letter, but it's a group they recognize and they've seen before, if they keep hearing from that constituent over and over again, it's not going to have as much weight as a well-scripted, personalized letter, but it's going to matter a whole lot more than doing nothing.
Right. Okay. So if you don't typically write your congressmen and congresswomen, or you don't typically write your representatives, your letter's not going to have much of an impact anyway. So using the form letter is the fastest, easiest way to have your voice heard.
Yeah, it's a 95% impact in 15 seconds versus sitting down and researching the topic and finding all the right links and all the right numbers. Right. That could take you, an hour or two. But it will get you 95% of the way there.
Okay, so how likely is it that this is still going to pass? I mean, what do you think is going to happen out of this?
It's tough. So there was an amendment that was introduced by Representative Lee in the House committee, and they voted against it right down party lines. It's such a huge bill, and it is the base of funding for the entire Health and Human Services and Labor departments for 2016, that it's a real hard ask to vote against this entire bill for these provisions. But they're so egregious this time. I mean, they've been kind of trying to chip away at this for a while, but to just cut 90% of the funding and give it to abstinence only is huge. So there's a lot of different groups that are acting on this, and Planned Parenthood's all over it. And but it's a long shot. It is.
Wow. Well, I know next week, hopefully you'll be able to update us on what's going on with that. But you recently attended the Faith and Freedom Conference. We talked about that last week. How did that work out for you?
I got a lot of practice at my poker face. Which I found out is not very good. I mean, I've never felt so much like a spy, and like there was this giant light on me and everyone just knew who I was and what I was doing there, because I could not help but pull these just grimaces during some of the things that they've said. And it had, it was a lineup of all the heavy hitters. There was Rubio and Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush. And some of the things they were saying were just, they speak differently when they are talking to a room of what they think are faithful friends. So, did you have to go to a dentist afterwards? Because I mean, I would have gritted my teeth down to seriously, stress fractures and everything. I had to watch. I don't know if you've seen It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, because I just had to like wipe my mind by watching people who had like started with the same concept and showed how terribly wrong those things can go.
So what were some of the things that were said there?
Okay. Rubio actually wasn't as bad as I thought he'd be. Just the usual pandering of our national motto is "In God We Trust," because you can't do anything without God. A surprise
That means
non-candidate.
that means we didn't do anything in this country until about 1953.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Nothing at all.
Gotcha. Nothing.
Yep.
Got it.
Senator Johnson from Wisconsin, whose name I just like to say because that's fun and rhymey, said, if every American could enjoy the opportunity I had of having two loving parents of deep faith, this nation would be in a great state. Yeah. Oh, don't sigh yet. It gets better. Or worse, depending on how you look at it. Ted Cruz.
Oh, wait. I got to give you some Ted Cruz reading music.
Oh, yeah?
Ready? Here we go. All right, go ahead.
The modern Democratic Party has decided their commitment to mandatory gay marriage is more important than the First Amendment.
Did you say mandatory?
Yeah, he said mandatory.
What is mandatory gay marriage?
Why are you looking at me like that, Dave?
Yeah,
Well, we obviously have to get gay married, Alex.
Yeah, well, the IRS is going to require everyone to line up. Partner up.
Is it going to be an interracial game? Yeah, okay.
Wait, no, they'll probably deny us based on the interracial part.
Well, in some places they would.
We wouldn't be able to get married in Texas.
Mississippi, South Carolina will probably have a problem with it. I'm just saying.
We'll get to that next.
Okay. Alabama, we could probably pull it off in Alabama, honestly.
You know, we'll just tell them we're cousins.
You're going to get some email from that one.
All right, the former
David
governor
Dotsmalley,
and brother of former President Jeb Bush,
Yeah.
my former governor, said, how strange in our time today to hear that our faith and moral traditions spoken as some kind of backwards or oppressive force, when in fact it is really the moral foundation of our country.
Like slavery was, and that was American moral tradition, was it not?
And it was biblical.
It was biblical.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
So is Jim Crow.
It was justified
Yeah.
for the Bible.
And then the one that surprised me the most was actually Rand Paul. And I've got two from him. He said first, quoting Reagan, freedom and faith are so intertwined you shouldn't attempt to uncouple them. But the one that I almost had to leave the room. In reference to the events that took place in Charleston in the church there, he asked, what type of person does that? It's people not understanding where salvation comes from.
Right. So this one was a big punch in the face for me, right? When I heard this, because I did hear about this. And it is implying that somehow it's the lack of Christian faith or the lack of believing in Jesus that moved Dylan Snow to doing this.
Roof.
Dylan Storm, yes, Dylan
Roof.
Dylan Storm Roof. That's his full name, Storm Roof. Yeah, Dylan Roof. And that one hurt. That one hurt a lot.
Especially when it happened at a Bible study.
Yeah,
And he was in there for an hour before he did it.
and almost didn't.
He didn't just show up and decide to do it.
No. But see, and here, and this is one of the conversations I've heard this from some of my Christian friends is, had he not pulled it, had he just stayed there a little bit longer, and this is some of the defense that goes with it, is had he let the Spirit just take him over, because he did say he almost didn't go through with it. And that hurts, because there was, God didn't save them.
I heard his family talked about forgiving him and invited him to another Bible study.
Yeah, that
They see that as taking the high road.
I'm an atheist. I don't have to do that, because I don't see that as taking the high road. Not being able to grieve properly, not being able to be really upset. It hasn't worked for us before. why would we think that it would continue to work for us now?
And that's insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Sometimes you got to get mad.
I can understand, though. I do understand how, just even from a humanist perspective, how forgiveness can be useful.
Mm-hmm.
It can be useful to release anxiety. It can be useful to repair relationships. So I'm not saying they should never forgive him. I'm saying to immediately say, I forgive you, God will judge you, let's go do more Bible study.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's...
I can't do it.
No,
Can't do it.
at least not that soon.
Mm-mm.
Not that soon. If you want to get involved and send your representatives messages to let them know you are here and your secular voice matters, go to secular.org, sign up for the email action alerts. Please do it now. This thing is not something you can sit around and wait on. The website is secular.org. Kelly Demeraux, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, David.
We will hear from you next week. Coming up next, the Confederate flag issue. I'm going to tell you where I'm going to be in July. And then we're going to have some news for the fourth listener with John Carr. More Dogma Debate up next.
I'm Greta Christina, and I am the fourth listener.
To get your comment or question on the air, you can always live tweet during the show at David C. Smalley or give us a call at 214-377-1166. The conversation continues on Facebook.com/Dogma Debate. Seek the truth and free your mind at dogmadebate.com. For more information on this program and many others, visit secularmediagroup.com.
Atheist swag for heathens and sheathens. Get 15% off your entire order using the promo code Dogma Debate only at evolvefish.com.
You're listening to Dogma Debate on Secular Media Network.
Here's an excerpt from Atheist Universe by David Mills.
There was never any doubt voiced or even contemplated that day didn't mean day in the book of Genesis. Even Henry Morris and other creation science champions reaffirmed completely their belief that Genesis was literally true. Not so for the ID followers. They reject Genesis as being literally true, but can't seem to bring themselves to say that Genesis is literally false. They are torn schizophrenically between their emotional dependence on the local religion and their embarrassment at having to accept the serpent in the garden along with their Savior on the cross. The ID cultists want to be counted among the religious faithful, but long to be perceived as science-minded as well. ID evangelists are embarrassed by the content of their own Bible. Despite innumerable biblical references to the devil, ID's preachers never use the term publicly because they are ashamed of it.
Atheist Universe by David Mills is available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
While cutting molding with a 12-inch dual compound miter saw, while holding a newborn baby in your arms, when face-to-face with a congregation of alligators, with the ball in your hands and the entire freaking season on the line.
There are a million places you'd never consider texting, so why would you do it while driving? NASCAR driver Casey Kane here, asking you to please stop the text, and together we can stop the wrecks.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Get the message at stoptextstoprex.org.
If you've been missing Dogma Debate, man, it sucks to be you.
In the name of God, you kill. In the name of your God. In the name of God, you conquered. In the name of your God.
Oh yeah, I guess we do have a radio show to do. I'm just in the middle of conversations. We have this huge thing going on right now for tiny thinkers, science books for kids, and you can go to GoFundMe.com/tinythinkers and donate to be a part of that. There's some really cool rewards. You can actually have your kid drawn into the book. We've only got 4 of those, I think, left.
How much is that?
That one, I think. $350.
Man, I got four daughters. That's gonna break me.
That's all right. Go ahead.
I gotta pick one. No.
You can do all four.
I gotta pick one.
You're like, hey, could you make me one 4-headed kid? I'll try to work that in.
Just put it in the chapter called Revelation and be all good.
Well, no. These books have nothing to do with religion. These books are about scientists. Christian families can like these. Muslim families can like these. These are going to be scientists that your kids are going to be learning about anyway. So you can get a signed copy of one of the books. You can have your kid's name listed in the book. There's a $250 reward for that. And then the $350, you can actually have your kid drawn into the book. We've only got 4 of those available. You can get free audiobooks, all kinds of free stuff, T-shirts. I mean, just go check it out. One reward that really sticks out to me is for $4.99, you can actually be a co-host of Dogma Debate. And J.D. Minges just dropped that one on us about 6 minutes ago.
Ooh.
So he is going to be a co-host on Dogma Debate coming up soon. And I just want to list off real quick John Ezel, EJ, I know I can't say his last name, TJ, Lewis and Jessica. Kimberly also did it, and what Kimberly did is she went and donated, and then she saw the one where she could have her kid drawn in, and so she bought the first one. And so she added to it. So she's actually one of the ones who've done that. Corey has been so kind to give. Christina, Anthony, Corrine. That's just right off the top of my head and scrolling through this quick list, the people that we want to thank right now. Everybody's eventually going to be thanked on the air. So thank you so much. We try not to use last names just in case, we don't want to out you. Although there are a lot of Christian listeners to this show too. So it's not like, you know what? If you're having to pretend to be a Christian and you're listening to this show and you get busted, you can just be like, hey, there are some great apologists that go in there and they destroy that Smalley guy. And then look away so they don't see you laughing. But no, we do have some really good Christian guests, and we do have one coming up soon in this show. So check that out. GoFundMe.com/TinyThinkers. The total goal is 12,000. We're at 3,200 right now. So I'm really, really looking forward to getting these books out. There's going to be 3 books, actually, for this 12,000. We're going to be able to get them all illustrated, all published, printed. There's going to be hard copies. There's going to be Kindle versions, and we're even going to do audio books to go along with it. So this is going to be a whole lot of fun. GoFundMe.com/TinyThinkers. I want to talk to you about the Confederate flag issue, Alex, because I really, really like Dukes of Hazzard.
You can start with me already, man.
I love Dukes of Hazzard. No, that's.
So did I.
When I was a kid, man, that was my thing. That was my thing. So many people are like, you didn't do Star Wars, you didn't G.I. Joe, you didn't. No, I didn't any of that. I was driving around, pretending to drive under the picnic table because that was my car. Because you could slide into it.
Yeah,
you could slide into the picnic table, and it was like, you know how the Duke boys would slide in and out of the windows,
and across the hood, right? You had to go across the hood.
I got so many splinters in my butt from sliding across the top of my picnic table trying to be Bo and Luke Duke. Let me tell you, those boys were awesome, and so was Daisy Duke as well. First crush ever in my life, Daisy Duke in those little bitty shorts.
Yeah,
sorry, baby, but.
Mine was Janet Jackson on Different Strokes.
Oh, really?
It was.
Interesting how our lives are
completely
opposite. So I finally asked for and received finally a little pedal car that was designed like the General Lee. Never even crossed my mind what was on the top of that car. I never even thought about it. In fact, I said when I grow up, I'm gonna have my own version of the General Lee. And you know how much I would love to have one right now?
Yeah.
I would love, if I ever become the success I would want to, and I've got disposable income, one thing I'm gonna do is buy a General Lee replica. Those cars were awesome. But there's a Confederate flag on the top of it.
Yeah.
And I was probably 16 or 17 before I even put 2 and 2 together and realized that there's this flag on top of General Lee. It's General. It's called General Lee.
Yeah, exactly.
From the Confederate Army. I didn't even think about that. So I don't know that much history about the Confederate flag.
It didn't take me that long because I used to watch Dukes of Hazzard. It was on Friday nights, and I was a little kid, and one of the things that I guess Dylan kind of wrote in his manifesto is I was very racially aware of who I was when I was a kid, so I kind of became very aware of, wait a minute, I don't see too many black people on this show. It wasn't something that I was looking for. It's just something that I happened to notice.
Yeah.
I wanted the General Lee as well. And I remember saying that to one of my older family members. And he looked at me, he's like, you do realize what that is, right? I was like, no, what? And he sat me down and talked to me for about a good 10 minutes before it really hit me what that was. I was like, oh, wow. And we're just proudly just displaying that. And I do understand a little bit of the history behind the flag itself. You know, it's one of the Confederate symbols, you know, not necessarily it wasn't the first and it wasn't the fourth of the adopted Confederate flags. It's a battle flag. And, you know, it's the Beauregard's flag. It is the flag that was flown by people like General Lee and others. And it was a big middle finger to the Union Army. And I understand some people's desire to claim that as their heritage, but what it has morphed into, what it is associated with, is where the problem really lies, especially in South Carolina with what just happened, right? 9 people died.
Yeah.
And in South Carolina, it's particularly insidious because it's been flying.
Well, the 9 people died. That was in Charleston.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Charleston, okay. South Carolina.
Charleston. Okay.
Let's see.
Okay.
All right. So,
what was I just thinking of?
You were thinking north.
Yeah, but where's North Carolina? What city? Charlotte. I was thinking Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Inside the mind of David Small. Okay. So
all the states start to run together after a while.
I understand. So when you start looking at South Carolina, you know, they put it up in 1961, right? That's when they raised it in celebration of the
they put it up in 61?
Okay, yeah. So they put it up in 61 and then moved it to and it was in the Capitol, and they moved it to a flagpole in 2000, and it was in celebration of the Civil War.
Why would you celebrate that?
Why? Okay, well, so what really fueled a lot of the flag, and I'm not sure a lot of people even realize it, they're kind of two things. It was very quiet, it was very muted, it was very subtle, and it was Brown versus Board of Ed that really rallied a lot of people in the South. Hey, we're going to show this flag because, hey, now you're beginning to challenge segregation, because segregation, of course, is a throwback to pre-Civil War era. I mean, it is about slavery, and that's what people forget, that little tie, that little, so we have a lot of people that want to gloss over that fact, and that's when it becomes problematic, right? Because it is a symbol of, and what group, unfortunately, this is guilt by association as well, right? I'm not saying that, the flag by itself works great, but what group tends to use that flag?
Oh, yeah.
Whole lot
the
of, right?
White supremacists, the KKK.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Again,
my grandparents used to fly that flag. They had, in front of their house, they had the American flag and the Confederate flag.
Yeah.
In front of their house. And again, I never thought anything about it until I was about 15 or 16, had my own life, had my own car, realized what was going on. I was going to school in a predominantly black neighborhood, had all my friends black, never even thought about it. And then at one point, around 15 or 16, it just hit me like, why?
Southern pride.
Why do you have that out here?
Southern pride. What people do, and that's the thing. People, especially in the South, in the 4 states that have protected the flag, it's them, they see pride. The rest of the states see shame, and they don't get it.
Right. There's nothing to be proud of there.
Right. Which is actually why, and this is where we're going to disagree, I think South Carolina should continue to fly it.
Are you serious?
South Carolina, yeah. Everywhere else right now, take it down. South Carolina, because you are so racist, you deserve that symbol of shame. You continue to fly it, and this is why. So when you take a look at, and no disrespect to the 9 that died, but why are we only now having the conversation about taking the flag down in South Carolina? It should have never been up. It should have been pulled down years ago, but it's still flying. 9 people died, and it's still flying in South Carolina. And on Friday, Saturday, and even into Sunday, you had a governor that said it's a non-issue. You had a senator, not a state senator, but U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham said it's a non-issue. It wasn't until people like Mitt Romney said, okay, wait a minute, that crosses a line, right? It wasn't until some of the RNC has come out and said, you should probably take that down. It's still flying. Now, I understand that South Carolina is so racist that when they brought it up in 1961, that they made it a requirement of a supermajority of the state Senate to take it down. A supermajority. The governor cannot order to take it down. It must be a vote. Okay, there's more to this story because guess what? One of the most racist in Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, y'all can argue it out, but one of the most racist states in the U.S., Alabama, took it down today. This morning, Governor Bentley said, and no fanfare. He didn't call a press conference. There was no news coverage. In fact, he was having a conversation, another press conversation. And someone said, "Hey, 2 people just pulled the flag down. Are you what? Yeah, I ordered them to take it down." And that was basically the end of it. In Alabama leapfrogged South Carolina. South Carolina, Nikki Haley, just a couple of days ago said, yes, she wants to move to have it taken down, and they're going to move it to the floor for discussion or debate. This is why South Carolina deserves that flag. 10 state senators voted against even arguing it. South Carolina, you deserve that because you're probably going to reelect those folks.
Okay. So what do you say to the folks who make the argument of, like Lindsey Graham said, it's not the flag that made the person that made Dylan commit the murder. Dylan did it because he is a disturbed individual. He is an individual filled with hate. He did it. Whether the flag was red, white, and blue, pink, yellow, it didn't matter. Dylan would have done what Dylan did regardless of the flag. And they tried to then separate his behavior from the flag. I've even seen several black commenters, which shocked me, saying, man, it's a part of my heritage too. I grew up in South Carolina. I'm fine with this. It's heritage, not hate. And they defend this and say Dylan would have done what Dylan was going to do because of racism. Taking a flag down is not going to get rid of racism. You're missing the point. What do you say to those folks?
Well, okay, and there's a lot of truth to that, and that's also one of the reasons why I was, hey, you know what, you've earned it. It isn't going to, and I'm not interested in. I mean, it if we're not going to address the substantive issues that continue to facilitate the crime against the crime against crimes against humanity, in my opinion, what facilitated Dylan walking in and wanting to kill 9 black. I mean, it was a targeted crime.
So my opinion on this, Alex, is that no, it didn't make him do it. I don't even think it facilitated it. I don't think the flag had anything to do with it.
Not the flag. I agree.
But what I think it does suggest is that the government entities that fly this flag, it gives the appearance that somehow they still approve of public racism.
Okay, and
that's where I think they should take it down.
And this is this is where the South Carolinian legislature just proved that they don't. That they just proved, or they just voted against it, right? They haven't taken it down, and you have state senators who don't even want to talk about it. So we get into a discussion of, and I've had this fight almost since Friday, even with, you know, people of color, where, like, wait a minute, are you saying that the government that supports or represents black people should not insult black people? Well, yeah, that's fair. What makes you think that the government, which is made up of people, including those that are trying to repeal or turn back your voice, your right to vote, including places like South Carolina, represent you, right? I mean, it's not a separate conversation.
Let me ask you this. The whole thing with Alabama. Now, for South Carolina, now you're going to have to educate me on this, and if you don't know, we're both going to learn something together, because I don't know. I thought, okay, this is going to sound really dumb. I realize I don't know this. Is that flag just flying alongside in South Carolina, or is it the official state flag?
It is not the official state flag. It is a protected flag.
So they have their own state flag of South Carolina that has nothing to do with the Confederate flag.
You know what? Hold on, I'd have to double check.
Because I know Mississippi.
Mississippi has it.
It's a part of it.
It's part of it.
It's part.
Yeah.
And that definitely needs to be addressed at some point. They need to take that, not at some point, right now. I mean, I don't. There was a story in the news probably 2 years ago of a young black kid in college who had the Confederate flag up in his window. And I told the story backwards. There was a Confederate flag posted in the window at a college, and some black students got together and said, man, whoever's up in that dorm room has that Confederate flag up over their window, they should have to take that down. And they went to the school, and they went to the dean, and they complained and complained. Come to find out, the person who owned the flag and that was in the room was a black student who was proud to be from the South or whatever. And there was this big news story.
I remember.
How do you?
I remember. And
what do you think about?
But okay. So I remember the interviews that were given, and one, he really didn't understand the history behind it. He didn't understand what, why it's just a symbol, which is a lot of the argument that people that are very disconnected from the struggle for inequality, they don't get it. And I keep saying, if it's something that is part of your heritage, why not just fly the right one? Because you have one, you have the first one, you have the fourth one, and it's not the battle bar. I mean, it's not the X. It's not that. That wasn't one that was officially adopted. Yeah. So now you're telling me that it's something that is historical. But okay, so let's talk about that specific flag and what it means, because flags have meaning, right? They have meaning. Red, white, and blue, right? Old Glory. Yeah. It has meaning. I mean, the stripes, the stars, you know exactly what those means. Well, what the current Confederate flag means to at least 30% of the population of South Carolina is racism. It is a symbol that has been co-opted by the Klan, yes, absolutely, and the Aryan Nation, absolutely, but it's also intrinsically tied to the Civil War and what, at least for a good part, was about their freedom.
Did the flag exist prior to the Civil War?
Ooh, that's
the one thing that would make me go, wait a minute, I don't know. Because right now I'm 100% for everybody getting rid of the flag. If it was designed because, hey, we are pro-Confederacy, we are pro-slavery, plus all the tax issues, and we want to secede. If it was designed for the purpose of leaving the Union so you could keep slaves, there is no logical explanation. Because if you start using the term heritage, not hate, what is your heritage of? That is the heritage of hate.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's all it represents. That's all anybody thinks about when they see it.
Yeah.
One could then make the argument, yeah, but the American flag was flying when slavery. Yeah, I get it. But there was a split. There was a war. There was a fight. The people who were then fighting against freeing the slaves proudly held this flag. Why would you want to fly it today unless you want to revert back to that? That doesn't make any sense to me. And for those of you that are sitting there thinking, this is just a symbol. It's just one symbol. It doesn't matter. The flag isn't racism. It's just a piece of cloth. Who cares? It's the same reason why you should speak up when you hear a black joke in a room full of white people. It's the same reason you should speak up when people call Caitlyn Bruce in a locker room. It's the same reason you speak up when you hear atheists have no morality. It's because our silence on issues like this is acceptance of bigotry. And if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. I'm not saying run around and take anything from anybody that appears to be racist. I'm not really talking about that. And I know that the folks who want to be extreme are going to go, oh, yeah, you do that first. Next thing you know, I can't have my house a certain color. I can't cut my hair a certain way. I can't do this. I can't do that. Let's start with the low-hanging fruit. Let's start with the basics. Your silence is acceptance, and if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And that's what this is for me. This is correcting a gay joke. This is correcting a black joke. This is saying, well, now hold on. Even Christians listening right now who have listened to this show long enough or know enough atheists to know that atheists can be perfectly good, decent, moral people without a belief in a religion. When you're in a room full of Christians and you hear a Christian go, yeah, they don't even have any morality. They must rape babies and kill each other all the time. You have an obligation to speak up and say, well, I think they get their morality from God too, just like we do, so I think they can be good people. Say whatever you want to say, but speak up on behalf of non-believers that you know are good people. You don't let this stuff go, because if you stay silent in the face of bigotry and nonsense, you are a part of the problem, and you can pat yourself on the back for continuing to perpetuate ignorance. That's what this is. It's not about the material. It's not about the colors.
Alabama
beats South Carolina.
Go Tide. I know I'm gonna get some hate mail for that one. Go Tide. And so we talk about Southern pride. Well,
I don't even understand what that means.
You know what? Let's do. And I was talking to Brandy about this earlier. Southern Pride 2.0. We ditched the flag, and guess what? Alabama did it first.
That's something to be proud of. You step up and you ditch the flag that represents holding on to slavery. That's something to be proud of. If you've got a question or comment on this flag, live tweet right now at David C. Smalley. I want to see, and I'm glad it's on Twitter, because I don't want to read your 7-page email of why the flag is okay. You have 140 characters to tell me why the flag is okay. If you have justification for why the flag should stay, why we should not just completely ban it, is it freedom of speech? Do we just fall back on that and go, the Klan probably has a flag. Are we going to tell them they have to take it down? No, they have this freedom of speech. But these state entities, these government entities, should not be perpetuating a message of hate. Why should we not ban it from public buildings? Especially if you're an atheist and you think the 10 Commandments should be taken out, but you're okay with the Confederate flag at this building. I can't wrap my head around that. So here's the big secret. My final tour date for 2015, July 31st through August 2nd. I will be in St. Louis. Washington University in St. Louis is going to house and host Gateway to Reason. Go to gatewaytoreason.com for more information. But I want to tell you now about some of the speakers. Brother Sam Singleton is going to be there. He just released a brand new book called God's Truth, published by Secular Media Group. It's available on Amazon Kindle and about to be released on audio through atheistaudiobooks.com. Brother Sam Singleton will be doing a performance there. David Fitzgerald is going to be there. Teresa McBain, Steve Jacobs, Nate Phelps, P.Z. Myers, Vicky Garrison, Rebecca Vitzman, Aaron Ra, Faisal Saeed Al-Mutar. This is going to be a fantastic conference. J.T. Eberhard is going to be there. All the speakers are listed, gatewaytoreason.com. Some guy named Seth Andrews. I think he's got a little podcast. Not real sure. Phil Ferguson's going to be there. Sarah Moorhead. I'm looking forward to seeing Seth. I hadn't seen him actually in a while. Russell Glasser is going to be there. Dan Barker, Matt Dillahunty, Tracy Harris, Hemant Mehta, Kenny Nip. This is going to be some of the... We're going to have a blast. You know what these feel like to me, Alex? Family reunions.
Yeah.
They feel like family reunions.
Yeah.
I see familiar faces that I know aren't going to judge me, and I like giving hugs. It's a blast.
Yeah.
I will be there. I'll be giving a talk, and I'll be doing a live radio broadcast from the stage. You should try to go, Alex.
I'll try.
You should try to go. Okay. You can ride with me.
When is it?
Just me and Braden are going.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
July 31st through August 2nd.
I might do that.
Can I be the little spoon?
I'm always the big spoon.
Brandy's eyes just got big. What? That escalated quickly. Oh, we'll be right back to find out who your secret candidate is this week and get news from the Fourth Listen or Dogma Debate up next.
Get sexy with Dr. Daryl Ray and Secular Sexuality, only on Secular Media Network.
Hello, I'm Alan Cumming. Live Out Loud is calling on the LGBT community to help improve life for gay teens. Take what you know and gay it forward through the Homecoming Project, a chance to return to your old high school and share your story with LGBTQ youth. Your life experiences and wisdom can prove invaluable to teens who may be struggling with their own identities and paths in life. One day can make a lasting difference. Gay it forward with the Homecoming Project. Find us at liveoutloud.info to learn how you can get involved today.
The staff of Secular Coalition for America lobbies U.S. Congress on issues of separation of church and state, and they've become a powerhouse for change in the United States government. You'll definitely want to subscribe to receive their email action alerts. These are updates for important issues and ones that you can get involved with directly. And hopefully, you'll consider making a contribution to the Secular Coalition for America to help them continue fighting for your equality. You can do it all at secular.org. And if you get the chance, let them know that Dogma Debate sent you.
I'm a Dogma Debate volunteer because I have 2 small boys, and I need them to live in a world where it is safe for them to be open about who they are, atheist or religious. My name is Alicia Cook, and I am the Fourth Listener.
Be sure to sign up at login.dogmadebate.com and take advantage of your Fourth Listener status.
Here's an excerpt from Baptized Atheists by David Smalley.
I stood in the warm holy water at the First Baptist Church of Everman in a small town in Texas. And Pastor Mike said to me, "Do you believe Jesus Christ died for your sins so that you may enter the kingdom of heaven?" I nervously responded, "Yes." He continued, "Then you are hereby saved in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." As the water covered my eyes and face, and my breathing paused, I briefly questioned my answer. I think I believe in God, but how can one man's death result in the salvation of billions? And how does killing the innocent pardon the guilty? Upon breaking the surface of the water, I continued to ponder the agreement I had just made. I was walking up the steps out of the baptistry, draped in a pure white gown, soaked from head to toe, as water was dripping with each step. The crowd was cheering, but I had never been more confused in my entire life. What had I just accomplished? I thought to myself, why should that tragedy of Jesus' death have to take place if God were in control? Why would a righteous God demand the blood, torture, and death of anyone, let alone his only begotten Son? Most importantly, I thought, why haven't I thought about this before now? I suppose I had just gone along with everyone else because I thought it was part of life. And I'd always been taught that if you ever said you weren't Christian, then you were immediately bad. Getting baptized was just something boys did, like going to school and shaving for the first time. I never really thought about it with a free and open mind before. As others were being baptized and the ceremony was being completed, I realized the pastor must have seen doubt on my face. He leaned close to me and lightly said, "You know, son, you can't just say you believe. You have to know it to be true in your heart." That changed everything.
Baptized Atheist by David Smalley is now available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
I'm Daniel Radcliffe, and I believe that reaching out for help is the bravest thing a person can do. If you are struggling and need support, call the Trevor Lifeline at 1-866-488-7386. It's free and confidential, and trained counsellors are there to listen 24/7 without judgment. To learn more about the Trevor Project's life-saving work for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or questioning young people, go to thetrevorproject.org.
You're listening to Dogma Debate with David Smalley, only on Secular Media Network.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, not only listening to Dogma Debate, I'm the guest. And that must make me at least the fourth listener.
Be sure to sign up at login.dogmadebate.com and take advantage of your fourth listener status.
Founded in 2006 for the purpose of realizing one man's vision, the Richard Dawkins Foundation works to remove the corrosive influence of religion in education and in the public square, while also working to eliminate the stigma that surrounds atheism, secularism, and non-belief. People should be free to express their non-belief without risking their jobs, businesses, relationships, and community standing, because continuing to allow attacks on science, climate change, medical advancements, and sex education has real-world consequences for billions of human beings beyond the discomfort of a few. Freedom for scientists, health and climate researchers, and ordinary human beings to work in understanding our universe and subscribing to an evidence-based world without the interference of religion is paramount if we are going to have a healthy future or else succumb to the darkness of ignorance and despair. The Richard Dawkins Foundation is committed to changing our culture, and you can help by joining, donating to, or volunteering for the Richard Dawkins Foundation at richarddawkins.net/donate, or you can sign up for their newsletter at richarddawkins.net/subscribe. Reason, Science, Progress. The Richard Dawkins Foundation at richarddawkins.net.
To get your comment or question on the air, you can always live tweet during the show at David C. Smalley, or give us a call at 214-377-1166. The conversation continues on Facebook.com/Dogma Debate. Seek the truth and free your mind at dogmadebate.com.
Like most of you, I was indoctrinated with religion. Had a time when I was much too young to make decisions. Dragged by the hand without permission, lacked the cognitive ability to see the contradictions in the superstitions. I know my mother really thought that she was doing right, cause after all, this wasn't a war she was taught to fight. Buried under layers of prayers, emotional attachments, and every other program and attached with a sense of common unity involvement. No actual incentive to question all of the sermons from the pulpit. This is how they introduced the idea. Family rooted in the fear, no question validity, just adhere. It's not innocent, it sets a bad precedent. Internalized credulity for things that lack evidence. Some people keep this way of thinking for their whole lives. The need for critical thinking is never realized. I don't want to hear about the books that you have read. Explain to me the way you see the thoughts inside your head. Not filtered through the garbage you regurgitate instead. Your thoughts are just a program with which you are in bed. All I really want to do is show you there is freedom. Eliminate those primitive myths, you don't need them. The clergy only trolling for power, so don't feed them. And since they can't prove it, remove it and don't believe them. Ponder the logic of life.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. Stephen Luttrell on Twitter says the swastika has a long history that has nothing to do with hate. That doesn't mean it's cool to fly it now. Randy on Twitter says, punish South Carolina and make it fly the swastika flag too. Wow. Yeah, and Stephen Luttrell again, he said, I don't get state governments being able to fly a separatist flag.
Yeah.
That's really the point.
That's
exactly it. Exactly it. And Irreverent Dave is saying that your voice is too deep and they can't understand you. So I'm gonna trim off some sexy button here.
No.
Yeah. Wait. Hold on.
No.
Wait. No. All right. Talk now, Alex.
No.
All right. Now try it.
No.
That's perfect. It's like you're on the phone.
Wonderful. You know why? You know where that deepness comes from, right?
I'm sorry. What? Your call's breaking up. Somebody get this caller off the line. Okay, I'll fix it. Was that a hanging up noise?
Yes, it was.
Wow. All right. Sorry.
Wow.
Too much bass
John's
in
like,
my
wow,
voice.
just playing with audio live on air. That's what we do.
Okay.
John, I know you've got another candidate for us, and when I saw who it was going to be, I immediately started laughing because I have the feeling that we're going to get some of the best quotes we've ever had.
Well, he's kind of an interesting guy.
He's interesting.
I'm excited now.
Are you ready, Alex?
I'm so
very excited that you're here for this.
I can tell.
I don't know why.
You have no idea why? All
Why
right.
you're excited that he's here for this.
I'm excited that Alex is here for this one.
Okay, all right.
All right, so who is our special focus today? Why are you shaking your head, Alex? What?
It's not him, is it?
Who?
Is it?
What?
Go ahead. Who is it, John?
Oh, you don't know. Okay, in the run-up to the election, we're covering the candidates who are running for the office of most powerful human being on the planet. Okay, and I've said this each time, and so far we've gone through Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, and Marco Rubio.
Mm-hmm.
Next person to declare was Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah. Thanks, John. Thanks.
Surgeon, who was the first surgeon to separate conjoined twins at the head. He once told Sean Hannity that he would run for president only if the Lord grabbed me by the collar and made me do it. So we're calling this segment "Jesus Made Him Do It." So yeah, it's kind of interesting. The where he got his bones, so to speak, with Fox News was at the 2013 National Prayer Breakfast. In his speech, he talked about political correctness, and it's kind of a conservative speech, and the president was standing right there, and everybody at Fox News, oh, look, you are speaking truth to power, so to speak. So everybody thought that was cool, and so he got on Fox News, and that instantly, apparently, Jesus grabbed him by the collar and made him do it. So he's running for president. And he's retired, obviously, as a neurosurgeon. Just a note, there's a reason why surgeons in the UK are not called doctor, they're called Mr. Because surgery is considered to be sort of mechanical. They're like the engineers of the doctor world, and we all know the thing about engineers. As opposed to doctors are more chemistry-oriented. So anyway, here we go. What we've been doing, though, is going through 5 things that, and I'm trying to find unique things about each of the candidates. So we're going to start with Dr. Ben Carson with his belief on climate change, and it's kind of unique. And here's his take on climate change. Quote, "The climate change debate is irrelevant. Temperature change is cyclic. There's always going to be warming and cooling. That's it. That's it. He won't talk about it past that point."
Well, saying climate change is irrelevant is kind of still a big deal.
Yeah, but that's it. You know, in other words, they were like, but what about, and no, that's it. I'm not talking about it anymore. And that is kind of a thread through some of his stuff. Education is next for him, and he told conservatives gathered at CPAC that Common Core is not school choice. Public schools don't need some central government telling them how to compete. And then somebody said, but should there be standards? Yeah, but not from a central entity. Okay. He supports vouchers in charter schools.
Wait, what is a standard? A standard that you just make up on your own is just not a standard.
It's not a standard.
Yeah.
We'll see, that, of course, is the deal. Okay. And he also said, because, you know, they make stuff up as they go along. Private schools or charter schools outperform those taught in traditional public schools. And then nobody ever says, really? Is that an actual fact? No, well, no, it's not. But that doesn't matter because that's the end of his deal on education. He won't speak about it anymore.
So he's just not going to talk about stuff.
No. Well, no. But, you know, he says something interesting and then that's it. Okay. On his official website, he has like one little area that's sort of about abortion, homosexuality, and Christian discrimination. So he supports what is called the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act, which would make it illegal to have an abortion more than 20 weeks after fertilization. And he would push to overturn or uphold Roe v. Wade. On gay marriage, he told CNN that he thinks the issue of sexual preference is personal and has no place in public debate, so he's no longer going to discuss it.
Yeah.
Hold on.
He you know what? I like listening to him because he is the drops the mic candidate. After he says something,
exactly
he drops the mic and walks away. Like, wait, we got questions. Nope, mic's dropped.
No, that's it. I already told you what I thought.
Mic's on the floor.
It sounds like, look, this is what it sounds like to me. It sounds like, you know what would be awesome? We just had our first black president elected. We need somebody to compete with that.
Yeah.
I know a black Republican.
Oh, well.
And then he goes, hey, I'm a black Republican. I'm going to do this. What about the issues? Did you hear me? I'm a black Republican.
And then drops mic.
And then he goes to a conference. What do you feel about education? I'm a black Republican.
Right.
Next question, please. How do you feel about climate change? Not that big of a deal, considering that I'm a black Republican. It's like he thinks that that's going to just coast him along. The issues still matter.
Okay. Separation of church and state, David. You know, in every one of our candidates, I have found some quote somewhere that I just don't understand. Okay, and there's going to be something in here that I don't understand, and then maybe you can parse it for me.
Okay.
Okay, on his official website, under the heading, Keep Faith in Our Society, it reads, our founding fathers were courageous men of principle and faith. We know this because the Declaration of Independence, our bedrock document, explicitly acknowledges the existence of our Creator. Okay, fine. The United States of America was founded on, guess what? Judeo-Christian principles. We can and should be proud of that fact. It served us well for almost 200 years. I don't know how exactly it did, but there you go. Okay, fine.
Served us well.
All right, here we're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
However, we need to reverse the recent trend of secular progressives using activist federal judges to drive faith out of our society. Now, here's the part I don't understand. Anyone who wishes to practice their faith, for example, by praying privately, can and should be able to do so. Equally, the rights of someone to abstain from private prayer should also be jealously protected. The First Amendment enshrines our freedom to practice whatever faith we choose from any government intrusion. Our founding fathers never meant for the First Amendment to be used to drive prayer out of the public square. So here's the deal. Private prayer should be protected. Of course, I don't know how you tell if somebody's praying privately. Abstention from private prayer should also
Anybody
be
praying in there?
protected. How do you tell if somebody is not praying privately? How do you tell? Are you praying privately right now? No. Oh, okay. Good. I could tell. And then
Hold on. It goes like this. Dear Lord, I would like to thank you for my. Oh God. Yes, sir. The hell you doing? Counting toothpicks. All right. Continue.
As long as you're not praying privately.
Yeah, that's how it goes. I think that's Obama. That's Obama's job. He walks around. Are you doing any praying?
Right.
Give me your gun. That was a horrible
Obama.
Obama.
Give me your gun. The private square. Is he praying? Wait, is he publicly praying? No, I'm sorry. Is he privately praying in the public square, or is he publicly praying privately? Part I don't understand.
I got that. That's what. That just killed me. I just got that.
Right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
He says you should be able to pray privately or not pray privately in the public square.
So I don't understand this concept of, hey, we shouldn't allow our government to force prayer during public official meetings.
Privately.
And they go, wait a minute, I can't pray at a restaurant anymore? I'm going to go protest.
Right.
What do you hear when we talk to you? It's insane.
Wow. I read this like 15 times, and I tried to parse this out to figure out. And this is a major deal on his website, next to things like we have to keep the detention center in Guantanamo Bay.
Okay.
So this is a major issue for him, apparently.
And evolution. Are we going to get to evolution? Because he doesn't.
No. I tried to find the weirdest stuff. And so, what did
he say on evolution,
from everybody else? The whole thing about him and evolution is, he's a young Earth creationist.
Yeah.
Because he's a Seventh-day Adventist. His whole thing. Remember, I explained his story once before, where he got very angry about somebody because they were arguing what was on the radio, and this is when he was 8 years old, and he tried to kill him, and the blade broke. but he didn't know it, and he thought he actually heard him, and he sat in his bathroom at home and prayed and came out, and nobody was hurt. A miracle.
Yeah.
Right, there you go.
Ben Carson is a brilliant surgeon. I think that's
Absolutely.
as far as yeah, he's a brilliant surgeon.
Surgeon, right? He's an engineer.
I want to know. I want to know more about that. I want to know how someone can be so intelligent, and then when it comes to something like climate change, say it's not relevant.
It's the engineer thing. They all see design. Wherever they turn, they see design because that's what they do. That's what they deal with. They deal with structure. Okay, and that's why we see engineers when I was like, well, this guy's a scientist and he believes, that the Earth is only 6,000 years old and that there's obviously intelligent design. He's really a scientist? Yeah, he's an engineer. Okay, well, okay, he's an engineer.
Okay,
and that's the thing. They all see design.
Okay, what else we got?
Last and finally for him, it's poverty. Okay, so here's the deal with him on poverty. This is a quote from one of his speeches. God has opened many doors of opportunity throughout my lifetime, but I believe the greatest of these doors was allowing me to be born in the USA. Growing up, I heard many complaints from those around me about poverty, but visiting such places as India, Egypt, and Africa has provided me with perspective on what poverty really is. Hundreds of millions, if not billions of people in the world live on less than $2 a day. Many of those living in poverty in this country, in fact, would be considered quite wealthy by poor people in other countries. Also, here in the U.S., there's no caste system to determine one's social status, so there are many opportunities for people to escape poverty without resorting to a life of crime. You are much more likely to be judged in this nation by your knowledge and the way you express yourself than you are by your pedigree. I'm not sure we realize how good we have it. The Bible makes it clear that we have a responsibility to be kind to the poor among us, but America did not become a great nation by encouraging people to feel sorry for themselves and seek handouts from others. If we are to provide assistance to our able-bodied citizens, it should be attached to a requirement for work. So that's the deal. That's him with poverty. In other words, so with him, it's you have no idea how good you actually have it. Because there are 1 billion people who live on $2 a day, and if you don't watch it, don't make me come over there because I'll just give you just $2 a day. Okay, he's sounding like it's the dad thing, right? And if we have to somehow, if you're poor and we have to give you money, there will be an attachment to work. Later on in the speech, he talks about that the work needs to be heinous. Okay. So bad that you actually go find something that you'd rather do.
So this is the problem with too much Discovery Channel for Republicans,
it's
right?
Patronage, yeah.
It's Survivor Man. Everyone sees Survivor Man. Look, they put him out with a knife, and that's about it. And he can hunt. And he can build a shelter. Right. Yeah. He's not homeless anymore. If he could do it, you could do it too.
Here's a knife.
Yeah. Here's a knife. Right, exactly. Right. So forget reparations, here's a knife.
So Stephen Luttrell just tweeted a little tongue twister for us.
Uh-huh.
I want Alex to try it first.
Oh no. How many prayers can a padre pray privately in a public place?
How many prayers can a padre pray privately in a public place?
How many prayers can a padre pray privately in a public place? How many prayers can a padre pray privately in a public place? How many prayers can a padre
say that 3 times? Oh,
yeah.
The Republic. This is going to be a fun news cycle.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be fun. 2016 is going to be a blast.
Yes, it is.
It is going to be a blast. I may have to go out and get live TV again. I gave up sports. I gave up my sports. I'm going to be going to Buffalo Wild Wings going, can you put the debate on?
I know, right?
And they've got to cut it down to 10. That was what Fox said.
Yeah.
20.
Yeah.
There's almost 20.
Wow.
It'll be 20, I think, after tomorrow.
All right. You ready to do some news, John?
Yeah, just because you were talking about the flag earlier, if you want to know where the flag actually is, there's a memorial in a separate place. It's not actually it's at the Capitol, but it's like in a little separate area all by itself on its own flagpole that actually has a padlock that keeps it there. And in 2000, they changed the law to make it not just a supermajority of the Senate, but a supermajority of both houses. 2/3
Wait, is it a memorial for people who died in the Civil War?
Yes, for Confederate soldiers. And as a matter of fact, in 2000, the law was changed that any Confederate memorial of any kind, even if it's just a little marker on the side of a road that says a Confederate soldier spit here, in order for you to move it, change its color, turn it upside down, whatever, requires 2/3 of both houses of Congress in South Carolina in order for that to be approved.
Does that change anything for you, Alex?
Nope.
The fact that it's only a memorial for people who died during that war, and that's the flag they died under.
It's on the Capitol grounds, dude. No.
Oh yeah. Well,
it's on the
I
Capitol
understand
grounds.
it. And actually, when it comes to the flag, if I could just, I mean, you can shut me up, David, if you want. But I kind of got in trouble on Facebook because what I said was that personally I believed that the Republicans were going to use it for cover. They were going to hold on to it as long as possible, and then they were going to go ahead and cave. And after they caved, what they were going to say was, well, don't talk to us about gerrymandering or voter suppression. We gave those people the flag. What more do they want? Just saying.
Okay. Are you ready for news?
Absolutely.
Good. Let's get it going.
Here you go.
And now, it's news for the fourth listener with John Carf.
This is news for the fourth listener, brought to you by Secular News Network and sponsored by Atheist Audiobooks, who has changed the landscape of secular media to both educate and entertain the public. You can play a part in helping Atheist Audiobooks change the world by visiting their GoFundMe page and making a donation to help bring 4 new children's books on science into reality, both in print and audio. There are some great rewards for donating, including one where you can get to read the news live on Dogma Debate in my place. Go check it out and help at GoFundMe.com/Atheist Audiobooks. Today, of course, it's all about Charleston and the religious rights response. American Family Association official Sandy Rios, speaking on her radio program last week, accused President Obama of using the Charleston church massacre to try to whip people into an emotional frenzy about disarming the American people. Rios, who previously said that Obama enjoyed the shooting because it offered him an opportunity to remove guns from the hands of the American people, also told us that her job is to tell us whether she likes the president or not.
And when the president comes out and the first thing that he leads with is that we need to enforce gun control, which I know means that you and I will be unable to defend ourselves. My pastor in his own church will be a sitting duck. I don't think that's politics. I think that's as serious as death. And I'm sorry, I'm not running for office, and I'm not promoting anybody running for office, but I do not like the president using this tragedy to try to whip people into an emotional frenzy about disarming the American people. I'm responsible to speak the truth. If that means criticizing the president, then I don't like him. I think he's dangerous. I think he's stirred a lot of this unrest up. I think he has made racial tensions much worse, and I'm mad about that.
I think the only thing she said that was the truth was the fact that I don't like him. Her actual job, apparently, is to voice her unconsidered opinion, and that opinion, as uninformed and twisted as it may be, obviously has a forum. Continuing, the day after South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and other leaders called for the Confederate flag to be removed from the State House grounds, Fox News' Ed Henry pointed out that Mike Huckabee had refused to lead on that issue just the day before. Governor Huckabee decided instead to talk about the fact that racism apparently is solved.
And I salute Governor Haley and the other people of South Carolina for saying, look, if this is a distraction, it's not that important to us. What's more important is a state where we can create the kind of atmosphere that we saw out of the church members of Charleston. And I keep hearing people talk about we need more conversations about race. Actually, we don't need more conversations. What we need is conversions, because the reconciliation that changes people is not a racial reconciliation. It's a spiritual reconciliation when people are reconciled to God. We saw it in those church members. When I love God and I know that God created other people regardless of their color as much as he made me, I don't have a problem with racism. It's solved.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. It's solved. Why are we talking about this? Of course, as any Klansman will tell you, a burning cross is a symbol of the racism being consumed by fire up into the sky where Jesus lives. I guess that most Christian plantation owners didn't have a problem with racism either. They didn't have a problem because they didn't have to deal with it. It's solved. Finally, on his radio program yesterday, Brian Fisher once again contributed some of his typically well-reasoned and insightful thoughts on the controversy over the Confederate flag by demanding that if this flag is going to be removed, so too should be the rainbow flag. And you know, so far this segment, I don't think we've had a single reference to Nazis.
If we are going to remove symbols of oppression from our culture, if we come to the point where we say, hey, any flag that represents bigotry, any flag that represents hatred, any flag that represents slavery or oppression needs to be removed, then I want to suggest to you that the next flag to go ought to be the rainbow flag of the gay Reich. The rainbow flag represents the homosexual lobby. It represents Big Gay. It represents the gay Reich. They've got a flag, just like the Nazis had their flag. The Nazis had a flag. The Confederates have a flag. The United States has a flag. And the gay lobby, Big Gay, the gay Gestapo, they've got a flag.
Did he just say Big Gay?
Yes,
and I'm suggesting
twice.
to you that flag...
Yeah. He also talked about the gay lobby and the gay Gestapo, which I got to tell you, I bet their uniforms are amazing. Just saying. I don't know who they are exactly. So yeah, okay. We'll go ahead.
If we are going to remove
and finish this off.
The United States has a flag, and the gay lobby, Big Gay, the gay Gestapo, they've got a flag, and it's the rainbow flag. And I'm suggesting to you that flag is a symbol of slavery and oppression and bigotry and prejudice and bias. So if we're going to go after symbols of oppression, we ought to make the rainbow flag the next target for removal in our culture.
Yeah, and that's right. He said gay Reich, as like in the Third Reich. And he's like coined that. He thinks, it's like other people are going to start using it. And, nobody quite puts it in all in perspective like Brian Fisher. If there's a way to bring in Nazis and gays into whatever argument you've got, this is the guy who can do it for you. So there you go. So this week, Sandy Rios said the president enjoyed the shooting in Charleston. Mike Huckabee said that racism has been solved and why are we bothering him? And Brian Fisher really likes to compare things to Nazis. You may facepalm now. This has been News for the Fourth Listener, brought to you by Secular News Network and sponsored by Atheist Audiobooks, changing the landscape of secular media. You can help to change the world through the GoFundMe page, where there's a donation reward where you can do the news live and let everyone know that they can facepalm now. Help bring 4 new Tiny Thinkers children's books on science into reality, both in print and audio, by donating at GoFundMe.com/Atheist Audiobooks. For Secular News Network, I'm John Carf.
Thank you, John. Coming up next, we'll be joined by our Christian listener. You don't want to miss this. More Dogma Debate up next.
You ever heard this chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco spit?
Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco spit. Good old boy stuff. One of you should wear a cowboy hat during it. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco spit. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco spit.
Back at Chuda. And then they spit.
Some country songs, the guy sounds a little bit country and it's okay. Welcome back to the Dogma Debate. And I'm here, your host, David. Sound real country. And I'm a good old boy drinking whiskey. It's part of my culture. I'm a redneck. I have the Copenhagen in my mouth. I chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit. I have a shotgun. I live in the country. I drive a truck. You know what? I better go drink some whiskey. I'm your buckaroo. I put my pistol on me, and I went and got in my pickup. It's manly to drink hard liquor, drive immediately afterwards. Green traffic light, turn straight to red. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit.
Back at Chuda. And then they spit.
I went to the sink and I got some Resolve. Laid it on my cushions and I wiped it off. Country music, country music, country music. Hey, that's a country song. I like it. God, that sounds pretty redneck already. He needs a little lubricant. Ain't a damn one know how to do the Dougie. Good old boy. Woohoo! McDonald's, let's do it. Prayer to the man upstairs. Okay. Prayer to the man upstairs. You clean your plate. Because Rodney Atkins said so. Yeah, eat all your food. You can be a big old cowboy. I heard y'all had sushi, so you can't be in love. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, chew tobacco, chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco 3 times.
And then they spit.
David Smalley is pretty much the exact opposite of Glenn Beck.
There is no invisible Chinese stealth plane. We made that up.
You're listening to Dogma Debate on iHeartRadio.
Here's an excerpt from Nailed by David Fitzgerald.
Didn't there have to have been a Jesus? Perhaps he was just a wandering teacher or an exorcist, an apocalyptic prophet or a zealot who opposed the Romans. Perhaps he was all these things, or even a composite of several such early first-century figures. But at any rate, surely there had to be somebody at the original core of Christianity, arguably the most famous individual in human history. All this seems to be a perfectly reasonable, completely natural assumption to make, so why would anyone be so foolish as to propose that Jesus never existed? Doesn't it just make more sense to assume that there was a historical Jesus, even if we're unable to recover the real facts about his life and death? As it turns out, no. The opposite is true. The closer we look at the evidence for Jesus, the less solid evidence we find, and the more we find suspicious silences and curious resemblances to the pagan and Jewish religious ideas and philosophies that preceded Christianity. And once you begin to parse out the origins of this tradition or that teaching from their various sources, the sweater begins unraveling quickly until it becomes very difficult to buy that there ever was, or even could have been, any historical figure at the center.
Nailed by David Fitzgerald is now available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
Hey, Fourth listener, get your behind-the-scenes access, peek into the studio, and even get special contact info, all by signing up at login.dogmadebate.com.
Hi, I'm Shelley Siegel, and I'm the fourth listener of Dogma Debate.
Say that I need to be saved. Say with me, the devil got his way. I want to know how when you are praying, when you are doomsdaying, how you think you know that someone is listening to what you are saying.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. That was an interesting story you just told me, Alex.
Yeah.
Can you share that with the listeners before we bring on our Christian listener?
Sure. So it was
except without the stupid joke.
No, the joke is awesome.
No,
okay.
The joke is dumb.
They're going to get it. They're going to get it
because you're not going to get it.
You have a lot of smart
they're going to
listeners.
get it, and then they're going to get it, and then they're going to go, they're too smart for that joke.
No,
I want to be upset at the atrocity that happened without laughing. So
okay.
Tell them the stupid thing that happened.
So it turns out that after they stopped and arrested Dylan Roof, I keep wanting to call him Snow. After they stopped,
is there a person named Dylan Snow?
Probably, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm sure there is somewhere, and if you're out there, I'm sorry. You'll probably targeted next.
Yeah, sorry.
But Dylan Roof was stopped, and it was in the Charlotte Observer, and as we know, a lot of times, quite often, local media gets it a lot more right than cable.
Well, they
news,
probably
right?
know somebody at the police department.
They did, and they spoke to them and said, could you talk about the events of the day? And we also have the dash cam footage of the actual arrest, and them putting on the bulletproof vest, which I have no problem with, and his treatment I also don't have a problem with. The issue that a lot of people are upset about is the double standard, right? And it is, if that was Tamir Rice, if he was arrested for anything, it would have been very different. So they stopped him, they arrested him, and it turns out that all he had all day after the murder, it was chips and water, right? And he was kind of sort of on the run, and they talked to him, and it turns out that he was hungry. So, all right, they didn't take him to Burger King, but one of the sheriff's deputies went out and got him Burger King and brought him food. And I was just talking about, this very, very different standard. The McDouble standard.
Dumb joke.
It's a terrible joke. Terrible joke.
Wrong restaurant.
Okay, but
he did have it his way.
But he did have it his way, and it sucked because to get serious again, they if we look at what happened with Eric Garner, we take a look at what happened with Freddie Gray, we take a look. I mean, the list goes on and on. We still don't know what happened with Tamir Rice. Man, when I get stopped, I get treated worse just for, my light was out.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did that. Unless there is some justification behind, he'll be more apt to talk. He'll be more
But
apt.
no, he
to,
confessed. He confessed. There was no issues getting his confession
I can't
whatsoever.
imagine.
None
That is
whatsoever. Remember when he shot those people? He said, he looked at one person. I'm gonna leave you alive, right? And told her specifically, you're walking away, so you can
That's
go
right.
tell people
That's
what
right.
I did.
Yeah, there are no excuses for that.
Right.
Absolutely, unequivocally, McDouble standard.
The McDouble standard. So now, because the McDouble standard.
I can't even smile at that joke.
Come on,
It's so
it's
dumb.
good. It's awesome. Come on, David. You deserve a break today, dude.
Our next guest is a listener of the show. I don't know how long he's been listening or why he found the show or how he found it. We will ask him about it. We're going to be talking about several different things. For those of you who enjoy Christian conversations on this show, you will enjoy this. Please join me in welcoming Rick Phillips to the show. Hello, Rick. How are you, sir?
I'm good, David. Thanks for having me on the show.
So let's first talk about how you ended up here. When did you first hear about Dogma Debate? Who do we have to blame for that?
Well, it was about late last year. I was getting really into different theological debates. I was looking up a lot of different debates online between different types of religious people, different types of atheists, and I have a pretty long commute to work, so I was also looking up a lot of different podcasts related to it. So there's a variety of different podcasts I was looking up, and then I came across yours, and I found it pretty interesting because you guys tend to be pretty sensible, I think. And it doesn't seem, I'm not quite sure the best way to put it. It's like, it's kind of just relatable. Like when you say a lot of things, there's a lot of stuff you bring up that I absolutely agree with. Like when we were first talking earlier, that's like, what do we disagree with? However, you are atheist and I'm Christian. So I found it interesting that there's a lot of stuff that we agree on, but also on the most fundamental questions we find ourselves with different answers.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, well, first of all, thank you for that. I take that as a huge compliment. And I know that there's a pretty high percentage of Christian listeners to this show, and I hear from them. They're not public with their responses usually, but they are very private with them, and they'll email me and say, hey, I enjoyed this or I enjoyed that. And sometimes they find other ways to contact us. So, I do appreciate that, and I'm glad that you were able to see that, because what we try to put out here on the show is that it is a platform for believers and non-believers and conservatives and liberals to talk about these ideas that we disagree on in a respectful way. And sometimes we poke fun at things. We have, there's always stuff for fodder, and we always play around. But anytime there's a serious conversation going on, we want to respect that person's ideas and values, even when we find those ideas offensive. Because I don't want you running away from here thinking, man, those guys are just jerks. I want to continue having conversations. I really do. So let's get right into it. You said you're a Christian. What does that mean? What does it truly mean to be a Christian?
Well, I think it's a very basic idea. There's a lot of fluff that people kind of put into it that I don't think is absolutely necessary, and I think the foundation of it is most important. And I think really the premise I believe to be a Christian is to, one, believe in God, that there is a God of some sort, to believe that God is the source of love, and then to just live a loving life. But I think it's important to identify God as the source of love, because if you identify yourself as your own source of love, then that can lead to pride in yourself. So not every time, but I think it's the potential, because there's no other way of identifying the source of love in the universe. But we all live as if love is something that's true. So I think that's the foundation of it, really.
So let me ask you this. Almost always there's some listeners. I'm getting a really bad feedback from you may want to turn your volume down. Almost always I hear from Christian listeners that say, I heard this guest on your show and that person was wrong. And then I hear another Christian guest say, I heard that Christian on your show and that person was wrong. That wasn't a real Christian answer. And so then we get into the whole no true Scotsman fallacy, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Why do you think it is that so many people who self-identify as Christians disagree on so many things?
Well, I think there's a lot of different things that people are taught as they grow up. And then there's a lot of things that are kind of ingrained in us. Like I believe that morality is something that's objective and is ingrained in us. And there could be things that come up in our life that conflict with it. And there's a lot of different things that can influence us. And we find ourselves struggling because there could be conflicting influencers, like what we're taught by our parents versus what we're taught at school. With those influences, you can be led to questioning the very core of what you might believe.
Okay.
And I think it would lead to I think it's what leads to the kind of diversity that we have.
The last time I Googled anything regarding denominations, the number I saw was over 44,000 denominations. Catholics refer to themselves as Christians. Mormons refer to themselves as Christians. In a little bit, coming up next, we're going to get into Bible infallibility, which parts are true, which parts are not. Is it the Word of God? Are there contradictions? We're going to get into all that next. And to me, that would be my blame. I would put the blame on contradictions in the Bible, things that are wrong in the Bible, things that contradict one another. Why do you, as a Bible-believing Christian, think that there are over 44,000 denominations of Christians that disagree with one another?
I'm not 100% as to why, but I personally like the idea of the more denominations, the better, because I think that the more it's concentrated into one denomination, I think you get more of a man-made organized religion like Catholicism, where before all these denominations, there was just this one Catholicism. And as we know, as I believe, the Catholicism has been the worst form of worldview that has called itself Christian. And I lost my train of thought there, but yeah.
Okay. I don't think that it's necessarily good for Christianity with there being a lot of denominations. My opinion is, if there is one powerful creator revealing himself, I guess through a revelation and through Scripture, and if it's the truth, and God says, I'm not the author of confusion, it should be simple. There should be one group of people with everybody in agreement to go, this is what God said. And I get it. If things are confusing or people disagree here and there, but 44,000 different sects all disagreeing and thinking the other, or many of them think others are going to hell, and they all think they have it right. This one little church on the corner in some small town in Mississippi, they've got it right. But the guys in Kentucky that are handling snakes, those are the wackos. And the guys that are handling snakes go, I'll tell you who the crazy ones are. That's the Mormons. And the Mormons are going, what are you talking about? We're $1 billion corporation. We will stomp you out. Obviously, God loves us better. Prosperity gospel. And to me, it kind of speaks against the validity or the truthfulness of the doctrine when Jesus' own followers disagree about basic principles of him. There are people who do not think he's the same as God. They think he was the Son of God. Well, if you disagree, if there's one person who says Jesus is the Son of God, and the other person says, no, Jesus and God are exactly the same person, yet they're both Christians. They're followers of Jesus. But my argument is, they're not followers of any one particular Jesus. They're followers of their own version of Jesus that they've developed in their minds and created a religion around. And so, yeah, they all call it by the same name. They'll say Jesus or they'll say God. But if you ask them, write down your top 20 principles about God and Jesus, I can set any two Christians down, and their list isn't going to match. So why?
Yeah, but I think by requesting a list of 20 in itself overcomplicates it, because my definition is just 3 basic points. I think it should be something very simple, and I think people can overthink it easily, and I think that's what leads to the diversity. So in a way, it's counterproductive. Like I know what you mean. I tend to agree with that, but I think that also is what keeps it from becoming a concentrated, wealthy, man-made organization as well.
You mean the simplified version would just be love, happiness,
you believe God exists,
compassion,
believe He's a source of love, and live a loving life. I don't know if any Christian that would disagree with that. If they did, then I would suggest that they're bitter and hateful in that area against people that don't agree with them.
So why just those 3, or why those 3 in particular?
Well, I think that's all that's needed. Can you think of something that might be absolutely necessary to believe that's left out of that?
Well, I know that there are some Christians that would look at Jesus not necessarily at, can you get into heaven without accepting him as your Lord and Savior? Yes and no. Can I get into heaven, just by word, or is it by deed? Yes or no. So when we start to get into, you call it diversity, which is very interesting, because I don't tend to have the diversity conversation, not Christian diversity anyway. Many other people just see it as division, the other D word, right? Division versus diversity. So, I always go back to, okay, so now you're setting up a specific definition of what Christianity is, where other people have done the same thing, including Martin Luther, etc. And same thing with the Pope. The Pope would be, pretty concrete, and hey, these are the loose set of guidelines that I think you should be to be Christian, and to be Christian, probably going to look Catholic. So I was just very curious.
Yeah, but the moment we do that, we're no longer worshiping what's in our heart, what we believe to be true, but now we're following the rules that some guy came up with.
Well, whenever you're talking about what principles of God should we agree on, or what should it take to be a Christian, I think you do have to consider who God is. That should be one of the questions. Is God a God of war? Is he a God of peace? Is he a God of love? Is he a protector? The Bible tells us all of those things. It tells us he's going to keep us safe. He's going to watch over us. Psalms 121:7. It says this. There are Bible verses that tell us he is a wrathful God. He is jealous. There's another verse that'll tell us he's a God of peace. He came here to make everything awesome. The whole time I was growing up, my mom taught me everybody was disagreeing, everybody was fighting. Jesus came to bring peace to everyone and to offer salvation. I'm 16 years old, reading the Bible on my own, come to Matthew 10:34. Jesus said, "Do not think that I came to bring peace. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword to set a man against his father and a daughter against her mother." And I'm looking at this text going, what are Christians reading? And so those types of things, I think, are important. What did Jesus come to do? That would be a top question for a Christian. What was his purpose? What do you think he accomplished? Did he come to bring love? Did he come to bring peace? Is God jealous? Is God wrathful? Did God create evil? Because if you're going to acknowledge that the God exists, then we have to start asking questions. Is he a good God? Is he worthy of worship? Just because he's the most powerful doesn't mean he's worthy to be praised. He may have created me, but what if he's really, really horrible? Should we still bow to him?
Well, something that I kind of ask with when considering all these different questions that can be added on to the foundation of it is, what are the consequences if I don't adopt this principle that there's so much debate over? And this also, and I guess this is another personal belief I have, is that if God is the source of love, if God is a loving God, then he wouldn't just send people to hell for being wrong. And so there could be other things. In fact, there are things where, like, any given passage you can list in the Bible, I'll either say whether I agree with it or don't agree with it. And I could be wrong every single time for all I know.
But Rick,
I think if I'm living a loving life and I believe God exists and God is the source of love, that God wouldn't send me to hell just because I thought I should sacrifice my son Isaac if I were Abraham.
Okay, so then I live a loving life and I'm good to my kids and I'm a productive member of society and I help with charities and I help those I can and I'm respectful to people as much as possible. I just don't believe. Do you think God would send me to hell?
I don't believe God sends anybody to hell, is my personal view, and that hell, whatever hell is, it's just a place without God. And I think people prefer to be in a place without God because people generally have negative connotations, and that's their main reasoning for abandoning whatever religion.
Well, we just did an entire episode on hell and what is hell and where is hell in the Bible. It's an episode called "Is Hell Really in the Bible?" And I encourage you to listen to that. I don't know if you have, but the whole, we broke down all the ways where it does explicitly talk about being thrown into a lake of fire. There is a trash heap that is constantly set on fire. I'm forgetting the name of it right now, but there's a place where they're constantly burning things, and Jesus alludes to it all the time. That's where you're going to go if you don't listen to me. You're going to be tossed into the burning trash pile type thing.
Well, it's what's that's what's in the Bible, though, and so if we just take everything in the Bible and believe everything in the Bible is what is true, then you're not looking at the core foundation of what it really means to be a Christian, because there are many generations of people that didn't have a Bible at all, and they didn't need to believe any of these things that were in the Bible later.
Right. I want to go back to something you said, though. You said that when I started talking about what if he's a monster, what if he's a horrible God, what if he's really, really mean and bad and tyrannical and disgusting, what if he's not worthy of worship? It's interesting that instead of going there with me and saying, yeah, let's analyze to see if this God is a good God, you immediately just said, but what are the consequences if I don't? And that's really interesting that in my mindset, I say, wait a minute, you're in a position of authority, do you deserve it? And you say, wait a minute, you're in a position of authority, what are you going to do to me if I question you? And at that point, we have a split in the way we look at this. I look at authority and say, you better deserve and earn your authority. And you look at that and say, I guess I'll bow down to you if you threaten me hard enough. And if there are consequences for it, and that's the reason someone is a believer, can you really just be a Christian under duress? Because is it really your belief, or are you just believing because you're terrified of consequences?
Well, no, not that I'm terrified of consequences. It's just that those things would go against the idea of a loving God. God is the source of love, and love truly exists. I mean, you agree that love is a real thing? Would you agree with that?
It exists in the concepts and the minds of humans.
So it's something that we manufacture. That's not an objectively real thing.
I mean, it can. Love is.
Like, what's the source of your love? What makes you live a loving life?
That is such a loaded question. There's so much there, Rick. It's not that simple. What is the source of love? I can't. It's not. That's not even. I can't even answer that.
Because it's not about the consequences, and it's not about my personal feelings. Like, oh, I will believe whatever I have to in order to avoid hell. It's not that. It's more that, oh, the consequences, God's gonna send you to hell if you don't believe this crazy thing that's very debatable. That's not a loving trait, and I believe God is a source of love. So that's why I would reject that idea.
So you're saying that God is love, or are you saying that God is the source of love?
The source of love.
God is the source of love. And so those people that are unable by birth, sociopaths, for instance, or psychopaths, that cannot necessarily feel love, what did they do to distance themselves from being able to feel God's love? Or, what
does God do with them?
Yeah, what does God do with them?
For me personally, I believe that a loving God is also a just God. So I believe in a sense of objective justice that can be applied not just in this world, but whatever happens after this world. So I take that into account with bad things that might happen in this world to people that have no control over it, and then they just die. Like, justice wasn't properly applied in this world, but I believe that it can be applied in a way beyond that. And because obviously as a Christian, I believe that there's more to it than just this life. And so if someone is born with a mental disability, or if anything bad happens for that matter, that it's not just this world is not just our only chance to make all things right. So all right, we just had 9 people die in South Carolina. And when you say that God is the source of love, or he's a just God, then do you also believe that God intervenes directly? I mean, if he's the source of love, then that would mean that he's part of the
or you assume that he's part of the natural universe or part of the universe, and he touches us with love, since we're pulling this force of love from him, then could you explain to me why he might not have intervened there? Why didn't he send his love to Dylan? Why didn't he intervene? Or do we have to wait for Dylan's justice in the afterlife?
Well, there's a lot of I know that there's a lot of very valid questions that can challenge how loving of a God can be. And as much as I simply don't know, I don't want to say I don't know to every single difficult question, but I really don't know how much God intervenes. I believe he can. I would think that he can. I don't think it doesn't make sense to me that God just intervenes by prayer. Like I don't think of God as like a genie. You could just go to bed at night and make some wishes and just think that it'll come true or anything. But I just think that there are things that will always be beyond our understanding. And when bad things happen like that, you see a lot of, I look at a lot of reactions of people. I see a lot of, it hurts dealing with tragedies that happen, but you also see positive response from people that gives me strength personally. It's not that justifies what happened. I wouldn't say that that's the reason why God would not intervene. But I can see good things come as a result of bad things.
But couldn't those good things come as a result of something that wasn't so horrific, though?
I'm sorry, what's that?
I mean, if he's God, he could make those good things happen through a dream. Well, he could make you dream that 9 people were killed in South Carolina, and you wake up a different person with a different outlook, or the governor decides to put in some legislation to stop something based on a feeling or a movie he watched. There's a million ways God could have communicated those feelings. I'm really losing you on good things happening from 9 people dying in Bible study.
Well, so the idea, I know that this is like a good example with like the recent shooting, but where would you draw the line? Like if would you say that if God does exist, then there are no bad things?
Okay,
hold on. No bad things ever?
No. Let's just never mind, because we're going to be talking about the problem of evil near the end of the show. So that's really what that's more about. It's just hard to stay away from the problem of evil, because it's so based around everything that I tend to talk about.
Well, it's a moral dilemma, and anything immoral is something that's kind of paired with something that's evil.
Sort of, yeah.
Because it's a moral question. Why would God not intervene? He must not be a very good guy, right? He must not be a loving God.
Well, the topic of this segment being, what does it really mean to be Christian? As we wrap up, what if someone rejects a huge portion of the Old Testament?
Mm-hmm.
Says, yeah, those writers were crazy. They wrote stuff down that wasn't true. I don't believe that stuff. And then when you get to the New Testament, where Paul is writing misogynistic things about women shutting up and not having authority, and then New Testament Christians go, yeah, that guy was kind of a misogynist jerk. He wasn't really Christian. That wasn't a real Christian way to do. And they end up stripping all of the bad stuff out and just taking the good things and going, Jesus is love, and I love my neighbor, and I'll forgive you if you do me wrong, and I help the poor, therefore I'm Christian. Do you think that makes someone qualified to call themselves a Christian?
Yes, absolutely. Because people can, you might not use the Christian label, but you can follow all the same signs of what it means to be a Christian because I believe someone can grow up on a desert island, not just the Old Testament, you can throw out the New Testament. You can have no knowledge of Jesus. And I think you can come to the same foundational conclusion. Let's say you're stranded on a desert island. No one's teaching you anything, but you have a working mind. You have a sense of morals. You understand what it means to be a peaceful person, and there's enough understanding around you to know that there is something beyond you that created you that is the source of love and living a peaceful life.
So I can reject the Bible or not know the Bible at all, and just feel as if there's a source of creation, and I want to connect with some form of creation or creator, and I'm a good person, so I'm Christian?
By my definition, I mean, I wouldn't go against that. I would have no problem with that. Because there's a lot of unknowns. I mean, it seems strange that to be Christian, you have to know certain facts to be true about world history. Doesn't make sense to me.
Well, no, you would have to know that there was original sin. You would have to know that you're being forgiven for something. You would have to know that Jesus died for you. You'd have to know Jesus' name and be able to accept that Jesus is your Savior. You would have to know some basic facts. Otherwise, you're just a dude who thinks there's magic out there.
Well, if you know that there are good things, then you know that there are bad things. I guess I don't want to get too much into the problem of evil, but it's kind of being able to recognize something as good if there is nothing bad at all.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It would be difficult to recognize something as good if nothing bad existed.
Yeah, we'll get to that too.
Yeah,
because
that's kind of what that ties into.
Yeah, there are levels of bad that are just unnecessary. Okay, there are levels of bad. There are levels of bad where paradise with Jesus isn't enough to make up for it. We're gonna get into.
Okay.
We're gonna get into Bible infallibility and see if there are any contradictions in the Bible with our guest Rick Phillips. I'm next.
Hi, I'm Lawrence Krauss, and I'm looking around the room, and I don't see anybody. So I must be the fourth listener to Dogma Debate.
You're complaining that religion is entering its way into the government, not because you're an atheist. Complaining because you know that will interfere with rational governance.
Yep.
So you want rational governance. You would be just as vehement if someone wanted to put astrology in the government or crystal reading. And that has nothing to do with whether you're an atheist. So the fact that you're an atheist means you're actually conducting yourself in ways where you don't have to be an atheist to conduct yourself in those ways. And I've separated all those variables, at least for myself. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, not only listening to Dogma Debate, I'm a guest. And that must make me at least the fourth listener.
If you've been missing Dogma Debate, man, it sucks to be you.
So what do atheists want? What do atheists want from Christians in this country? Well, I'll tell you a few things that I would like. First of all, I'd like you to believe whatever you want, but I'd like you to be skeptical in your beliefs, because your beliefs are your own business, but people will try to use your beliefs to control you. Charlatans and others know that you are more likely to do what they want you to do if they tell you God, Jesus, or the Bible tells you you should do it. When you hear those words, beware.
I'm Todd Stiefel, and I'm the fourth listener of Dogma Debate.
Here's an excerpt from The God Virus by Daryl W. Ray.
Every day, religion affects us in ways we may not realize. It makes your Uncle Ned spend hours praying for you. It gives your Baptist neighbor a reason to reject her own child who married a Catholic. It teaches your Pentecostal sister to spank her children to keep them from going to hell. It requires a Catholic priest to deny his sex drive. It causes people to give enormous amounts of money to religious organizations, and causes you to avoid talking to your cousin Jenny for fear she may try to convert you to Jehovah's Witnesses. Religion has both obvious and subtle influences on you and on society. This book explores the impact of religion on you and your world. It draws open the curtain of mystery and offers ways to understand and make informed decisions about religion. Have you ever wondered what makes religion so powerful? What makes people profess deep faith even as they act in ways that betray that faith? What makes people blind to the irrationalities of their own religion, yet see clearly the problems of other religions? How does it weave its way into our political system? If these and similar questions interest you, this book will help you understand its power in you, your family, and your culture.
The God Virus by Daryl W. Ray is available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
We are given one life, full of billions of small and large decisions, to be somebody, to change, to be kind, to give hope, to become a better person, and to leave a lasting impact on this planet. It is a decision to be made every single day while your heart is still beating. We've made our decision. Absence of Clothing, atheist and science-based apparel and merchandise, donating 50% of our profits to charity. Look good and feel good, without God. Check us out at absenceofclothing.com and find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, and Tumblr.
Visit secularmediagroup.com to see how we're changing the world.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. So, Rick.
Yes.
Do you believe that the entire Bible is the infallible Word of God?
No, I believe that the Bible was written by people, and I think people are imperfect. Therefore, it would not surprise me at all if there were imperfections in the Bible.
Okay, well, that's brilliant. So then, I think that's pretty on par with the way I feel about it. I don't deny you that there are, of course, good things that are in the Bible or things that can be talked about in the Bible, even some things that are historically accurate in the Bible. I will not come out and say everything in the Bible's false. I think that's overboard. But if we can admit up front that there are parts of it that could be wrong, doesn't that really call the entire book into question? Because
well, no, not if you know about how the Bible was originated. It's the Bible is not just one book. It's a 60-something books combined. So I mean, and written by different people. I mean, if one person,
that depends on which denomination you are. It's either 66 or it's not, depending on the Apocrypha, whether you're Catholic or not. Yeah. So even when we talk about the Bible, that's not even one thing. It's like talking about God with a capital G. That's not even really the same thing.
And then you get into the conversation of the canonization process and what pieces were left out, and you know, how do we know that the ones that were left out shouldn't have been left out, and the ones that made it in should be in.
Well, here's a question that kind of goes with this. Is imagine there's a teacher teaching a math class, and they have a math textbook, and as a result, most of the students are learning math incorrectly. Would you say it's because of the book that they learned math incorrectly?
Wait, what was that?
Let's say there's a math class in school, and they're using a textbook, and there's also a teacher that's teaching math to them. Mm-hmm. Now, let's say the students were getting bad grades. They were doing math improper. They're saying 1 + 1 is 4 as a result. Would it be because of the book that they have, or is it because of maybe how they're being taught?
Well, I think that's a little bit of a false analogy, because there are certain things, you know, it almost doesn't matter how you're taught it. You have various different methods, and you can still come to, you know, certain absolute truths. 1 + 1 will always be 2, and 2 + 2 will always be 4,
but let me address that though, because if the math teacher claimed to talk directly with the author of the book, and the book claimed to be absolutely perfect, I think it would be a combination of the book being wrong and the teacher being false.
Well,
and that's exactly
denominations tend to have a leader of some sort. And so when we were talking about this, you said, well, it depends on the denomination. So now it's not even about whether or not the book is correct. It's about how they're being taught it.
No, it's about the book. Because if you're Catholic, you have a bigger Bible than Protestants.
So, like with the math analogy, it could be the same book being taught by a different teacher, and
it's not the same book, Rick. It's not the same book. The Catholic Bible has 7 more books than the Protestant Bible.
Well, then it's not about. It depends on then it's no longer about. It depends on the denomination, because if it depends on the denomination, then it's about several denominations using one book, where Catholicism has their own book.
Well, it's not just Catholicism. I mean, at home right now, I have 22 versions, distinct versions of the Bible. 22.
Mm-hmm. What's the oldest one you have?
It was given to me by my grandmother. It was the Catholic. It's the Catholic one.
Why do you
know
ask that?
What Bible I have is the Geneva Bible. Do you know which one that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the 1560 edition during the Reformation.
And you know what I've heard a lot of apologists tell me? The older the Bible is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah.
Because now we've learned...
that seems the opposite to be true.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because the more we find out about that culture, the more we find out about the language, the more writings we find from that time that weren't religious, we can see how they used words interchangeably, and we can have more accurate translations.
And that also lends to the contextual analysis of the older transcripts, right? Because they haven't gone through the contextual analysis, predicting what words really should be there versus the ones that got mistranslated, etc. And that's actually, when you start getting into Bart Ehrman and even some of the conversations with Richard Carrier, that has been a big undoing in what the Bible, claims to say. It's just not accurate.
Well, what I like about the Geneva Bible that I have is that every single page is loaded with side margins with what they think it could mean, but they're not just saying this is what it means. Where with a lot of modern translations, they're just kind of guessing what it means, and a lot of them have a lot in common.
But when you have people that are working with the transcripts themselves, and they're doing the contextual analysis, and they're coming up with the way even the Geneva version is flawed, then which ones do you decide? Which books, which verses, which chapters, etc. Which ones do you decide are fallible and not, and where do you get that from? And then we start getting into, okay, well, so now we're creating your own unique denomination again.
So you're saying that when newer texts are written, they're not referencing, like the King James version was not referencing the Geneva Bible. They're looking at the original source.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that there are so many inconsistencies between the different versions, that it becomes very difficult to rationalize any of them.
Right, but I guess I was thinking about how, I don't know if David, you were saying that you agree with this, but the newer the version is, the more accurate it would be. But the newer versions tend to reflect off of the previous version. So if the previous version is incorrect, then the new version is also going to be just as incorrect, if not more.
Once again, I've heard scholars and apologists disagree on that topic. Some will say, go back to the older Bibles. Well, a lot of the older stuff, big chunks of text are actually missing. So they're trying to
what would make it accurate is if they're actually looking at the original source, the original text.
But what if we come to find out later that there were more translations, more meanings to a word than we originally thought? And so then when we update it, we go, oh, this was actually makes more sense in this sentence. That's because we have more information.
I guess I don't see how we would suddenly learn that a word also means something else when we already have the languages now and we can know what the words mean now.
Well, we do now, but we didn't in 1500. That's kind of the point. Mm. Like, for example, the word describing Mary as a virgin. Mm-hmm. We found out later that word also was interchanged with young maiden. Mm-hmm. The same word. So it could have been that they just wrote a young woman had a baby, not virgin.
Yeah, but you also have to look at the rest of what's written, and Joseph thinks that the maiden has been sleeping around with someone else, because obviously it wasn't Joseph that conceived the child. And so then they made those connections,
okay.
And
so
look at determine that it must have been a virgin birth.
So back to your point, the Bible, 43 different authors, 1,600 years, 3 different languages. None of them knew they were all writing something that was going to be pulled together in one book. How do you know? How do you differentiate which parts are true versus which parts are mistakes made by humans versus which parts are hyperbole to make a point versus which parts are parables to tell a story versus which parts should be taken literal? How do you discern?
Well, I think that we would agree on which ones are good and not good in terms of what's morally right and wrong.
Well, now hold
as
on,
far as
though.
what's
Yeah, but
moral.
hold on. That's not my point. You just reading it and going, well, that's bad, so it's obviously wrong. And this is good. This makes me feel good. So this is obviously true.
No, I'm
It
not
doesn't-
taking that kind of absolute approach, though.
Okay.
My big answer to anything in the Bible is I don't know. I'm not gonna reject or accept the entire Bible as true or not true.
Well, I think that's a valid point. I'm sorry, Alex, but I think this is a valid point. I don't think I do either. I don't think anyone just says, well, there are a couple of people, but I think most people avoid saying, well, since I found a mistake in it, the entire Bible is invalid. I'm not saying
you don't
that.
think that either?
No, I don't. But what I would say is if there are random mistakes and random human fallacies and random contradictions of things that can't, there are statements in the Bible that can't both be true. One has to be false, just on pure basic logic. This can't be true and that be true. Things like that where you find them and go, wow, this is obviously wrong. When we find stuff like that, then that makes me go, okay, I'm not going to completely discredit the entire Bible as being totally false, but what I can say is I cannot trust a book to provide me with direction on eternity and my soul's salvation, knowing that it has human influence and human error.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and I've never suggested otherwise.
Okay. So you're an atheist now.
Not an atheist. Well, is the Bible? Do I worship the Bible? Is a Christian someone who worships the Bible?
No. No, I was joking. What I'm saying is that's a great place to start. To say I'm not just going to say fundamentalist perspective, the entire Bible is 100% right, because being able to break away and going, no, there are some mistakes. Okay, well then, if there are some mistakes, let's talk about the creation story. Is this hyperbole? Is this telling us who did it but not? Is it poetry? Is it was there actually an Adam and Eve? Or if there is original sin, then Jesus. Okay, now there's Jesus, and did Jesus really, when Jesus died, did he really resurrect? Okay, what if they were using hyperbole and they were like, yeah, God's with me right now, or I see Jesus again? What if it was all figurative? And when the authors wrote this down several years later, the story had been passed down and it got a little more concrete in their view. And at first it was, I saw Jesus afterwards and I talked to him. Maybe they talked to him like you would talk to grandma at the cemetery. You stand above the headstone and say, I miss you and I appreciate this and I miss your cookies. And maybe they talked to him, and then by the time it got written down, it was Jesus was floating around on a white carpet and hanging out with people and drinking wine. And like, how do we know? That's my point. Once you make the admission that there is human error and human influence, then the entire book comes up for review, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. We have to look at it and go, every single line could be misunderstood, misinterpreted, mistranslated, a word could be missing. Once you introduce the human error aspect of it, you can't trust it as a perfect book inspired by a God.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So like, what do you think about the laws when you start taking a look at Deuteronomy and Leviticus? I mean, are those God's laws? Are those biblical laws? Are those just cultural aberrations that we should be discounting?
You're referring to the commandments, correct? The Ten Commandments?
Well, not all of them. There are all sorts of laws that are in the Ten Commandments.
All right, there's a long list, but basically the commandments in Exodus.
Well, there's over 600.
Yeah.
There's 624, I think. There's tons and tons and tons of laws about not wearing mixed fabrics, not eating shellfish, not talking about God without a covering on your head.
What are the stated consequences for some of those things that say not to do?
Some of them are death. Exodus 35:2. If you work on the Sabbath, you should be put to death. A few verses later, a man goes and picks up sticks and he's killed for it. And as a matter of fact, they bring him before God because they're like, should we really kill this dude for picking up sticks? And God goes, yep, the law is the law. Kill him. God is the judge. God is interacting with humanity and enforcing those laws. So is that people just writing stuff down, enforcing their own laws, saying, hey, God's on my side? Or do you believe that an actual God was saying to kill people for that stuff?
It could very well be, but I would put money on it that other people were working on the Sabbath day and they weren't stricken dead. And with that alone, I would say, well, that must not be a true statement then.
Well, okay, wait. The fact that they weren't stricken dead doesn't mean that they shouldn't have been stricken dead. Just because people fail to act on it doesn't mean that God didn't command it.
Right. The real question comes down to, do you believe, just you personally, Rick, do you believe that God was actually commanding these things? Or do you believe that the people wrote this stuff down are just flat out wrong?
With that specific example, I would not believe that.
Okay, so let me jump to the creation story. Let's just take a look at Genesis. Do you believe that that was true?
The creation story of Genesis, I believe that the sequence of events are true, but not in 7 literal days.
Okay. So why do you reject the law of not working on the Sabbath and being killed for that? Why do you turn that one away?
Because I don't think that's a very righteous reason to just strike someone dead.
Okay, so you disagree with God's morality.
I disagree with the Bible's morality in that verse.
But
the Bible is not God. These are two different things.
Right, I understand. But if the Bible is 100% true, and
which it's not, I already believe it's not.
I believe it's not as well. But if we're both wrong and the Bible is true, and they are telling you stories about God doing these things, you would disagree with that God's morality.
Yes.
Okay, good. Me too. So if that's the case, then it sounds like what you're doing is you have you have the same problems with the Bible that Alex and I do. You have the same. So I guess my perspective is, this God's not a very good God. I'm going to keep challenging and see if there's more parts I can find about this book and just keep looking into this. And it seems that what you're doing is you're saying, wow, that's a really mean thing to do. That can't be God. That part of the Bible is wrong. And then all of the wonderful good things in the Bible you're picking out going, hey, this is a really positive thing. I believe that. And it just seems like you're conveniently picking and choosing which parts of the Bible to believe based on your own opinion, not based on what's true or not.
It's not. I don't think it's just my opinion, because I believe, at least I try to adhere to an objective sense of what's moral and not moral. And I think any common person would agree that it's not moral. I think any
Christian
I think if you keep the Bible out of it and you ask hypothetically to a Christian if it's okay for someone to just be killed if they work on a day they're not supposed to, they would say, no, they shouldn't be killed just for that.
Exactly. So Rick,
that's why I think that it's something that could be that the morality in us is ingrained, where we can look at it and say there's something wrong with this book. It's not that there's something wrong with the idea of God as a whole.
But if you can morally judge each individual act with or without the Bible, with or without the God telling you what's right and wrong, why even need a Bible? Why even need a God? What you're describing right now is humanism. You're describing secular humanism.
Real quick, is that is this the same question? Why do you need God? Why do you need the Bible? Is God a synonym for the Bible?
No, what I'm saying is they both just become irrelevant. If you're making moral judgments, and I know we're going to get into morality next, but if you're going to get into if you're making moral judgments that go against the Bible's morality, then the Bible becomes irrelevant.
How does God become irrelevant?
Well, I don't know if God becomes irrelevant. In fact, what you begin to describe, if you dismiss the Bible and you focus on God and almost God alone, you're starting to talk like many of the founding fathers did. We start sounding like a deist. And, I don't necessarily want to discount deists, because then you get into the theological question or theodicy of, now you're just arguing about creation, because the Bible is so fallible that you can almost dismiss it. Or there's so much that has been brought to question that you don't know which ones to pick and choose. I mean, I almost want to get into the conversation on homosexuality. You know, when you talk about the laws, man shall not lie with another man. You know, was that God? And if that's true, then Westboro's got you beat on morality, and you're just, you know, you should be condemned to hell as well. Did I lose?
There's some. I'm sorry. I'm trying to follow that too. There was something I should have written down, but I was thinking of trailing off what you said. But regarding homosexual behavior, if that's the question at hand, that's something that I don't know. But if there is someone that is a homosexual, should I treat them differently? Because I don't believe anyone is more or less righteous in certain ways. I don't think any Christian straight person is any less of a sinner. So it's kind of like just because I know what I believe to be morally right and wrong, that doesn't give me authority to judge others.
I guess I keep going back to then what tells you what is right and what's wrong if you can look at the Bible and disagree with potentially a lot of it. I'm not saying summarily dismiss it, but if you have a lot of pieces that you can begin to, you know, X out, and you wind up with a Jeffersonian light version of the Bible, then, you know, then you're starting to, why call yourself a Christian at all?
Well, not sure the best way to approach that, because I mean, because I come from a position of living a loving life, and if I'm just going to go around judging negatively against people that I think are in the wrong, why not just think they're in the wrong and leave it at that?
Well, that's interesting, because, you know, if you use the Bible, and we do have to use the Bible if we're looking at Christianity. If you use the Bible, there are some guidelines that state this is how you have to restrict your love, or this is how you have to apply, you know, some level of love and or hate, and this is right and this is wrong. So you need that.
In order to be Christian, you have to follow that.
What, don't you? I mean, again, if you are saying that you don't need the Bible at all to be Christian, right? Because what you've described is basically just being a good person, and I think, you know, at least the people in the studio I consider good people, right? And they are moral people for the most part. If they don't need the Bible to be moral, and you don't need the Bible to be moral, then do you need the label of being a Christian to be moral?
Well, there were people that were followers of Jesus before the name Christian was a real thing. So I mean, I'm not exactly here to the name Christian exactly, but I would just believe that the most loving version of a God is one that would create a human version of himself that would be willing to die for me, where every other mainstream religion is more of a dictator, where it gives you a set of rules, and if you don't follow these rules, then you'll be damned to hell forever.
All right, so then do you even need Jesus to be a Christian at this point? I mean, I know the question is almost ridiculous, but do you need to even accept Jesus at all? I mean, if you don't have the Bible, then you don't know about Christ, because that's where you learn about Jesus. You need the Bible for that. If you dismiss the Bible and say, okay, I don't need the Bible to be a Christian, and you don't have the knowledge of Jesus, because there are a lot of people, billions of people, that have no knowledge of Christ, and they're good moral people. If they don't have that, do you still need the Bible to be good? Or are you just saying that you just still need God to be good? Because
I don't think being a Christian is something that requires knowledge. You don't need to. It's not something that you need to take a basic education class or get a degree in Christian learning to understand in order to be Christian. No, I don't see it that way at all.
So you don't need Christ to be Christian?
I don't think you need knowledge of Christ.
Well, you can't.
It's kind of like there's two sentences that can be possibly confusing. Is that you don't need God to be a good person versus you don't need to believe in God to be a good person.
Well, we're not saying good person. We're saying Christian.
Well, to be moral and because we're
Right, but the
treating
words
the Bible
aren't-
as like
right,
a
but-
moral code,
right,
which
but
is
you
how you're
can't-
portraying Christianity.
But you can't interchange Christianity with good. What we're saying is, it seems that you're just really watering down what's required to be a Christian, and according to that,
Well, I
according
would
to
call
your,
it simplifying and not overcomplicating it. And where you get into all these different denominations, wouldn't you say it's better to have a simplified version?
well, no, because then anything goes. You've got to have some.
Well, if anything, no, not anything goes. It's the very simple foundation belief. It's as long as it's this, then
But Rick, you said that you don't need knowledge to be Christian. Okay, so someone's doing good. They're a wonderful person. They believe in some higher power, and they treat everybody with respect. You call that person a Christian? Because I call them Hindu.
I would say what's the source of the love that they have?
Right. So they have to have knowledge. They have to be able to say Jesus died
It's
for
not
my.
something they have to be taught.
Okay,
I think that
you do have to be taught that Jesus died for your sins, and that's why you're a Christian, is because of Jesus Christ.
If it's a Hindu god, then I would say, what else is this Hindu god teaching?
But that's knowledge, though, Rick. What I'm saying is, if someone says, yeah, I'm a Christian, why? Because I do good, and I treat people with respect, and I believe in God. And you say, okay, what's your favorite part about Jesus? And they go, who? That person's a Christian? They've never heard the name Jesus? They do not have knowledge of Jesus Christ, but you're going to call them a Christian?
It's not that knowledge is required, but gained knowledge and any science that's learned or any logic or common sense, I don't think should disagree with it. So yeah, you can bring in new knowledge, introduce new knowledge, and raise new questions, and what you believe should be able to hold water against those. It's not that those things are required, though, in order to believe it in the first place.
So I heard something, and I kind of want to have a conversation about it, because I'm almost hearing a little bit of presuppositionalism in there, where God is there, and we assume that it's a Christian God. God is there, and he's always going to be there regardless. So it's an easy way to always go back to, but God, even if I'm Hindu and I believe that, in something completely different, the source of my love, the source of my good, the source of my morality is still just God, and it's always your God. That's what I'm hearing. Is that what you're saying?
So do you mean like that it's kind of suggesting maybe universalism in a way, where it could be gods of different religions?
It doesn't matter what you call it, it's still your God.
Like even Hindus, even when Hindus are good, they're good because of Rick's God, not because of the Hindu God.
Yeah.
And when atheists are good, they're not good because of secular humanism or consequential ethics or anything in society or subjective or objective morality. We're good because of Rick's God too.
Right.
And when Rick is good, the Hindu looks at Rick and says, oh, you're good because of Ganesha. And when, this is kind of how everybody just looks at everybody else and says, you're not good because of your beliefs. You're good because of my beliefs, because my beliefs are true.
Right. You just happen to be calling your God wrong.
Right.
Not that I am on that level, or I don't quite agree with that, but hypothetically, is that bad?
Well, yeah, I think it's arrogant, to be honest.
How is it arrogant?
Well, because because understanding how compassion evolved, understanding consequential ethics, understanding that every decision I have to make, I weigh it out. I tried my best to make the best decision that causes the least amount of harm and that does the most good that I can see benefiting society or benefiting humanity. And then you go, oh yeah, you helped that senior center because of God. No, I didn't. I didn't help that senior center because of the God who's credited with infanticide and not stopping slavery. No. That guy does not drive my morality. I drive my morality through consequential ethics. And it's offensive when someone believes in another God, say Islam, and they feel that they get their morality from Allah, and you look at them and go, nope, Jesus gave you that morality. That's offensive, and it's kind of arrogant to say, I realize that you all think you're good on your own, and it's kind of patting us on our head going, how cute. My God is the one that made you good.
Yeah.
Rick?
So, so trying to backtrack to that. the idea that, okay, so it's kind of going off of what I was saying before, like an atheist can be good even if they don't believe in God. God still makes them good. But you are also confirming that, because before you weren't sure, and you weren't. It's too big of a question to understand. Where do your morals come from? But now it seems pretty obvious to you that you make your own morals.
Well,
is that correct?
Well, okay. What the initial question was regarding love, and what is love versus morality, and morality is a little bit different than love.
In what ways is it different?
What ways is it different?
When is love not good?
During a divorce.
During a divorce. Hold on. Catholic priest. Yeah. No,
that's not love.
No. How about incest? They think it's love.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go down this. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Wait. I mean,
that is kind of basis though, where it's like if you don't identify where you get these foundational, this core, it's like what makes us human in a way. Like what gives us these things that make us human.
But it's so arbitrary.
I think it's very possible that people can give it different names because there's people in different parts of the world. They learn different terms, so they can give it different terms.
So it's different names, but it's still your God.
It's very possible. I don't know why.
Okay. Why it wouldn't be?
I don't know why it would be offensive if I'm not doing anything in addition. If is it just my words that are?
Well, it's discrediting all of the work that has gone into ethics and consequentialism and understanding societies and treating people with respect. It's very hard to do those things sometimes. There are people.
Not if morality is an objective thing. If it's subjective, then it's what you would be saying, where it's something that we build on with time.
Let me give you a better example for what I mean. Let's take morality out of it for a second. I once was trying really hard to get a job, and I updated my resume, and I went to the interview, and I got the right clothes, and I presented myself well, and I was very nervous, but I studied up on the company, and I memorized things about the company, and I studied up on some manuals of some software I was going to have to know, and I went in there, and I knocked it out, and then they called me back for a second interview, and I went for a second interview before a panel of 6 professionals. I was terrified, and they whittled it down to 3 people, called us all back, told us they couldn't decide who to hire, and hired all 3 of us. And it went from 110 people down to 3, and 3 people got the job. And I was so ecstatic. I was so happy. This had been going on for 6 weeks. I call my mom and tell her how happy I am that I finally got this job I've been wanting. And she says, "I figured you would. I prayed about it." And she thought it was going to be this in and out, bam, oh, thanks, Mom. Appreciate it. I got so angry at her. Do you understand why that would make me angry?
I can understand because it's a close relative that would say that. Like if some stranger, like if I were in that position and then some random stranger said that, I would say okay, whatever. Like because I don't believe, like I said before, I don't think God's a genie. I don't think he can just make wishes.
That's missing the point though. My point is I worked hard for something. I was striving and working and sacrificing and being anxious and learning and studying, and I did the work. I got the job, and it's really hard. It's really hard not to be nervous in a job interview when you have no job and you're broke. A lot rides on the interview, but you suppress all of that. You let your professionalism shine through. You finally get offered the job. Your life gets better, and someone on the sidelines goes, "Yeah, my God did that."
So let me ask you a question. So do you believe, and let's use David's example of getting the job, do you believe that David might have gotten the job because of God's will?
I don't think
no, I wouldn't believe that in that example. But what you're saying, David, is that you put all this work into it, and it sounds like the job's not enough for you. You need praise from people saying, "Good job, you earned it."
No, that's not what I'm saying. Not at all, Rick.
I have something to add.
No, Rick. I'm saying that when I get it and I get to go, bam, I got the job. Instead of my mom going, "Congratulations," she is saying, taking the credit from me and saying, God gave you that job. You didn't earn it. And that is offensive to people. What were you going to say, Brandy?
I was going to say I see it all the time in the volunteer world as well. Like, for instance, I was looking at a post the other day on Facebook, and this lady had said that she didn't have AC, and it was very, very hot, and she really needed some help. She was just reaching out for anything. And a guy came on there, and he said, I have an AC unit that I would like to give to you. And she was very thankful, but she also said, praise God. And I just thought, shouldn't you be thanking the guy who actually did this for you instead of giving credit to someone who did nothing?
Well, I mean, from another person's position, it's... I understand the point that's being made, but I don't know. I guess because for me personally, I really don't care, and I wouldn't get offended. So I'm trying to put myself on this different level.
Well,
so
I want to go back to, so things happen. So you do believe that things happen for a reason or because of God's will?
Well, he said a couple of times he doesn't think God is a genie coming down, changing red lights, helping baseball teams win and getting new jobs. So he's not that guy. But I'm trying to explain to him the whole morality thing from the same perspective. Because here's the thing, Rick. Our morality changes. There are times in our lives where we're against things like interracial marriage or gay marriage. We're against things like teaching kids about sex. And then things happen in your life and you go, I have the responsibility to study this. Why do people become gay? Do they change their minds? Because I think that's a dirty way to live. And then you go do research and you do the biological studies behind it and go, wow. All of these reputable scientific studies show that people are born that way. If they are born that way and they can't choose to be straight and I can't choose to be gay, maybe I should be more respectful of who they are as an individual. And now I'm no longer going to vote to take their rights away. That is a moral thing that has changed. And if
it's
that
not the
changes,
morality that's changed, though. The interpretation is what's changed. I mean, you can't possibly say that years ago it was morally good to stone a gay person to death. You would have disagreed with it just as much then as you would now.
Right, but you took that to a whole new level.
When you look at,
I'm talking about individuals.
The Old Testament teachings of like all the bad stuff that happens to gay people that don't follow the word of God for whatever reason, and then bad stuff happens to them. You can't say that that's really bad because that's what they believe. That was their morality at the time.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Rick, is that individuals' morality changes. An individual person. I'm not talking about an objective moral fact. I'm saying that at one time, Person A was anti-gays. They were beating people. They were gay bashing. They were doing horrible things to gay people because they thought they were pleasing God. And then they do research on it, come to find out they were wrong. They understand the biology behind it, and they change their moral position based on their willingness to be open-minded and do the research. I say that individual did the work. They opened their mind. They went and read on something they disagreed with and changed their mind, and now they are morally respectful to a population of people. That person deserves credit for their own morality because they looked it up, they researched it, and they were able to change their minds. And if you look at them and go, oh, the reason they're no longer hitting gay people is because of God, that is taking credit away from that person doing something wonderful for themselves and for society.
Okay, so people that were previously anti-gay, what's the likelihood that they were taught to think that way versus they were born to think that way?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about giving that person credit.
It definitely matters because the knowledge can make you think the wrong way also. It depends on what you're being taught.
I understand, but I'm trying to get you to understand that person changed their mind individually. And when they can change their mind and they change their moral attitude about something, that is them doing that. They're not preventing themselves from hurting gay people because of your God anymore. They're preventing themselves from hurting gay people because of research they found in consequential ethics. They don't want to cause consequences and harm to another human being. And that's humanism. That's consequential ethics. And you giving your God credit for that is disrespectful. I think it's arrogant, and I think it's disrespectful to people who find their own way out of moral quandaries. That's all I want to get across, Rick, is that you can have your belief, and I understand, and you believe it, but I'm telling you, when you look at all these wonderful people in the world doing wonderful things, and all these people reject your God, you stand on the sidelines and say, oh yeah, that atheist just helped that other atheist build a fence because of my God. Oh yeah, this guy fed some people at a homeless shelter because of my God. That's an arrogant and offensive viewpoint, and I'm not angry at you, but I want you to understand when some people are.
And I just wanted to say too that we aren't looking for pats on the back for doing something good. We just don't want the credit going to someone else.
That's a great way to put it.
So the credit is really important. It comes down to just getting the credit for it.
No, it comes down to it not going to someone else.
Okay, but if it's not going to someone else, you're getting the credit, right?
It's not a selfish thing.
It's kind of like you coming over to my house, and you know that I really need food. And you bring me food to my house, and I thank my neighbor for giving me food.
You shrug your shoulder and go, okay, fine. I didn't do it for praise. But it's going to bother you a little bit that someone else got the credit for something you did. And then you come to find out that neighbor is actually credited with killing infants.
Yeah, but it's not just something else, because like that's taking the identity of God and turning it into a person. Like, let's say if you got the job and then your mom says, well, he must have been having a good day. He was just hiring anybody that day. Where
that still would have
been
going
to someone else, where God, you can translate God as whatever it is in the universe that creates morality.
That's
yeah.
That's incredibly dismissive, and that's when we start getting into deism.
When someone says "thank God," what comes to mind when you hear the word God? Another person?
Now it's just a euphemism. It's just something that people say.
Well, no, I mean, what makes it offensive if someone says "thank God"? It's not a person.
It doesn't make it offensive for them to say "thank God." That wasn't the point.
Yeah, it doesn't make it offensive if someone else just says "thank God."
Well, that's what was in your example where you got the job and then your mom said "thank God."
Rick, look, let me break it down like this. We've got to get out of this break, but let me just tell you like this. You have conveniently rejected the parts of the Bible that make God a jerk. You've said those can't be right because God is awesome. I don't believe that is a fair way to view the Bible. You either take it all or you don't take it all. The Bible, in the Bible, it says in the Bible itself, it says all Scripture is God breathed.
Well, so I don't know about you, but I'm not a person of absolutes. I'm not just going to say take it or leave it, all of it. I'm going to treat it the way I treat science. I don't accept all scientists' words to be true. I look at what they say and I take what's true. The Bible even says test all things and take what's good. The Bible never says any place follow the Bible or else. It never says follow every word that you read from your religious leaders or else.
Revelation 22:19 says, if anyone takes away from this scroll of prophecy, God will take away from that person and share in the tree of life and in the holy city, which are described in this scroll. You can, meaning you are taking stuff out of the Bible, and it says if you do that, you're not going to share in the pleasantries of paradise in heaven.
So you think that scroll? Do you think that verse was referring to Genesis and Exodus and all the things that are not in the Bible?
Who knows? It's all up to interpretation.
Well, who knows? Well, you're making a claim as if you do know, though.
No,
what I'm saying, really, we don't know that.
What I'm saying is the Bible says all Scripture is God breathed. It says don't take anything away from this book. Don't add anything to this book. But you conveniently go through and cherry pick the parts that make you feel good, and the parts that make you feel yucky inside. You say those must be false, and that's how you've developed this God. You are just as much of an atheist as I am. You reject that God, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, you reject the God for the same moral foundational reasons that I do. The difference between us is you've created a God to worship, and I've admitted there's not one.
So your conclusion is there must be no God if there are some things wrong with this book. Like it's that easy of a leap to make for you?
For me, it's, I can't go into, no, there is no, but it ain't yours. It ain't yours.
This
that
book,
one I can.
Yeah,
I can.
No, I'm not. I would
based
never
on
say
this
it
book.
Like that.
Based
I would
on
never
this
think
book.
it's my God.
I would say this book has so many holes in it that I can't trust it to tell me which God is true.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, so in terms of like getting offended, or do we need to go to break or something?
We do. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about original sin. We're going to talk a little bit more about the Bible. And I'm going to explain this in a way that I think will really click. At least I hope it will. More Dogma
I've got
Debate.
a quick question, though, when we come back, though.
All right, more Dogma Debate up next.
Get sexy with Dr. Darrell Ray and Secular Sexuality, only on Secular Media Network.
Hello, I'm Alan Cumming. Live Out Loud is calling on the LGBT community to help improve life for gay teens. Take what you know and gay it forward through the Homecoming Project, a chance to return to your old high school and share your story with LGBTQ youth. Your life experiences and wisdom can prove invaluable to teens who may be struggling with their own identities and paths in life. One day can make a lasting difference. Gay it forward with the Homecoming Project. Find us at liveoutloud.info to learn how you can get involved today.
The staff of Secular Coalition for America lobbies U.S. Congress on issues of separation of church and state, and they've become a powerhouse for change in the United States government. You'll definitely want to subscribe to receive their email action alerts. These are updates for important issues and ones that you can get involved with directly. And hopefully, you'll consider making a contribution to the Secular Coalition for America to help them continue fighting for your equality. You can do it all at secular.org. And if you get the chance, let them know that Dogma Debate sent you.
I'm a Dogma Debate volunteer because I have 2 small boys, and I need them to live in a world where it is safe for them to be open about who they are, atheist or religious. My name is Alicia Cook, and I am the 4th listener.
Be sure to sign up at login.dogmadebate.com and take advantage of your 4th listener status.
Here's an excerpt from Baptized Atheists by David Smalley.
I stood in the warm holy water at the First Baptist Church of Everman in a small town in Texas. And Pastor Mike said to me, "Do you believe Jesus Christ died for your sins so that you may enter the kingdom of heaven?" I nervously responded, "Yes." He continued, "Then you are hereby saved in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit." As the water covered my eyes and face, and my breathing paused, I briefly questioned my answer. I think I believe in God, but how can one man's death result in the salvation of billions? And how does killing the innocent pardon the guilty? Upon breaking the surface of the water, I continued to ponder the agreement I had just made. I was walking up the steps out of the baptistry, draped in a pure white gown, soaked from head to toe, as water was dripping with each step. The crowd was cheering, but I had never been more confused in my entire life. What had I just accomplished? I thought to myself, why should that tragedy of Jesus' death have to take place if God were in control? Why would a righteous God demand the blood, torture, and death of anyone, let alone his only begotten Son? Most importantly, I thought, why haven't I thought about this before now? I suppose I had just gone along with everyone else because I thought it was part of life. And I'd always been taught that if you ever said you weren't Christian, then you were immediately bad. Getting baptized was just something boys did, like going to school and shaving for the first time. I never really thought about it with a free and open mind before. As others were being baptized and the ceremony was being completed, I realized the pastor must have seen doubt on my face. He leaned close to me and lightly said, "You know, son, you can't just say you believe. You have to know it to be true in your heart." That changed everything.
Baptized Atheist by David Smalley is now available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
You're listening to Dogma Debate on Secular Media Network.
Flopsa.
Why this colaveri, colaveri, colaveri deep? Why this colaveri, colaveri, colaveri deep?
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. I realize that I don't know. Yeah, it's like commanding a ship, man. I can't. There's so much inside stuff going on you wouldn't get unless you were watching the video at login.dogmadebate.com. So join us there.
And you can see me.
Yeah, you can see Sexy Alex finally too.
Yeah.
So I've got an analogy to kind of put all this into perspective, and then I want to move on. So before we do all of that, Rick, I want to give you an opportunity to ask the question you had.
Yeah, so I was trying to get back to the example of feeling offended for someone giving someone else credit for something that you did. And I was trying to put myself in that situation where, let's say I did something great for someone and then they thank Allah for it. Me personally, I wouldn't be offended by it because I don't think of it as my God and their God and someone else's God. I think of it as all our God. God didn't make just me. God created all the people, all the Hindu, all the atheists, all the Muslim, everybody. So it's just a different name. It's not like I'm saying, yes, thank my God for what you did. It's thank God, whatever God you may or may not believe in, that you didn't get in a car accident on the way to the building.
Well, it's easier for you to look at it that way because you do believe in God. But for the people that don't believe in any of the gods, that's hard to understand.
But are you at least thankful in a certain way that you didn't get in a car accident on the way to the building where you then got the job?
What?
Well, I don't understand that.
In your analogy, where you were working really hard and studying up on this company and going to all these different job interviews, I'm guessing you're driving to this building many times, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful I didn't have a heart attack 12 seconds ago. I don't understand the point in this.
Yeah, there's always something to be thankful for that's beyond yourself.
Yeah, you can feel thankful. That doesn't mean there is anything to say thank you to.
And and I'm really just mean to get into the part about feeling offended because I don't think of it as my God anymore.
Okay, all right. So I think my analogy is going to help with this. North Korea. Kim Jong-un, supreme leader. They are giving essentially deity status over there. And just imagine all of the death camps, horrific starvation going on in North Korea, all the people that are dying and starving, and Kim Jong-un is doing nothing about it to help them. In fact, he could release them and chooses not to, uses their free labor for government benefit, but the supreme leader has to be sang about and praised and thanked all of the time. They only listen to music in schools that praise the supreme leader and the government, the Republic of North Korea. And so imagine two North Koreans living next door to each other, one starving to death, and the other one very hungry but eating at least a couple of times a day, finds out her neighbor is starving, takes some food over to her, presents her with the food. She is so thankful. She begins eating, sits back and says, "Thank the supreme leader for allowing this meal to come to me." The woman who brought the food over to her is the one who made it happen. The supreme leader is the one powerful enough to stop everybody's starvation, yet is choosing to do nothing about it. So that's the kind of situation I'm talking about, with the woman saying, thank the supreme leader. No, if the woman gets offended that she thanked the supreme leader, that doesn't mean she wants some sort of righteous credit. It doesn't mean she's jumping up and down saying, I only brought you this food so that I could be praised and glorified. That's not the case.
I think
she doesn't even have to say. She doesn't even have.
Why would you get offended by it?
Because it's false attribution. I mean, really, that's.
Not only is it false, it's not only is it false.
You can
not
say,
only is it
they're wrong in saying that, but why get offended?
Because not only is it false, it's going to someone who could have done something about it and did nothing.
That's why it is about the credit. Because if it's not about the credit, then you wouldn't be offended by that.
Wait. So then we are thanking a God that allowed the suffering in the first place, that you claim to be just and loving, but allowed the suffering, the pain, etc. But now we're going to thank them for someone coming out of nowhere and, and they may be atheist, but God is working through atheists to feed me?
Well, then if I'm going to say that, then I may as well claim I know everything there is to know about God, which I'm not doing.
Right. So it's not selfish, and I'll prove it by saying this. My mom had a plumbing issue, and the fourth listener probably heard this story before. She had a plumbing issue, long story short. She prayed about it while the plumber was there, and he fixed it. It was something he was having a hard time doing. He came down and he's like, he had to do something on her roof and like put a snake through something or whatever. And he couldn't get it at first. He came down and told her, I can't. She said, will you please try again? My finances are low. He went up again, and as he was doing it, she could hear the banging, and she started praying to God. During her prayer, it popped through, and the problem went away. Mm-hmm. And she honestly believes that God helped her with her plumbing. And when I'm sitting there talking with her about this, and she tells me the story, and she said, I believe God just knew I couldn't handle that right now, and I couldn't handle a big old plumbing bill, and he let it happen for just a couple $100 instead of a few thousand. And she's thanking God for this. I got offended on behalf of the plumber. I said, Mom, the plumber could have refused to go back up on the roof. He already tried and came back down. He could have said no. He could have went up there and just kind of half-assed it, not even really tried very hard. But he did. He tried something new. He tried something different. He held it a different way. He hit it a little harder. He went up there and tried for you, and you're giving that credit to God. That's offensive to me, and it's not selfish. I looked at that and I said, Mom, you're not thanking the right person. Like, that bothers me.
So I have a question. Would it have been just as offensive if she hadn't prayed for anything and then it just happened and then she happened to say, thank God? Would that be just as offensive?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so it's not about her praying it, because I was going to say that what makes it, what I would take offense to is the fact that she made it happen by praying for it, and that she has power in her prayer, and she's able to will things to happen in that
that's
way.
Another part of it. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I would say that's what would be offensive, because then she's giving herself credit and not to whatever it is that you can call fate or whatever. Thank fate.
Yeah, and I think I said something like that to her about. It starts to piss me off, and I said something along the lines of, because as we kept going back and forth and she was arguing about it, my first initial thing was, hey man, the plumber deserves that credit. And, if God was watching out for you, maybe you would have never had plumbing problems to begin with. I don't understand this concept of the plane crash, but God saved my baby. Really? You're thanking a God for saving one person who just killed 240 and didn't stop the whole plane from crashing? How dare you? That is absurd to me. And so as we get into that argument, and I'm telling her these things, then she says, and then I end up saying to her, so you think God is concerned with your plumbing, listening to you ask for plumbing help while ignoring the millions of starving children? Are you serious?
Is it only, must it be ignoring if you're also acknowledging good things? Like, if you're acknowledging good things, does that require you to ignore bad things? Because you're saying, because it is a good thing that the baby survived, and it's a tragic thing that all the other people died. Is it wrong to show appreciation for whoever does come out alive?
Yes, I think so. If you're showing the appreciation to a God, and here's why. It sounds a lot like God set the building on fire, 40 people die in the house, but he climbs through a window and pulls one person out and wants to be thanked and praised for being a hero. That's why I have a problem with it.
Yeah, and I know what you mean. I see what you mean with that. And I think of it in terms, because, and this kind of gets in, I'm assuming, is this getting into like the problem of evil type?
No, we're
scenario?
actually, I wanted to talk about original sin.
Oh, okay.
In this,
because it kind of gets into that, like God doing evil things. But I don't know if you wanted to touch on that yet, though.
No, let's do the original sin piece of it.
Okay.
You don't believe Genesis is literal, right?
I think it's sequentially accurate. Okay, so I guess what I should really point out about creation is that I could be absolutely wrong, and that doesn't make me any more or less Christian. So it could be debated a whole bunch, and I can be totally wrong, but I would still say that doesn't it doesn't mean I'm.
Well, I gotta say, Rick, your qualifications for being Christian are pretty lenient.
Well, I mean, he did say you don't
Yeah, why
need the
shouldn't it be?
Bible. I mean that's exactly what he said. You and I could be Christians and just call ourselves atheists.
Would you want a true religion to be something that's not lenient?
I'd like some definition.
Right, I'd like words to mean things.
Living a loving life is not defining enough.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. I have something to say on that. I would love for it not to be so lenient, and this is why. My father will not talk to me now because of Christianity. He does not live anything by the Bible. He doesn't know that much about the Bible, yet he qualifies himself as a good person because he is Christian, and I'm a bad person because I'm not a Christian. So I would like there to be more rules in place to qualify as a Christian. Yes.
Like what says so? From that, what kind of rules would you suggest?
I don't think that's a fair question.
Well, you're saying you need more rules. What to counter that example?
Well,
So
you
what
asked
rules would be needed for that
the
example?
question. You asked the question. Would you not want a religion to be lenient? She just provided you with an example of why there should be a little more guidelines. Because using your very loose, very fluid definition of Christian, her dad goes, "I'm obviously a good person because I'm a Christian." He knows nothing about Christianity, knows nothing about the Bible. He knows nothing about the teachings of Jesus. He knows nothing about the Old Testament wrathful God. He knows nothing about what he's talking about. Yet,
I'm not saying that knowing nothing is what makes you
willing.
Christian.
Yet he's willing to disown his daughter over it. And you said at the beginning of this, knowledge is not required to be a Christian. So
I'm not
he
saying
fits
that
in.
lack of knowledge is required, though. I'm saying it's to live a loving life. Is abandoning or not communicating with your daughter, is that a way of living a loving life?
No.
Absolutely.
Well,
There you go.
Wait,
why not
but
talk
isn't,
about
isn't that
simply?
isn't that subject to interpretation? If you believe,
Who would interpret that differently?
well, hold on. The people that are doing it, right?
Absolutely.
Especially if they believe that not talking to them will bring them back to Christ, right? So
It's being an enabler, like with an addiction. I will cut you out of my life because I refuse to love you to death. So I will love you so much that I will refuse to talk to you until you get clean. It's just like you would talk with an addict.
Okay, and so I guess because I'm trying to think, like you guys are saying that there should be more rules than that. Like, would the rule be?
What's
defining
frustrating?
what it means to live a loving life?
What's frustrating for us is you're like, yeah, I reject that part of the Bible too, and yeah, I don't think that part's true about God doing that to those babies, and yeah, I agree. I think those stories are all false. You sound like us. You completely reject all these
I
things.
understand why it's frustrating for you because it does take really nothing more than common sense, and there's a sense of bitterness and hate that go into people that use their religion to do bad things.
Well, no, what I'm saying is you reject all the things that I reject, and then you go, well, I'm Christian. Why? Well, because I like the good parts of the Bible, and I am a good person to people.
Yeah.
Well, we are too, and it's called humanism.
Is it because so many people call themselves Christians and then they do something else, and then therefore if I do not do what all these other Christians do, I'm not Christian?
No. It's because what you are actually describing is every secular humanist I know.
Okay.
They are wonderful people. They treat everybody with respect. And they, there's something bigger than us, humanity. I'll reach out and do something for someone that I wouldn't do for myself.
So what's bigger than humans is humanity?
Right. It's bigger than the individual human.
Okay, that makes zero sense to me, how humanity is higher up than humans.
Because it's higher.
Humanity is the act of humans.
I said it's the individual. I said it's bigger than the individual. When people say
what's
there
bigger
is
than the individual? Well, okay, so society as a whole is bigger than the individual.
Not society.
Humanity?
What I'm saying is, as a bigger purpose, what should we work toward? What should we be accountable to? What should we
What
love?
is it we should be accountable to?
Rick, you're going to have to let me talk, buddy. What we should be held accountable to, what we should be loving, what we should be praising, what we should be helping and taking care of is humanity greater than the self, greater than my own individual selfishness. So many Christians, when they describe humanism, they try to describe it as being selfishness. Oh, you only care about yourself, the human. That's not what humanism is. Humanism is putting humanity as a whole before yourself as an individual. And that's what you're talking about doing, living a life of love. Everybody in this studio lives a life of love. Every humanist I know lives a life of love. That's not Christianity. That's being a good person, which is separate from being a Christian. You do not have the monopoly on being good. Your God is not the source of all of these atheists that are helping each other. That's what I'm trying to get you to admit.
So the individual is the one that's responsible for being good.
Yeah. Why
Okay,
not?
and so you can. So basically, it's because what I believe through as a Christian is that no one is perfect. And I mean, would you agree no one's perfect?
Yeah. I think everyone.
Okay,
would.
so people do. Everyone does. I've done bad things. I continue to do bad things. People make mistakes. So I question how righteous of a person I can be on my own.
Okay, I get.
And I
get
wouldn't dare give myself all the credit.
All right, so there's it. Okay, so I used to be a Christian as well, and I understand, especially being of African descent here in the States, where we tend to talk about humility. In fact, this is something that we wrestle with. You're never going to have something greater than you, right? And what hubris do atheists have? In fact, I used to have this argument as a Christian, like, how dare you say that you can do this on your own? How dare you say that you are good without God? I mean, that almost offends many Christians because you require God to be good. I completely get that. I just reject that.
It's not something I get offended by, but it does sound prideful.
Right. So, but okay. So you're saying that again, I used to have this argument. So it is prideful to say that I'm doing it on my own. I'm doing it because I see a need, etc. And my goodness, my evolved goodness, what I can see as good, right? I'm doing it on my own without your God. You see that as prideful?
Yeah, I do. And also consider this. What would you think if someone said, "Thank humanity" for something?
I think it sounds ridiculous.
How is that ridiculous? Isn't that what's above the individual?
Yeah, but it also implies that humanity as a whole just did something to complete this. I mean, I would say I've used the term faith in humanity restored as a joke if someone does something good for someone. But these terms, when you're a non-believer, these terms become irrelevant. They just giving thanks. I mean, look, as an example, just so you know, a little personal note about me and my family in our home. Anytime we sit down to eat, we thank whoever provided the food. If Brandy cooked food,
which is rare.
We all think.
So if a country decided as a whole to abandon all laws that are based on Christianity, who would you thank for that?
Okay. What is that? What is that? What are you talking
Because you're
about?
not because good things can happen where it's not just credited to a certain individual.
Well,
because it sounds like what you're putting above the individual's humanity. So I'm trying to identify what humanity means.
So which laws are based on Christianity? If you say you don't need the Bible to be Christian, if you don't need the Bible to be Christian, then what laws are you referring to? Because the good laws, because the quote unquote good laws, the ones that we don't change, right? Of course, laws that, and including some of the quote unquote Christian laws, we have said are bad, including ones that I take personally offensive, including the ones that kind of said that tribes shouldn't mix and the unequally yoked shouldn't mix, because I have children from an interracial relationship. Now that's based on biblical law. In fact, we've had judges, even recently, that have said that that good Lord put us on different continents, to keep us apart, and He's defended it with the Bible. So, which Christian laws are you saying that if we got rid of, would the U.S. would just go to hell?
The Christian laws I was referring to is how other people define Christianity in terms of using the Bible to back it up. So like banning gay marriage and stuff like that. or using they say, well, it's because this is a Christian nation, but then they're not even defining that. So that's all I meant by that exactly. But I can't think of a law that would go against the principle of live a loving life that would be better than not.
A law?
Because that would be because I mean, I don't really think there needs to be a smelting of church and state exactly, and I would never propose that. But
well, how could
if there's
you?
a law that goes in line with a basic Christian moral value, which is also
what does that
basically
mean?
the golden rule.
Okay, wait, but what does that mean? And see, and okay, so now you're talking about the golden rule, and we have examples of the golden rule. In fact, some of them are better examples of the golden rule that predate Christianity. They predate Judaism. Right? So are you calling, okay, so you could be Christian before Christ?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So again,
what?
Stop it, David. Stop it.
Sorry.
So wait, so you could be Christian before Christ.
You're not going to say Christian, but you can believe in a God that is the source of love, and you can live a loving life. And it's the idea of, and this kind of...
That's called Jewish.
No. It's, okay, so...
That's called Jewish.
Judaism and many other religions are... basically every non-Christian theistic religion is based on a God with these rules that you're trying to get out of me.
No, okay, wait. Okay, so I disagree because my ancestry is from Africa and by way of Haiti, and I have very old creation stories, especially when we start talking about the Fawn tribe and voodoo, and I have a very distinct story that doesn't talk about the kind of morality that Christian morality has.
So what kind does it talk about?
And some of it is diametrically opposed to Christianity. I mean, I have multiple gods. So are you also saying that just because I'm a good person and it's not a monotheistic belief or a monotheistic religion, and I would, it's kind of hard to call voodoo a religion, but let's say it's a religion. Are you saying that although I may have many Loas, many different gods, I'm still Christian because of the way that I act, because I'm a good person?
No, I don't think it's your actions that make you Christian. I think it's what's in your heart.
Oh, okay. So it's not my actions. It's not my words, because I can say that I'm not Christian and you can say that I'm still Christian. And you said that I could be voodoo. I could believe in voodoo and be a Christian. I could be an atheist and be a Christian. So it's what's in my heart and be a Christian. What about those, and I kind of can't avoid this, David, but what about those people that are just absolutely evil and call themselves Christian?
Westboro.
I can't speak for those people, of course.
But what if
I know they're wrong?
But what if those? What if those people? What if those people are using the Bible in its purest form, its purest sense? I mean, they can point to verse and they can tell you that they're doing all of this based out of love, and they can rationalize this love. But it's all doing harm to other people, but they're doing it out of love for God, out of love for Jesus, out of love for, love for the longing and desire for eternity. It's all out of love.
Yeah,
it translates to hate, but it's out of love.
It gets into a question of, does the end justify the means? Like, is it worth doing this bad thing for this greater thing to come in the future? And I don't know if I define it as a Christian philosophy or not, but I personally don't adhere to that concept of the end justifies the means, so it's worth doing that. I mean, I think that you could be, in the scope of things, you can be equally loving and respectful and compassionate to every single person around you. And you don't have to do anything beyond that for anything that you feel is called on you for a greater cause.
And you can do it all without God.
What's that?
And you can do that all without God.
Without God?
Yeah.
You can say you're doing it without God, and you're either correct or incorrect.
That was a very politician
saying you
answer.
did it without God doesn't mean absolutely that you did it without God.
To be honest, I was curious to what you would say. So.
Okay.
So I have a question for you. My father, the last time we talked, which was about March or April of this year, we had a conversation about why he refuses to invite me to family events and my family to family events, such. And he told me that I'm one of the most giving, kind-hearted, loving people he knows. So if that is true, and you're saying that it all depends on what's in your heart, I'm a good person, then why would my father, who claims to be Christian, turn away from my family?
So why would your father choose to turn away from you?
Yeah, you said it's all about what's in your heart.
I can't possibly give you a reason that justifies him turning away from you, because I don't think that's right. It sounds like you're asking me to justify his actions.
No, I'm really asking you to clarify what has to be in your heart for you to be a Christian.
I think that's a great question.
Well, with your example, I mean, I guess, did he give a reason? Like, if you're so kind and loving and everything, that he's giving you reasons why he should invite you to get-togethers. So did he end up giving a reason? Why? Is it just because of what you say you believe?
Non-belief is part of the reason, which is most of the reason. But I'm not asking you really to give a reason why my father doesn't talk to me or my family. I'm asking you because you've defined Christianity as what's in your heart. And you've said everything that it's not, but it is what's in your heart. And I'm wondering what has to be in your heart to be a Christian, because I was raised just to love everyone and to be a good person. That's it.
Oh, you're a Christian.
And so what makes you a Christian and me not a Christian?
I honestly don't know, because I personally believe when I die and go wherever I go, I may very well see some atheists there too. That would not shock me at all. Because I think there's a lot of people that might say they're atheists and they've just rejected every man-made religion where they might not have thought about other possibilities. Yeah. I wouldn't just pin it on a label and say, okay, this is where atheists go, this is where Christians go. I wouldn't. It seems like an absolute way to look at it.
Rick, do you realize how many people, how many Christians are listening to this right now, screaming at their speakers that you are not a Christian?
Yeah.
I would say, if they love their Bible so much, to ask why there are so many Christians in the world, yet in the Bible it says the path is narrow.
Well, wait a minute, because you are the one who has opened the floodgates for anybody who can make pudding pie to be Christian. Anyone who can change a light bulb is a Christian. Anyone who can, make a funny noise out of their left nostril, you're a Christian. You are opening the floodgates for everyone. And I know what I'm going to get after this show, and I'm going to agree with the mass emails from Christians that say he redefined good, he redefined God, he rejects the God that atheists reject, and he has redefined Christianity and watered it down so much that it means nothing.
So with that passage though, it actually says the gate is wide open, but few will go through it.
Okay, so
you didn't address anything I actually said.
Right.
You were just looking at the passage.
But I was using that analogy. So I have a question. It kind of gets to this point, because this is kind of what I believe regarding that. Because I think few will enter, but I think it's their choice. Because I believe, and maybe you can hypothetically answer this, is that imagine if you die and you find yourself on a path that forks into two different paths. One has a sign that says towards God, and one has a sign that says not towards God. Which path would you take?
I would have to ask which God.
You'd have to. So let's say you have no other information.
That is not enough information to make that decision.
Wait. No, hold on. I've just died, and I've ascended somewhere, and there's a fork in the road, and one says, you know, yeah, I'm going left.
Hold on, you've just died.
I've just died.
You're dead.
I'm dead.
Okay. You're now ascending.
I'm now ascending.
Okay.
Okay.
That's you ascending.
That's me. That's me ascending. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All
now
right, so
you're there, and it's time to make
the-
a decision.
I'm on the road, and two signs appear. One says God to the right. The one
No,
to
you got that one. One man. Two signs. One towards God, the other away. Coming this summer, Alex Jules stars in Fork in the Road.
So
sorry.
So I personally would go towards God because I got some questions for him. He's got a lot to answer for. The first one being why he's so racist. That's the first one.
Mine would be, why you put a fork in the road without any extra information? I needed to know which God you were.
No, dude. Well,
Assuming
obviously it's
you have
only
all
his
the knowledge that you have now.
Even if I have no knowledge whatsoever, and I pop up except my life experiences, I still want to ask God why he's so racist.
I mean, that's not a fair question, though, Rick, because I could ask you the same thing. You're obviously going to say towards God, and then you get there, and it's an elephant with 8 arms. Which God are you talking about?
Yeah.
You get there and go, oh, can I change my mind?
Ooh, I got a question.
It's assuming that the signs are correct, so that with that analogy, let's say it is some 8-armed elephant that I end up going towards, then I would feel I've made the wrong choice, but that's all there is. And if this is a place where I'm going to end up spending eternity, then I've simply made the wrong choice. But I don't believe that would be at the other end of that path, though.
Would you pick an alternate paradise? I mean, there's
If
one.
I knew that at the end of that path it was going to be a 6-armed elephant, I would choose a sign away from God.
Really? Why?
Because I prefer truth.
But what if
that is the truth?
But if that's
Hold on,
it,
that is the truth.
Wait, you've ascended.
No, the truth is there is a path that goes away from that 6-armed elephant, and I would take that path.
Right, but you've turned against God. God just wasn't what you envisioned him to be.
Yeah.
And he's the one that ascended you. He's the one that brought you to that point.
The Bible doesn't say God's not a 6-armed or 8-armed elephant.
Well, okay,
or a
so,
teapot.
okay, hypothetically, okay, I should rewind on that. I should correct myself because
Yeah.
it could be the God that I have always felt a relationship with. Turns out it is a 6-armed elephant. Then sure, I wouldn't really care. But I guess I was thinking of a 6-armed elephant because it's taking on a God of a different religion. So I guess I would really want to understand what kind of God that was.
Right, but if that was the true God, would you still worship that God and admit that you had been wrong your entire life? Or would you turn away from that God even though you knew it was real?
If it was something of a completely different religion,
Yeah.
then yeah, I would turn away from that.
Even though you knew...
But wait.
Whoa,
but
hold on. Stop. I got to take this one. Okay. So even though you know that this is the God of the universe, because it is the Hindu God, you would turn away from that God.
What if it was an evil God?
Exactly.
And would you stay with that God?
No.
That's
No.
why I'm not Christian.
That's the point. That is the point. And that further drives home the point that, I love this. You said it beautifully.
No.
So then
here's-
the point, let me finish. The point is, even though you know that God exists and that God is directly before you, you can still have the ability to turn away from that God, which means whatever God is out there, the Christian God, let's just say, could appear in this studio right now.
And he's black.
And of course he's black. And he would completely still give me free will, and I would still have the ability to turn away from him. So him appearing right here in this studio does not automatically make me a robot. I could still have the free will to turn against him, so why doesn't he do it?
I don't know. You're asking me to play God and answer on his behalf?
I'm asking in your opinion, because every time I've asked that question, they say, well, because once you know God exists, you have to follow him. No.
Okay, I wouldn't agree with that, though.
Right. We just got there backwards. And so I'm going to ask you now, if you would turn against a God when you knew that that was the right God, and you even said, what if it's an evil God? I read the Old Testament. The God you worship, the one that you hope is there, is said to be an evil God.
The one I hope is there?
Yeah.
Is said by people to be an evil God.
Yes.
And so you're going off the words of people instead of...
No, yes. And you're going off the words of those same people that Jesus resurrected. Because you get that out of the same book that you admit has mistakes in it.
Not exactly.
What?
It's...
Rick, come on.
You're getting back to the absolutes of it, that it all must be wrong if one part of it's wrong.
That's not what I said. It could be 97% correct, and let's just say that the parts of the Bible that are wrong are the few things that you don't like in the Old Testament and the resurrection of Jesus. You know, that's why they check our credit when we go to buy a house or a car. They want to see how trustworthy we are to pay it back. So if I'm going to have my credit checked in order to buy the vehicle, I'm going to check the Bible's credit if I'm going to find out if it's telling me the truth about the resurrection of Jesus and where I'm going to spend eternity.
But David, you're missing what he said earlier, which was you don't need Christ to be a Christian.
I give up.
You don't need you don't need knowledge of Christ to be Christian.
Wait. What?
Coming up next, I'm going to let you provide. Coming up next, I'm going to let you provide evidence for the Christian God. I've seen the profile. I know you've got some stuff that you want to lay out, and then we're going to try to get to the problem of evil. Should we? Part of it should be after show. We've already gone 3.5 hours, but let's just see how it goes. I'm going to give him an opportunity to provide evidence for the Christian God. Up next, right here on Dogma Debate.
You ever heard this? Chew tobacco, spit?
Chew tobacco, spit. Good old boy stuff. One of you should wear a cowboy hat during it. Chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, spit.
Back at Chuda. And then they spit.
Some country songs, the guy sounds a little bit country and it's okay. Welcome back to the Dogma Debate. And I'm here, your host, David. Sound real country. And I'm a good old boy drinking whiskey. It's part of my culture. I'm a redneck. I have the Copenhagen in my mouth. I chew tobacco, spit. I have a shotgun. I live in the country. I drive a truck. You know what? I better go drink some whiskey. I'm your buckaroo. I put my pistol on me, and I went and got in my pickup. It's manly to drink hard liquor, drive immediately afterwards. Green traffic light, turn straight to red. Chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, spit.
Back at Chuda. And then they spit.
I went to the sink and I got some Resolve. Ate it on my cushions and I wiped it off. Country music. Hey, that's a country song. I like it. God, that sounds pretty redneck already. He needs a little lubricant. Ain't a damn one know how to do the Dougie. Good old boy. Woohoo! McDonald's, let's do it. Prayer to the man upstairs. Okay. Prayer to the man upstairs. You clean your plate. Because Rodney Atkins said so. Yeah, eat all your food. You can be a big old cowboy. I heard y'all had sushi, so you can't be in love. Chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco, spit. Chew tobacco 3 times.
And then they spit.
David Smalley is pretty much the exact opposite of Glenn Beck.
There is no invisible Chinese stealth plane. We made that up.
You're listening to Dogma Debate on iHeartRadio.
Here's an excerpt from Nailed by David Fitzgerald.
Didn't there have to have been a Jesus? Perhaps he was just a wandering teacher or an exorcist, an apocalyptic prophet or a zealot who opposed the Romans. Perhaps he was all these things, or even a composite of several such early first-century figures. But at any rate, surely there had to be somebody at the original core of Christianity, arguably the most famous individual in human history. All this seems to be a perfectly reasonable, completely natural assumption to make, so why would anyone be so foolish as to propose that Jesus never existed? Doesn't it just make more sense to assume that there was a historical Jesus, even if we're unable to recover the real facts about his life and death? As it turns out, no. The opposite is true. The closer we look at the evidence for Jesus, the less solid evidence we find, and the more we find suspicious silences and curious resemblances to the pagan and Jewish religious ideas and philosophies that preceded Christianity. And once you begin to parse out the origins of this tradition or that teaching from their various sources, the sweater begins unraveling quickly until it becomes very difficult to buy that there ever was, or even could have been, any historical figure at the center.
Nailed by David Fitzgerald is now available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
Hey, Fourth Listener, get your behind-the-scenes access, peek into the studio, and even get special contact info, all by signing up at login.dogmadebate.com.
Hi, I'm Shelley Siegel, and I'm the fourth listener of Dogma Debate.
Say that I need to be saved. Say with me, the devil got his way. I want to know how when you are praying, when you are doomsdaying, how you think you know that someone is listening to what you are.
Welcome back to Dogma Debate. We're talking with Rick Phillips, a very skeptical Christian who has basically wanted to be on the show because I guess so many other Christians have been on the show, and like many before him, they people listen and go, wow, that Christian just doesn't have it right. And I'm sure we're going to get some very interesting emails from Christians after this show. On behalf of Rick, I'll just forward those directly to you. But let's move on to actual evidence for the Christian God. I know you've got some things you would like to present, some things you would like to say. Just tell me now, why should I believe?
Well, I wanted to also just confirm something because I asked a question. I wasn't trying to get an answer, but I was trying to make just a quick point on how we don't need a system where God damns people to hell, that it's simply something people can choose and things would still settle itself. Like I would still choose a way to the path away from the alternate God. And so that was kind of the point I was making, that people can choose where they go, not through their actions and then being damned, but just make a choice. And I think people make the same choice.
Well, I think the reason we get that is from the Bible, again, and these are parts of the Bible that you reject that say things about the lake of fire and you're going to burn and you'll be tortured. We did a whole bunch of research. I would really love for you to go back and listen to that. It wasn't that long ago. It was just a few episodes ago where we did this whole breakdown. We had 4 different research assistants go out and come back with all sorts of different information. Some literal, some meaning literary in sense of where we get cultural ideas. Some went and studied the original definitions of the word Sheol and things like that. Yeah. Some went and got other words of being cast aside. What did that word really mean? We broke it all down, and it was a great episode. I would recommend you doing it. But this goes back to this goes back to my fundamental question of, and I really want you to try to give me the shortest answer you can on this. If you reject a lot of the Bible, you reject a lot of the same parts that I do, and my question is, and I don't feel like I've gotten an answer for it, even though I feel like I've asked it, if you know that there are bad parts in it, how do you know which parts are true?
I don't know which parts are true. It's not something that I rely on as the basis of my faith.
Fair enough. I shouldn't have said no. I shouldn't have said no.
Any given question, it's I don't know, but I think.
Okay. Let me rephrase the question. If you believe that parts of the Bible are false, why do you believe other parts of the Bible? They could also be false without you knowing.
I just apply my sense of what I believe are objective moral values to it, and then it doesn't make sense.
Well, but then the Bible could be true and just a bad book.
It could be, but yeah, and I would just simply reject it.
That's exactly what we've done.
But you're rejecting any concept of God existing rather than, because you're putting in the same category as if the Bible is not to
Not
be
really.
trusted, then no religion can possibly be trusted.
That's not necessarily true. And when you say religion, if you mean different sect of Christianity, I would have to agree.
I would say the concept of personal faith in a creator beyond you.
No, I don't think we have enough evidence to reject every claim of a creator. I don't think we do. I think we are lacking evidence and should withhold belief or suspend belief until sufficient evidence is shown, and that's what makes me an atheist. I lack that theism. But I don't claim that I full out reject any and all evidence of a creator. I don't think we need a creator. I live my life as though there's not one, and I haven't seen sufficient evidence, and that's my view on it.
One of the things that we tend to get hung up on, whether theist or atheist, is language, right? And so even when we start talking about, really fundamentally the forces that, and I don't want to use the word guide, but were very active in the evolution of the universe and how things came to be, I may call them forces, and unfortunately, that's the name I use for them, or objectively, that's the name I use for them. And I don't ascribe a creator. It's just there are forces out there that that existed, and because of them, we exist. And unfortunately, we get into a somewhat philosophical or linguistic tie-up where it's like, okay, well, I'm calling that God. It's like, okay, wait, okay. So if you're calling that God, then you're really more agnostic than anything else, or you don't have a dogma, or you don't need the theism
you're deist,
for that.
yeah.
You're a deist, right?
Yeah.
And I can argue a deist all day long, because all we're doing is very much focusing on the semantic, again, God versus forces, right? And again, it's one of those, I can't prove this, I can't disprove this. But then when we get into the dogma itself, well, I can disprove a lot of the Bible, and I can disprove a lot of the other dogma, and so I wind up dismissing them.
The things that are used to disprove or give evidence against what's in the Bible, how often is it scientific versus just morally disagree?
Both. I mean, it happens pretty often. I mean, whether it's contextual analysis, where we can say, okay, well, that was a fraud. We can see when that was inserted, and then we wind up dismissing that, and so that's gone. And then we wind up taking a look at the morality of the stance that's in there, and I say, you know what? My morality says that that's immoral, especially when we start looking at the Old Testament in particular, like the Malachites and so many others. I wind up dismissing that. And so what I wind up having is, and I called it this before, Jeffersonian light, even a stripped down version of the Jeffersonian Bible, where almost everything's gone and it just says, be a good person. And am I really calling that Christianity at that point? And if so, I'm no longer, by everyone else's definition, a Christian. I'm just a good person.
Well, because from every atheist I've ever talked to, and assuming everyone on the show here is atheist, that they don't start off atheists. They start off believing whatever their family taught them, and that what drives them, what breaks the camel's back is a personal feeling of a moral dilemma that they come across. Like even Sam Harris, who seems very intellectual, very scientific, he told once like what drove him to atheism, and it's because he read a passage in the Bible that said, if you take the Lord's name in vain, that's the unforgivable sin, and he just didn't like that, and that's what drove him to it. So I think more often than not, it's not science; it's just not liking it.
No, hold on. I think you're confusing a catalyst with a cause. That may be a catalyst for him to go, wait a minute, that's pretty ridiculous. Let me look into this. It's not because I can't imagine Sam Harris reading one Bible verse and going, damn, I'm an atheist.
I can find the source if you want. He said that he did a lot of studying. He was looking into it, asking a lot of questions. And that was the last thing that he read, that he decided to be an atheist.
Well, I understand. There are several things like that where people have a certain aha moment. But there's usually it's a breaking point of, I've had to make excuses for this book for years and years and years and years and years, and I'm sick of making excuses. Just like whenever I asked you about how do you know which parts are true, which parts are false, and you said I use my moral compass to tell me. Okay, some things have nothing to do with morality; they're just silly. Mark 11:12, for example, Jesus is leaving Bethany. He gets hungry. He walks by a fig tree, and it doesn't have any figs on it. And it doesn't have any figs because it's out of season. And it says that in the scripture, that it's out of season. Jesus got angry at it and cursed it and caused it to wilt because it didn't produce fruit. This is insanity to me. That's not a moral dilemma that you need to judge. If Jesus is God, he should know that the fig tree's not in season, and he shouldn't behave like a child by being angry at it, throwing a fit, and cursing it. This is a very, very simple example of a Bible contradiction that makes me go, you can't trust this book to tell us about truth. We can't trust this book to tell us about God. If this is you're telling me this guy can turn water into wine, can walk on water, can heal people from being blind, and can resurrect the dead, can ascend and float into heaven, and can come back to life himself, but he doesn't know that a fig tree is out of season.
Did he say that? What part of the Bible are you talking about?
Mark 11:12. He went to find out if it had any fruit. He didn't know.
Jesus didn't know?
Right. He was hungry, and he wanted to go eat so he walked to a tree to see if it had any fruit. He should have already known it had fruit or that it didn't. He should have, from a distance, he could have been like, yeah, that's not going to have any fruit. It's not season. It's not in season for figs. But he walked over there like a human being and discovered it didn't have any. He was hungry, so he threw a fit and cursed it. This isn't a moral dilemma issue. This isn't a thing like that. It's something so basic that you can just look at that and go, wow, that's the Lord I worship? He didn't know about fig trees being in season, and then when he found out he was wrong about it having fruit, he threw a fit and cursed the tree? How is it the tree's fault? The tree was following the laws of nature he allegedly put into place. But you curse the tree? This is an absurd notion of a Lord. And so the only way to do this is to go, oh, well, obviously this was parable, or this was, if you do not bear fruit, you shall be away from me. Yeah, let's use that one. And you have to just kind of grasp at straws and turn it into an analogy, or turn it into hyperbole, or say that the author was wrong about that, or it must be a translation error. You have to jump through hoops and be a spin doctor to make this make sense when, eventually enough excuses are enough excuses. And this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. How do we know this really happened? And if this is the guy that we're worshiping, we really think that the guy who didn't know that the fig tree was out of season and then behaved like a child when he found out it wasn't, this is the guy that rose from the dead?
What does it say as far as childish behavior? What did he do that was childish?
He cursed.
I'm reading it. It says, and Jesus answered and said unto it, no man eat fruit of thee hereafter forever. And his disciples heard it.
Yeah, it just depends on which verse you read.
Okay, well, I mean, that was the first one. That was King James Version.
Yeah, a lot of them will say he cursed. He cursed it.
Okay, well, which one do you believe? It sounds like you're adhering to that one. Is that
it just doesn't matter? It doesn't matter. Forget the child part of it.
That absolutely matters. You're using an example, and your example cannot hold water if that's not the interpretation.
No, it does, because it doesn't matter if he threw a fit or not.
Well, then none of what you're saying about the Bible in any way matters, because it is a fact that people have interpreted differently. Therefore, any example you ever give in the Bible can't hold water by your standard.
No, wrong. Because you're hyper-focusing on one issue of one saying that he cursed the tree and another one just saying no one's ever going to eat from you again. That's beside the point. The point is that he did not know that a fig tree was not in season. Let's focus on that. That is not an interpretation. Every version you read is going to say something along the lines of, he was hungry, he saw a tree in the distance, he went to find out if it had fruit. This means he did not have all knowledge, which means he is not God. And then when he reached it, he found out it did not have figs. He didn't understand basic botany. and he is the creator of the universe. That is a fundamental contradiction regardless of what interpretation you take.
Well, do you think, would God ever be hungry to begin with?
What does that have to do with the situation?
Because Jesus has human traits.
And there comes the appeal to convenience. When it's convenient,
I
when it's
understand that you don't. I understand that you can't fathom the idea of a human incarnate version of God.
Yeah, it's my simple mind that can't wrap my head around this fairy tale. It's my fault.
No one can wrap their head around it, but why just reject it?
Because it's ridiculous. It flies in the face of logic.
There's nothing childish about what he says. So what you're taking is like,
you're going back to that.
Some atheist book wrote this interpretation, and that's the interpretation you're reading. You're saying, well, then you can't trust anything in the Bible now, can you?
Did you say atheist book?
What are you
We're talking about the Bible.
I'm reading from
where are you getting childish behavior?
Is God given morality, or is God given logic engine?
Well, because one book says he cursed a tree.
Right. It was that he cursed the tree.
Okay. And is that book correct? If it's not correct, then his behavior wasn't childish.
But listen, even if he didn't actually cause it to wilt or whatever, and the translation is misguided, whatever, he said, "May no one ever eat from you again." That's not childish. That's taking your ball and going home because you were hungry and the thing didn't have figs. That's silly. That's childish. And he said it to a tree.
I honestly don't know I honestly read this, and I don't really understand what I'm reading when I read this. I wouldn't take some bizarre interpretation that, oh, he got pissy and he started kicking the tree and threw stuff at it and cursed it. Like, that's not in this at all.
Really, because the very next verse is about him throwing a hissy fit because people were selling items, and he starts flipping over tables and money changers, and it makes sense. He was hungry. He was being a diva. He needed a Snickers. It says it right there. Look, I'm reading from New International Version is the version I just pulled up. The next day as they were leaving Bethany, Jesus was hungry. Seeing in the distance a fig tree in leaf, he went to find out if it had any fruit. When he reached it, he found nothing but leaves. Pause right there. Creator of the universe didn't know if a tree had fruit on it. He went to go find something out. He found nothing but leaves, but it was not in season he went to find out. He found nothing but leaves, but it was not, because it was not in season for figs. Then he said to the tree, this is where it gets really childish. He said to the tree, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." And his disciples heard him say it. On reaching Jerusalem, Jesus entered the temple courts and began driving out those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves, and would not allow anyone to carry merchandise through the temple courts.
Okay, and his reason could very well be 2 verses later.
Oh, I get that there's reasons.
Yeah,
this isn't
he's hungry.
Okay, what if Obama walked into Congress and started flipping over tables and yelling at people? Would you look at him as a respectable leader? No, that's childish, ridiculous behavior that we would not tolerate. We would not tolerate from a mayor, a governor, a president, a senator, but you're going to tolerate it from the creator of the universe and call him holy.
Would you flip tables if there's a school teaching to hate gay marriage?
Absolutely, but I'm not God. I'm not God.
He's about what they're doing in the temple.
Right.
Why not the temple?
I'm not God. I'm not God. I know I get angry and lose my temper.
So really, you shouldn't.
You're just dodging the questions, Rick. You're not addressing the actual issues.
You keep giving one example after another where I'm trying to get to specific points here, and I'm trying to trail off of these one verse after another that you're bringing up.
No, the point is, all this faith, you cherry pick the Bible and say, this is the part that's good because it fits with my morality. This part is bad because it doesn't fit with my morality. Well, my point is, what about the issues that come up like this that have nothing to do with morality and are just silly? Like Balaam in Numbers 22 having a conversation with a donkey. That is clearly ridiculous. It's not moral, but do you believe that Balaam sat and had a conversation with a donkey?
I don't know.
Okay, so you reject that because it's silly.
I don't reject it. I don't know.
Oh, you said I don't. I thought you said I don't. No.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know. And the reason why we're talking about moral issues moral issues with the Bible is because that's what drives people. That's like what really drives someone away. Do you really think someone's going to read this verse and say, "Oh, it's this. Now I'm going to turn away from this"?
No. It's never just
Exactly.
one. It's
That-
never
I'm
just
saying
one
that
thing.
it's for moral reasons. I'm trying to get back to the point that we were talking about long ago. I don't know why we're talking about this.
Oh, because I'm the host of the damn show. Maybe that's why. And because you continue to be convenient in pointing out what verses you agree with and what verses you don't agree with. So I'm illustrating a point that even when a verse has nothing to do with morality, you can still reject it based on logic. That's why, Rick.
Well, I'm trying to talk about a point that we were talking about 10 minutes ago and got way off topic, and I'm trying to tie this back to that. If you don't want to get to the original point that we were trying to talk about.
So you are rejecting that even though this is not a moral issue, just like the donkey talking, this is not a moral issue, but it causes the Bible to come into question on its truthfulness.
It's not going to be what breaks the camel's back for people.
I didn't
It's
say
not
it
gonna be
was.
the defining moment for anybody.
I didn't say it was.
But that's what I'm claiming. I'm claiming that it is for moral reasons. Is what makes people turn away.
Right.
Yeah,
and
there's
one
other
termite,
things that
right,
make you question.
Right. And one termite can't tear down a house. But everybody has their breaking point.
But is the last termite that does it? Is it going to be a verse like this?
I don't know. That's not my point.
I really don't think so.
Why does that matter? Why
Well,
why does this have to be the end all be all or the first or the last? My point is the Bible is riddled with termites. That's my point. And every time you see a termite, you just pick it up and flick it off and go, well, that part's gone. Oh, well, that page is eaten through. Well, that page. You have a book that looks like someone shot it with an AR-15, and you're going, yep, this is where I get my idea of God. But there are so many fallacies. There are so many fables.
Did I say that? You keep telling me that like I'm relying on the Bible as the Word of God. I'm telling you that you can be Christian without a Bible at all. I don't know why you keep talking about the Bible when I'm telling you that you can have no Bible at all and still be Christian.
Well, then where did you come up with your idea of Jesus?
Jesus is the concept of a God that loves each and every person enough to where he would be willing to die for you. But how can God do that?
Where did you get it? Where did you get your concept of Jesus?
I was taught the concept of Jesus.
By who?
My family originally, but it's
Rick, you're avoiding
from
you're avoiding the truth, which is the concept of Jesus comes from the Bible. You cannot be a Christian without learning about Christ. That's
but
where
there
the
was
word
Christianity
comes
before a Bible.
Okay.
So are you talking about me
but
individually or?
Yeah, they were
people
his
that
followers.
discuss
Yeah, people that were his followers, and they passed down, and that's why they wrote this, is because it was being faded out. I understand.
But
now that we're here, without a Bible, you would not know about Christ.
I have a question.
Yeah, and I'm not going to subject myself to this time and this age only and say this is the religion of this age.
Well, I have a question for you. So someone like me that grew up without the Bible, as you're suggesting, you can be a Christian without the Bible, then would you call me a Christian?
Potentially. I honestly don't know. I have no authority to make one claim or the other.
Okay. This segment was actually supposed to be for you to provide evidence for God, and I started off by letting you make one point about the previous segment, which was probably the mistake. So would you like to present your evidence of the Christian God? Why should we believe?
Yeah, so I don't know if it qualifies as evidence, but I consider it what makes more sense and what seems more common sense to me. So I take a few logical steps to come to the conclusion that I have. And the first is whether or not any generic deity of some sort must exist. And I believe that it does. It makes more sense that it does with the existence of things like free will, objective morality. There's a fine-tunings argument of the chances of life existing to begin with, first cause argument. So those four are the main ones that I kind of focus on that strongly support that there is some sort of a generic deity over others. And each one of those can be broken down into whatever. But then,
all right, I only got two. I got the generic deity and then the fine tuning. What were the other two?
Oh no, it's to support that there is the existence of a generic deity of some sort. And there's four. There's the existence of free will, objective morality, the fine tunings argument, and the first cause argument.
Okay.
So those are I don't know if it classifies as evidence, but the apparent existence of these things make it seem to make more sense that there's a generic deity of some sort.
Okay.
And then from there, it's a question of what kind of deity could it be? And so then I take the next leap to say that if God created us, if there is a deity or a God, and we are here on earth with people trying to seek this kind of God, then I believe there is some sort of a connection between us and that God. So it's not just deistic, it's not just a watchwinder, that there is an actual relationship between that God and us on earth. And so I believe that that concept is basic enough to be within our understanding, and that it is more likely of a mainstream religion of some sort than something that's completely out there that's never been fathomed. And so from there, I look at which of those religions make the most sense, and I turn to the concept of love, which is the same as kind of morality and free will, where you can't really have love if you don't have morality and free will. It's just an illusion. And so I say God is the source of all love, and so then I look for the most loving version of a deistic figure that is previously acknowledged to be more likely to exist. And so that's how I come to a conclusion of the Christian faith being of that, because it's a version of a God that's not just a dictator, but is more like a father, the way a father is to their children, where they love you enough, or the father loves you enough that's willing to die for you.
So Rick,
Mhm.
I really planned on letting you go through all of it, and I apologize for
that's about it. But, yeah.
Okay, well, good. So, you said that you looked for the most loving version of that deity and came to the conclusion that that was the biblical God. And I have to say that that's only the case if you go in and manually remove all of the things that you don't like about the God.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, but that's not finding the most loving. That's creating the most loving God. You've created this God, Rick.
Okay, so it's true that I am trying to come up with the most loving version.
Okay.
And it would shock me if anyone else can come up with a more loving version. I think everyone is capable of coming to that same conclusion.
Oh, yeah. I think you've done a really good job of coming up with a very loving God. I think you have. And I think you've come up with a very loving idea of
I really didn't say biblical God, because it seems that you do want to tie in other things with the Bible that I don't agree with. It's true that I cherry pick, and I take what is good. The Bible says to test all things, take what's good. And the Bible also says not to lean on your own understanding, but to, question other things. And so I feel like my line of thinking is not disagreeing with what is in the Bible. Doesn't mean the Bible's absolutely true in all ways, but I think the Bible does contain truth. And I think the aspect of Jesus, a loving version of a God that would be willing to create a version of himself that would die for us.
So when you say that the Bible says take what's true or take what's good, analyze it, be skeptical, and take what's good, do you think that's giving you permission to go back to the Old Testament and take out the things that don't align with your moral compass?
Absolutely. It's telling me to test all things.
I see how he's doing this. Mm-hmm. I see how he's doing this. Yeah, test all things.
It's telling me to test all things and take what's good. How does that not go against that?
Well, I guess my concern is that you presented it as though, and I have issues with the fine-tuning argument. I have issues with the first cause argument. Free will and objective morality could be their own 5-hour show. Which I'm not so strong on either of those, but I have some opinions. But fine-tuning and first cause, I have issues with those. But even if we conceded every one of those points, to get to the Christian God as being the most loving version of this generic deity, that is where it's not that you've made a leap. It's not that you've done research. It's that you've created that loving God. And I think you've done a good job of it. You're right. You even said yourself, you used the words what I came up with. And you're right. You did come up with a very loving God. You came up with a very loving form of Christianity, which, to be honest with you...
No, I'm going to stop you. It's not. It's Rickianity, right? Because it's a very, very... It's a new denomination.
That's what I was going to get to.
And I'll pick and choose who's allowed to follow my religion.
Right. But I think you've done a good job of creating it.
But there is.
But you have to admit. You have to admit that that's what you've done.
Yes, absolutely.
You've created this.
I admit that absolutely, but there's one of the premises in my line of thinking that the concept of God is within our understanding. It's something that people can come to that personal conclusion to.
So that's interesting, because many Christians do not believe that you can truly understand the mind of God, even some deistic.
No, and I don't either. I don't want to claim to. I mean, I'm only adopting a very basic, simplistic type of Christianity.
Are you talking about this innate concept or instinct that humans have to seek something larger than themselves, and that is like us knowing that there's a God?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Are you taking that concept of humans just naturally or instinctively want to seek after something larger than ourselves, and that is our desire to find God?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the reason I can't let that one slide is because every animal that, at least most mammals, that are born instinctively pop out of their mother and stay close for safety. You watch a gazelle, a horse, sheep, it doesn't matter. Gorillas, chimpanzees, even squirrels, the babies stay close to the mother. And they do seek after their mother for comfort because it's a big, more powerful version of itself. And I think that we do have that desire. I think that has a lot to do with why religion has been so successful. Is we want to feel. I mean, look, when you're born and it thunders, you don't know what's out there, so you run to the biggest, most powerful thing that you have. It's usually mom or dad, and so you're constantly running for safety. Even when stuff's not scary. That's why children are terrified of Santa Claus. You see kids in line trying to get up and sit with Santa Claus, and they're freaking out. They're terrified. Why? The mom has to step away, and they are in this thing they don't understand, and this guy looks weird to them. He doesn't look like most other humans, and he's definitely not mom or dad. This type of situation creates anxiety and fear in us, and that is a survival instinct that has developed through evolution. If something big and weird is near me, I better get away from it and get back to what I'm most like, which is why we still have issues with tribalism, which is why we have issues with racism. We push things away that don't look like us so that we can be around things that are most like us. It's how gazelles know that a tiger's coming. It's how squirrels know that a cat is climbing up the tree. You're not like me, therefore you're dangerous. And this instinct is born within us as a survival instinct. And I think that once we got to the intelligence level that humans are at, we are smart enough to realize that there's not anything. We don't have as you are a now 40-year-old man, you don't have a bigger, stronger mommy to run to for help. So we can't grasp that there's not something. For millions of years, we've developed this instinct of running to something bigger and more powerful for assistance and guidance and security and food and water and safety. And when you get to this human intelligence of realizing maybe we're all we've got, that's terrifying for people. And so the next logical step is, well, if I don't see you, you must still be there. I just can't see you. And they began talking to their conscience and their inner self and their own ideas, which is why in New England, God is a Patriots fan. And in Texas, God is a Cowboys fan. And in Brazil, well, everybody's Catholic. I'm just saying it's one of these things where God conveniently matches whatever you like to do and whatever sin you like to commit. Those are the ones God is okay with. You want to eat shrimp, you want to get tattoos, that's fine, but you want to read from 2 verses later, 2 chapters down, and tell gays they can't get married when you have tattoos on your arm. Oh, the tattoo thing was for the Jews, but the gays for everybody. It's so convenient that we can be in the mind of God. Why is that? Why does every Christian know the mind of God? Where do they get this personal relationship? You know why? Because it's in their heads. They have created their God, and I feel like you have done the same thing.
Well, I agree that people... I think every human being does this, that they side with what feels best. and atheists do this too. And that was something I was trying to make the connection with, because I think that it's a moral choice that every person makes regarding what they choose to believe and not believe. So I think that's.
You think it's a choice?
That,
you think it's a decision?
It's. I don't know how much of a decision it is.
Well, you said you think everyone's making a choice.
A moral choice.
I would think that it is. I'm not 100% though, but I know that feelings play into the convictions for everybody.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, I didn't choose. Honestly, and this is something that I've had arguments with my family, but I didn't choose to be an atheist. It's something that happened over time, right? Through revelations, and that's probably the best word for it. But I didn't choose to be. I mean, why would you choose to disassociate with your family? Why would you choose to be one of the least trusted? Why would you choose to put yourself through that if all it was just a switch? It's kind of like, I hate using the Santa Claus analogy, but I didn't choose to stop believing in Santa Claus. It's something that happened because of my experiences and because of some of the knowledge that I have. So I didn't choose to believe in Santa Claus, and I can't choose to go back to believing in Santa Claus. It's kind of the same thing with where I am with my journey of non-faith.
So with that said, do you think that belief is a choice?
Well, I tend to think that it is. Do you think that every Christian, Muslim, atheist, Mormon, Hindu, that no one is choosing what they're believing?
No, I don't think it's a choice at all. I think that you can choose to live a lifestyle. You can choose to. Are we
just reacting from what has influenced us?
Well, I'm gonna respond. I think you can choose to label yourself. You can choose to go to the church or the synagogue or the mosque. You can choose to take the casserole and provide and participate in Bible study or Quran study. You can do whatever it is. You can go through the motions. But what's going on in your head, if you really don't believe it to be true, you don't have control over that. And I know my listeners are probably tired of this one. I've said it a couple of times. Just imagine going to the top of a building, and you're standing on top of a building. There's no doubt about that. You stand up on the ledge, and then you close your eyes and just believe that building is now 4 inches tall. And when you believe that to be true, you go ahead and jump to prove that you honestly believe that building is only 4 inches tall. With you being up there, you climbed the stairs, you went up on the ladder, you opened the hatch, you walked out, you felt the wind blowing on your face, you've looked down the ledge of the building, and now you've closed your eyes. Now you can't see it. Can you force yourself to believe that this building is 4 inches tall? Absolutely not. You cannot choose that. Just like you couldn't right now decide to believe that you're actually a unicorn. You just can't. You can say I'm a unicorn. You can identify as a unicorn. You can make graphics and paint your walls, and behavior is totally different. But you cannot honestly believe it. When you are presented with an idea or a concept, you either believe it to be true or you don't.
Right. And what you wind up doing is you wind up taking those pieces, and it's the way you cohere your reality. It becomes part of your worldview. It becomes part of what you are, how you see the world. You can't just then take it out or, crack it off again and toss it away. You can't choose to do that. In fact, when I was becoming an atheist and I look back at it and I saw it happening in retrospect, there were doors that I didn't want to go through because I was afraid of.
Sure.
But it was already, just asking the question and realizing that there were doors there, you really reaffirmed that I was already well on my way.
Well, I guess what makes it difficult is that you can, and it's what makes it difficult is that you can't compare it to anything other than a real world example where you can actually take in facts and observation as evidence, where this is beliefs regarding huge questions that ultimately no one knows.
Well, no, because you can't decide to be Muslim. I mean, you could decide to be Muslim. Hold on. You could decide to become Muslim today, but you couldn't decide to believe the Quran is true. If you think it's false and you read it and go, man, that's ridiculous. That's not real. You can wear the stuff on your head and you can pray 5 times pointing toward the Mecca. You can go through the behaviors. You can identify. But in your head, and you would probably say in your heart, if you don't honestly think this is the truth, that's not belief. That's pretend. And I think so many Christians just get tired of pretending. They have challenge after challenge after challenge. Like Alex said, there are doors they don't want to go through. They reach a limit of excuses that they're having to make. They get tired of saying, I don't know why God would do that. I don't know why the Bible says this. I don't like that either. I don't know. And eventually they go, maybe I just need to come to terms with the fact that I don't believe this stuff. So saying you're atheist is not a decision. It's a realization. It's you being honest with yourself, going, man, I'm not going to pretend to believe this stuff anymore. I honestly don't believe it to be true.
So it sounds like being atheist is something that you have no control over, and that even though it's regarding something that cannot be tested one way or the other. What you're rejecting is physical man-made evidence of something that's beyond man-made things.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Because any example that you ever give where you believe something based on what's around you, but
we have to make decisions based on the tools available to us and the logic that we understand. Of course, that's how life works.
Right, but what if you're believing something that's based on something that cannot be tested,
right? So now,
cannot be observed.
So now we're getting into natural force versus supernatural forces, because natural forces can be observed, they can be measured, they can be tested, versus supernatural, which are not, which by the definition exist outside of nature, outside of this universe. And so
it gets into what makes it a choice. Like because we're saying that believing something.
Well, I can't choose to believe. I can't choose to believe in the supernatural. That's not a choice either.
To answer your question, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
What makes it different is if something can't be tested, the responsible and logical obligation you have is to withhold belief until sufficient evidence is presented. Just saying you believe something without it being able to be tested or confirmed with empirical evidence is not belief. That's hope. So you can hope there is a God, you can hope there is Jesus, but if you don't believe it, you actually don't believe it to be true, that's called atheism. And it's okay to say, okay, I'm an atheist and I hope this stuff is true, but right now I don't believe it, and I'm going to withhold my belief until I see sufficient evidence.
Right.
So does that mean that atheism is a concept that is completely without bias?
No, I mean, well,
because you're saying that the more you look at things, the more you end up coming to that kind of conclusion. It sounds like if everyone just looked at it the right way, they would all come to that same conclusion.
No. I'm not saying right or wrong. What I'm saying is if you don't honestly believe it, the responsible thing to do is to be honest and genuine with the world and say, I don't believe it, but I really, really hope it's true, and I'm going to keep looking into it. But that would make you an atheist who is hopeful that Christianity is true, and you're doing research to try to prove it correctly. But if you don't believe it, you've got to be honest and say, I can't choose to believe it. Atheism is just a lack of a belief that there is sufficient proof for any God that's been proposed. That's it. It's not a concept of weighing this versus that. It's not a duality of either you're atheist or a Christian. It's a huge gray area. But if you live your life going, I don't believe yet because there are too many holes, and one day I hope that I can call myself a Christian, that's perfectly fine. You saying that it's possible that there is a God out there doesn't suddenly make you agnostic. It doesn't. You can say, I don't know, and from that perspective, I'm agnostic, but when it comes to belief, I either have a theism, a monotheism, or a polytheism, or I have no theism, which is atheism. That's it.
And so I'm thinking about, because I'm trying to think about with everyone, it sounds like what you're saying is that the more you rationalize it, the more you come to atheism as the conclusion.
I almost want to go the other way because you have to rationalize so much of Christianity. I would say that the more you observe and the more you test, and the more that you don't take on faith, and that's the big F word, faith. The more you don't take on faith, you wind up becoming more atheistic. I mean, you wind up losing all those quote unquote beliefs because there's no evidence for it. Not within the natural world or not within the natural world.
Well, because it sounds like, because I mean, there are, from what I understand, different, a lot of atheists that disagree on a lot of specific things, a lot of different types of atheists that I found. But I guess coming down to whether or not it's a choice, it's kind of like, to say that it's not a choice sounds like it's saying that you can't control what comes out of a rational thought.
It's not that you're controlling what comes out. It's that you can't control how it's processed.
Well,
it's kind of like this. It's kind of like this. It's like when you taste broccoli and you don't like it. You can't choose to like the taste. You could just force yourself to eat it. So when you hear a fact like Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven, well, you either literally believe that a man spun up into heaven, or you don't believe that. You can walk around and say, I'm Christian, and you can quote the Bible verse and never really think about it, but you either believe that to be true or you don't believe that to be true. That doesn't mean you're Christian or not Christian. It means you can't decide. You can't say, that sounds ridiculous, but I believe it anyway. And even if you say it, it doesn't mean you actually believe it. We've got one more segment left, and I want to talk about the problem of evil. We have gone way overboard on time, but I do want to get into this last topic of the problem of evil. Rick, can you stick around with us a little bit longer?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Problem of evil coming up next right here on Dogma Debate.
Hi, I'm Lawrence Krauss, and I'm looking around the room, and I don't see anybody. So I must be the fourth listener to Dogma Debate.
You're complaining that religion is entering its way into the government, not because you're an atheist. You're complaining because you know that will interfere with rational governance. So you want rational governance. You would be just as vehement if someone wanted to put astrology in the government or crystal reading. And that has nothing to do with whether you're an atheist. So the fact that you're an atheist means you're actually conducting yourself in ways where you don't have to be an atheist to conduct yourself in those ways. And I've separated all those variables, at least for myself.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, not only listening to Dogma Debate, I'm a guest. And that must make me at least the fourth listener.
If you've been missing Dogma Debate, man, it sucks to be you.
So what do atheists want? What do atheists want from Christians in this country? Well, I'll tell you a few things that I would like. First of all, I'd like you to believe whatever you want, but I'd like you to be skeptical in your beliefs, because your beliefs are your own business, but people will try to use your beliefs to control you. Charlatans and others know that you are more likely to do what they want you to do if they tell you God, Jesus, or the Bible tells you you should do it. When you hear those words, beware.
I'm Todd Stiefel, and I'm the fourth listener of Dogma Debate.
Here's an excerpt from The God Virus by Darrell W. Ray.
Every day, religion affects us in ways we may not realize. It makes your Uncle Ned spend hours praying for you. It gives your Baptist neighbor a reason to reject her own child who married a Catholic. It teaches your Pentecostal sister to spank her children to keep them from going to hell. It requires a Catholic priest to deny his sex drive. It causes people to give enormous amounts of money to religious organizations, and causes you to avoid talking to your cousin Jenny for fear she may try to convert you to Jehovah's Witnesses. Religion has both obvious and subtle influences on you and on society. This book explores the impact of religion on you and your world. It draws open the curtain of mystery and offers ways to understand and make informed decisions about religion. Have you ever wondered what makes religion so powerful? What makes people profess deep faith even as they act in ways that betray that faith? What makes people blind to the irrationalities of their own religion, yet see clearly the problems of other religions? How does it weave its way into our political system? If these and similar questions interest you, this book will help you understand its power in you, your family, and your culture.
The God Virus by Darrell W. Ray is available at atheistaudiobooks.com.
We are given one life, full of billions of small and large decisions, to be somebody, to change, to be kind, to give hope, to become a better person, and to leave a lasting impact on this planet. It is a decision to be made every single day while your heart is still beating. We've made our decision. Absence of clothing, atheist and science-based apparel and merchandise, donating 50% of our profits to charity. Look good and feel good, without God. Check us out at absenceofclothing.com and find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, and Tumblr.
Visit secularmediagroup.com to see how we're changing the world.
Well, it's not quite the longest episode in Dogma Debate history, but it's getting there. No Illusions, when he did from the Scathing Atheist podcast, when he did the roast of God at ReasonCon, he started off roasting individual people in the crowd, and then he pointed me out and said, "Congratulations to David Smalley and Dogma Debate for raising $51,000 for Foundation Beyond Belief on a 24-hour broadcast-a-thon," and everybody cheered, and it was fun. And we were like, "Hey, Foundation Beyond Belief, and good job, Dogma Debate crew." And he's like, 24 hours non-stop broadcasting. He said, just to put that into perspective, that's like 2 back-to-back episodes of Dogma Debate.
Yeah.
And then he said, "No, seriously, man, if your podcast lasts longer than 4 hours, you're supposed to contact a physician." So, that was pretty funny. Yeah. Okay, so this last segment is basically this idea of if you're a deist and you just think that there's a creator God somewhere that started things in motion, and then whatever you idiots do to each other is up to you, there's no real argument there. If you are hardcore Westboro Baptist Church fundamentalists, you have justifications too. Yeah, God's doing this because it's wrathful punishment on a consistent basis. But then you have to start asking even those fundamentalists very, very poignant questions. Then why does a 9-year-old have leukemia? Why does an earthquake trap a little person under a little boy or girl under buildings in Haiti? Why this? Why that? That's when it starts getting difficult. But for the person who believes sometimes God intervenes, sometimes God doesn't, that then begs the question, how does he decide who is worthy of intervening, and what could possibly come out of this to be a positive that would work out? Something horrific like the Holocaust, for example. God, throughout the Old Testament, intervenes all the time. He is a burning bush at one point. He talks, he communicates, he talks to Moses. He allows Moses to divide the Red Sea. He comes down and commands Saul to wipe out the Amalekites and go kill them all. He acts as a judge in Exodus 35, saying, "Yes, this guy picked up sticks. You should kill him." He curses a man with a horrible bowel disease so that his bowels fall out of him. He's very much involved, and sometimes he's involved for positive reasons. He comes in and saves people. He comes in and rescues people, saves the day, stops things from happening.
He even stopped No, that didn't happen.
He stopped slavery in Exodus. Oh, wait. No, he didn't. That's the kind of thing that we have to say is, okay, this God has obviously been involved with humans. And if you believe that God is still a personal God intervening, then we have some questions. So Rick, before we get started, do you believe that God is still intervening in human lives today?
I honestly have no idea. I know that's not the answer you want, but
No.
if I say anything other than that, it won't be 100% true, because I
Well,
can take
Rick-
my best guess and say maybe not. I would
Rick-
lean more towards he doesn't.
Rick, that is the best answer you could possibly give, period. I don't know. That's an honest answer of, I don't know. That's a beautiful answer. That's
He may. I don't think he does it on our whims based on our prayers.
okay.
There could be things, someone can see something that's a freak accident. No one prayed for it. Maybe someone prayed for it. Maybe God intervened and didn't. I have no idea.
I like the answer of no or not at all, personally. Because and I even like that when I was a Christian. I loved, someone said, "Do you believe in a personal God?" They're like, "Nope, and that it was all because of the problem of evil. Because I would have to justify why evil still exists, why he can be so choosy, so picky, and again, why he's so racist. So I actually like that answer. Don't know, but probably not. Makes it easier to just say no.
Something also that one thing that I believe in that doesn't absolutely, but leaves in the possibility to justify something bad that happens is a sense of objective, universal justice that can be applied beyond this world, beyond this life. Does that make sense?
I think so. Here, we're talking about evil, and we haven't talked about the other guy in the room, and that being Satan. What are your feelings on and thoughts on Lucifer, the morning star, Satan?
I believe that Satan is a real entity, and that he's an entity that has more authority over this world, and that is the main influence of evil.
Did you say moral authority?
More authority.
More. Okay. So when we start looking at evil, God may or may not have his hands involved in day-to-day life, but Lucifer probably does. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if I were to think about it long enough, I would think that whatever is unjust that happens in this world is and will be made just after this world.
Okay, do you believe that God tempts people?
I know what you're thinking with Job, and I don't think so. If Job was tempted, then he would be an exception.
Well, it's not just Job, because you also have to consider Abraham and the demand of life that he had.
Well, the question,
and that's another thing. There are examples like that where I have no idea and I can't reconcile it, and I can't.
Okay.
I wouldn't make the same choice as Abraham if that were the case. So it's hard for me to connect with it.
You know what would be great, and this is just, I don't know if you would want to do this, but what I would suggest is every time something like that comes up that you can't reconcile, you go, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Just keep a notepad somewhere. Just write it down on a notepad every time something comes up that you can't reconcile, so that you can look it up later or research it later, and just to keep track of all the things that you can't reconcile.
And I try to. If it's something that I know I won't remember, then I'll try writing it down. But Job and Abraham, those were just what I thought of. I've already thought about those a lot, and it's still something that whenever there is something that is in the Bible that's hard to reconcile, it's not something that I want to brush over. It's something that, as flawed as the Bible may be, I still, ironically, maybe called devil's advocate, want to still try to defend it to the best of my ability.
So, what do you think that's a confirmation bias?
No, I don't think so, because I think it's still looking at it in an objective way. I'm not just going to find some insane reason to justify it. It's God knows better. I don't know.
Well, a confirmation bias doesn't mean it's got to be some ridiculous, far-fetched reason. It could, the way you worded it was, the scriptures that give me problems, I still try to find a way to defend it. Okay, that means you have a bias of trying to confirm that whatever is your preferred outcome is what you're trying to prove. And that, by definition, is the confirmation bias. You're not saying, let me objectively analyze this to see if it falls in line with my morals. What you do is try to justify it to make it fit in line with the morality you've already decided. And that is a confirmation bias. And the reason
I wouldn't say confirmation bias. It's definitely biased, and I don't think anything is completely without bias. But because I believe that the Bible does contain truth that's worth exploring, and sometimes things can take longer than others to get a good understanding.
Right, but if you research it and find an answer you don't like, you don't stop. You keep going. And then if you research it and you find an answer you do like, you stop looking because you're satisfied.
I don't keep. I have an interest to keep going, but I'm not just gonna say, "Oh, there's got to be something out there," and I'm just gonna.
Okay, I don't want to get too far off topic.
I keep looking.
So the point is, if you don't believe that that God tempts us, and the Bible backs you up on that, James 1:13, that God doesn't tempt people, I would have to go immediately to the Garden of Eden. That is temptation blatantly. Here's all these wonderful things. Here's a tree, right smack in the middle. Don't eat it. And here's this wonderful fruit hanging from it. Well, that's tempting. Saying that God doesn't tempt man, well, gosh, he definitely tempted Job. He definitely tempted Adam and Eve. There is temptation throughout the Bible. Absolutely. There's even stories of reward if you do what God tells you to do, and stories of punishment if you don't do what God tells you to do. So it's not even just suggestive. It's blatant. Here's the carrot, and if you want it, come get it. As a matter of fact, here's a carrot that tastes really good. Eat it and you'll cause cancer and headaches and runny noses. Like, it gets so blatant. So if you believe that God doesn't, which I disagree, I think if God exists, he's absolutely tempting us all the time. He's tempting us with fossils. He's tempting us with more college information, and the internet is coming to kill religion and all these other things. Why do you think God would allow Satan to have authority at all in what goes on? Why would he allow Satan the power to corrupt us and to do horrible things?
I don't think that it's because I do believe in free will, so I wouldn't just blame Satan for anything bad that I do.
Well, no, but you said that you think Satan has authority in the world.
Authority of this world, and by that I really mean a lot of political power, I think. Authority over how a society may act, and that could involve creating false religions that end up killing lots of people.
Okay, but why would God allow Satan to have any power at all?
Because I'm trying to find the best way to describe how there is more, like, there's more to this world is kind of the underlying thing that I believe, because I believe in there's justice for whatever bad happens. But I do think of this world as a test, where it's not exactly tempting. Like if you look at the Garden of Eden, for example, I wouldn't say that putting the forbidden tree in the garden alone is not tempting. Otherwise, you wouldn't need the serpent to tell him to do it. But the serpent promising all these good things, if they do that, then that's more tempting. And you can even say that about a religion that's promising wonderful things if you follow it. I don't think that should be the reason alone to follow that religion.
Right, but God could have just not created the serpent.
Or even if he did
and
not put it in the garden.
I guess I don't understand the point, because God just couldn't have created a world or people or anything.
I guess, look, there's a really, really good video. You might find it offensive. It's from Dark Matter 2525 on YouTube. Dark Matter 2525. And I don't even know the name of it, but I would just search his channel for something along the lines of temptation and the forbidden fruit something along those lines. Basically, there's this little angel flying around trying to help God make sense of things. And he's like, oh, God, don't worry about it. I took that tree that you don't want them to eat from, and I put it way over here on the other side of the earth and really up high where they couldn't reach it. And God's like, what? Go put it right down next to them. What's wrong with you? And it just sort of illustrates the blatant temptation that would be going on there. Moving on, do you think that God watches out for people and protects people?
I think he could. It's difficult to think of questions like these because then you take into account every single person in the world. Like if he's going to treat one person this way, then why not treat all people this way?
Right.
I think he could. I believe he most likely has. Maybe there's a greater reason I'll never know for why some people need to be looked out for more than others. But yeah, that's a pretty big question because then you have to look at every single person and say, is God with that person?
Right. So one that I commonly point to is Psalms 121:7, which says that God will watch over you, God will keep you from all harm. There's 2 Thessalonians 3:3, the Lord is faithful or the Lord is good, depending on the version. He'll establish and guard against you from the evil one, or will guard you against the evil one, depending on what version. There are multiple verses. I think there are over 20 verses where God offers protection or promises to keep people safe. And the first question is why, if the Bible is promising us to be safe, one, either all 20-something verses of him promising to keep people safe are misinterpreted because I'm not intelligent enough to understand the mind of God, or it's mistranslated or lied about, the people are just wrong, or there is not a God to watch over us. And one that jumps out at me is in 1 Peter 2:9, and this is one I've remembered for years, because he specifically, now I argue with apologists all the time that'll say, oh, no, that part was for the Jews, this part was for everybody, this part was for just those people, this was for the Amalekites, this was for the Canaanites. And I usually reject that and say that's convenience. 1 Peter 2:9 is definitely talking to the Jews, where he says, you are a chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession, that you may proclaim the excellencies of him who called you out of darkness. He's going to now say he's going to protect and keep safe a chosen race. And that chosen race was mass murdered in the Holocaust. The one who has the most, you are chosen, I will keep you safe. We could all say, yeah, Jesus was white, though, with blonde hair and blue eyes. And no, Jesus was black because he came from this area or that area. Jesus was Jewish. Jesus was, if he existed, Middle Eastern. Jesus was a part of this chosen race that we are.
I'm sorry, my dog. I'm sorry,
that
my
is
dog.
live,
1 second.
That is live radio.
Hey, Brittany.
That is.
Sorry about that. My dog saw a car outside.
Oh, the joys of live radio. God keeping these people safe is, to me, one of the most overt promises. Chosen people, chosen land, promised fertility, they are chosen. They are special. They are a special race. They are better than both of us, Alex. They are put up on a pedestal in this book. And then comes along Hitler and mass murders them, and no protection. And I don't understand, even specifically on that. I'm just going to ask you directly. 1 Peter 2:9, talking about the Jews being a chosen race. Why did God not intervene when his chosen people were being exterminated in the Holocaust?
Well, when there's verses like the Lord will keep you from all harm and everything, I guess I don't think of it as harm in this world, because there's also verses in the Bible that say this: if you follow me, this world will reject you. So that alone would kind of contradict the idea that God's going to keep you safe from this world that's rejecting you, that you're going to live a full life in.
Right.
But I'm thinking about when there's a verse that says something like, because I looked up the Psalm verse originally when it says, "He will watch over your life." I think of it as eternal life, because this is a theistic point of view. Comes with the belief that when you die, there's more, and that God is what watches over you through you perishing in existence as a whole, and not just this world. Because everyone in this world dies. There's different ways of how you die, but in 100 years from now, if you're an atheist, then we will be in no different of a place than the Jews. So what is it that is really at question? There's something that can be potentially understood if there is something more to this world. And that is what is referred to in any references of God watching over our life.
Okay, I was asking specifically about 1 Peter 2:9, and you went back to Psalm 121:7. So I'm asking about the Jews specifically, with God saying in the Bible that they are the chosen race, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, a people for his own possession. Mm-hmm. Why didn't he intervene when they were being exterminated?
Well, if that is true, if there is a God that said that, then those Jews are in heaven right now.
But he said he would protect them.
And he is protecting them in heaven right now, as we know.
And how could they be in heaven when Jews reject Jesus?
Well, if they reject Jesus on a personal level, then that's their own.
How could they?
If they? I know what you mean. Like if they don't accept any source of forgiveness or salvation.
No, it's not the idea of salvation that they're rejecting. They're rejecting the idea of Jesus. They
believe the Old Testament, the Torah.
They're still waiting for a Messiah.
Right. So that means they're
not against the idea of a Messiah.
And Jesus said the only way to get to the Father is through me. And so if they reject Jesus and they are waiting on the real Messiah, and in their minds Jesus is a false Messiah, then all of the Jews who died in the Holocaust are in hell.
I would not believe that they're in hell.
Why not? Do you see the inconsistency?
I see how it comes off that way, but
so how do you reconcile them being in heaven when they've rejected Jesus?
Because even Jesus was Jewish. Like I would not rule out the Jewish faith as something that's completely incorrect.
Okay.
They might be wrong in some areas. And because that's something I just don't know.
All right, so,
I'm not Jewish.
So we are talking about Rickianity again. It's just this very, very different thing where even Jews who reject Jesus can still be Christian.
I'm not claiming any kind of authority. It's saying that could be possible. Is it not possible except for my religion?
There's a whole group of people called Jews for Jesus.
Well, that's true.
But they're Christians.
That's true.
They're Christians.
Yeah.
They say Jew because that's their heritage. That's how they were born. And
there's lots of people that are Christian that hate everyone that's not Christian. I would suggest they're not Christian. I try to look beyond the label. There could be atheists that go to heaven. That wouldn't shock me. There's more to it than just saying, state your label.
All right, but so there can be atheists in heaven, and there can be atheists who are Christian that just don't know that they're Christian.
This is crazy talk. This is crazy. This is crazy.
People that call themselves atheists,
but still be Christian. So by living a good life, by being a good person, by having a love in my heart, whether I claim to be an atheist or not, I am living the good Christian life. And that's not dismissive or offensive at all to
me. It definitely shouldn't be offensive. I mean, you have to be really sensitive to get offended by something like that. You can think I'm incorrect.
No. I can be offended because I have spent time in seminary. I have spent time studying and learning your Christian God. And I don't joke around. I mean, I make light of it and calling him racist, etc. But I look at your God and I can make moral assertions about whether he is evil or not. And I make the bold assertion that he is. So I can absolutely say that I am not a Christian. I don't like your God.
So we've got to, hey, look, we've got to wrap up. There's literally 12 minutes left and the station's going to cut me off. So I've got to ask you about this. You said atheists could be in heaven, Jews can be in heaven. Look, Matthew 12, 31 through 32. Jesus talking. And I tell you, every sin and blasphemy can be forgiven, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven.
Okay, well, what
So
I said was
atheists-
taken way out of context.
Atheists are blaspheming God every time we say there's no such thing, or the Bible is false, or Jesus is fake. All of these things is blasphemy. So how can you say atheists are in heaven when the Bible clearly, I guess, Matt, that part's wrong.
You don't need the Bible to go to heaven.
You don't need the Bible in Rickianity.
Not exactly Rickianity.
All right, Rick, I'll let you have final word on that before we wrap up.
Okay, do you see a difference between a Christian and someone who simply calls himself Christian, or are they the exact same person to you?
I don't believe in Christians. I think you're all atheists who have made up the God that fits with your moral fiber.
Including believing in humanity. That's your God as an atheist.
I don't believe in a God. That's what makes me atheist.
Well, there's an entity of some sort that,
not an entity.
that is above the individual.
No, it's not an entity. It's a responsibility to take care of each other in society. That's not.
What
It's
makes
not
it
a.
a response?
I just
Okay,
think
but
it's
that's it gets off track. But so it's impossible to be a Christian, is what you're saying?
That's just my funny opinion. I just think it's silly that you're saying if a person's a Christian but they do this, are they still a Christian? I think your definition of Christian is the laziest definition I've ever heard in my life, and I think it's an all-encompassing worldview of love, which is what we all already have without Christianity at all. So you're just rebranding Christianity, you're rebranding God, you're rebranding the Bible. You've watered it down so much it's not even Christianity anymore.
I've just simplified it so that it's difficult for you to be able to argue with it because it's something that can be ingrained in people.
Right.
But the difference is my sense of morality and love and good comes from something beyond me, whereas an atheist, you are your own source of it, sounds like.
I think there are a lot of things that go into it. I think compassion came through evolution. I don't think I decided to be compassionate. I think that the way we interact and work with one another is a result of evolving as a society. We need each other to survive. We have mirror neurons in our brain. When Alex gets punched, I know what that feels like, so I cringe. I empathize. So empathy, compassion. If nobody was feeding the baby that was the early humans who are lying in the dirt and nobody cared that the baby was hungry, we would have died off long ago. But the fact that we took care of our own and we took care of other tribes and we partnered with other groups and built housing and communities and had truces with other tribes, we were able to get along. And so for me to sit right here next to Alex, who looks totally different, way better than me, by the way, but looks totally different, comes from a completely different ethnic background, and we're sitting here just fine. 100,000 years ago, we probably would have tried to kill each other. Because you look different, you must be scary, I better kill you before you take my wives and sheep, right? That's kind of the mentality. So we are constantly evolving in our abilities to work together, to play together, to take care of each other. So if I know what it's like to be hungry, and I know what it's like to feed my child, and I know what it's like to feed my wife, when my neighbor is hungry, I can also go, wow, I don't want him to be hungry either, so let me help him with that. That does not take a Bible. It does not take Christianity. It does not take seeking after any particular God. Secular humanism works fine without any of those assumptions.
The tricky thing with that, though, to say that it comes from evolution, is that evolutionists, well, see if you agree with this, evolutionists will commonly say that it's not about improving, it just changes. Do you agree with that?
Well, it all depends. It all depends. For the most part, I will say.
Well, then there's no authority or correctness in your moral framework of accepting gay marriage or having a pro-choice mindset.
Wrong.
There's absolutely no correctness in that. That's
Wrong.
your subjective moral value.
Wrong. I have already explained to you about consequential ethics and non-consequential ethics. We had that conversation 2.5 hours ago. Preventing
You're
someone...
saying that morality has evolved now, which makes it totally off the table in terms of correctness of moral values.
Well, no. There, like I said, the moral discussion is something that was a huge debate on this show, and I wavered back and forth. Is it subjective? Is it objective? It depends on how you word the moral question. Is it wrong to kill? Oh, that's subjective. Is it wrong to kill somebody just for fun because you want to watch them squirm? That's an objective moral truth. It is wrong to do that, period. Based on what? Based on consequential ethics. We know that causes harm. Harm can be felt. Harm can be seen. Harm can be smelled and tasted. This is a very realistic, naturalistic thing. It doesn't require some higher being to tell me it's wrong to put a cigarette out on Alex's arm. I know that would hurt him, and I don't want to cause that harm. So it's the moral thing to do to prevent harm from coming to another individual. It's that simple. It's consequences. It's reducing harm for your own species and for other species. It's your mirror neurons firing off, letting you know that you're about to hurt someone and you know what that feels like. Let's not do that to each other. Let's take care of each other. Let's stay strong as a society. Let's love each other. Let's continue to grow. And the less we fight, the more we procreate. The more we populate the earth, the more we can strengthen our bonds with one another. If we're going to build a housing unit, does it help to have 4 people or 400,000? Let's stick together. That's ultimately what the human condition is about. And no God is required. And no, I cannot let you say humanity is my God. It's just not that simple. I do not believe that humanity is a single thinking entity which has control over things and can intervene in things and stop this and stop that. I'll say that each individual person has a responsibility to reduce the amount of harm to the best of their ability. And no, we're not perfect. And humanity's not perfect. And evolution's not perfect. And for the most part, I agree with you. No, evolution does not make things better. It just makes it adapts to changes around itself. And usually,
except for morality.
Usually when they say that, they're talking about a butterfly evolved this certain color. Why? Because it's better and prettier? Well, not necessarily. It has to do with the environment and what the predators are eating. And if the predator changes, that butterfly will adjust. It will evolve. And the ones who don't will die off. So it's about changing and adaptations to multiple things. It's not a straight line of let's get better, let's get better. So many people think, humans evolved and now we're done. We're not done. We're never going to be done. We're going to continue evolving forever and ever and ever until we no longer exist. It's an ongoing process. There is no, well, now that we're here and morality is done and evolution is done and everybody's fine. That's not the case. Glad we said
okay.
Awesome. Rick, thank you so much for supporting the show, for being a listener, for being the 4th listener. Hope you continue to listen. Hope you don't hate us now. You're welcome to come back on the show. I want to talk to you about more stuff. I want to talk to you about gay marriage. I want to talk to you about social issues. I want to talk to you about all sorts of stuff. Is there a website or a blog or anything at all you can point people that want to find out more about you?
No, not at this time.
Okay, well, when you get to that level, if you get to that area, let us know. We certainly don't mind pointing people to your direction. We're all about sharing information. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh,
thank you very much.
I just wanted to find out, when you're going to have your first sermon. Rickianity, man. I want to come see this.
I'm not sure. I talk to a lot of people on a regular basis. I just kind of prod and ask questions, and so.
Well, hey, man, I love that you're honest and skeptical and willing to say you don't know and willing to say I don't have all the answers. I love that. You know what? And if more people adopted Rickianity and let go of Christianity, I think the world would be a better place.
Much better place. Yeah,
absolutely.
Better place.
Rick, thank you so much for joining us. I really do appreciate it. And I look forward to talking to you again. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't know if you're... He's like, I don't know if it's going to be professional radio or do I get to say bye?
So do we say Rick bless you now?
May the Rick be with you.
May the Rick be with you. There you go.
Rick on.
Yeah.
Like rock on?
Yeah, Rick on.
No?
Yeah.
I should probably stop now.
Yeah.
You doing all right, Brandy? You have 2.5 minutes to
We can
Offend-
wrap.
Yeah.
It's Ricky the Rock on time. with Rock.
Listen. No comment? Ooh, I know what that means.
Yeah, you need to wrap this up.
If you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. No, I can understand. I know a lot of people are frustrated after listening to something like that. I can understand. I understand the frustration, and I also understand where he is in his point in his journey.
Yeah,
I get it. He has a very he has it all figured out, and no, he doesn't. I mean, he admitted multiple things he didn't have figured out. But I'll say that to him, he's done the best he can to rationalize a really bad religion with a really horrible Godhead and turn it into the most positive, polished version of Christianity you could possibly create. And he's done a good job of that.
Yeah, he has.
I think he's done a good job of that.
Yep.
Do we have people in the chat room have questions?
Maybe. Do you want me to look for some?
Yeah, if there are questions, what I'll do is I'll go to a quick after show, see if anybody has any questions just live on video. Join us at login.dogmadebate.com. But we're not staying long. It's already been a 5-hour show. So if they have questions, tell them to queue them up, and we'll be with them in just a second. Thank you all for listening and hanging out with us. As always, the conversation continues at login.dogmadebate.com and facebook.com/dogmadebate. More and more information can be found out about the other shows on Secular Media Network at secularmediagroup.com or secularmedianetwork.com. And I urge you to go follow me on Twitter, David C. Smalley, and please go check out gofundme.com/tinythinkers. We need more tiny thinkers so that they can grow up to be big thinkers. We're going to be sharing all sorts of cool stories about scientists, and we're well on our way to meeting that goal. GoFundMe.com/tinythinkers. We'll see you guys next week. You want to join us next week, Alex?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, let's do it. See you guys later. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.